How's everybody doing this morning? Testing, testing. All right. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome to yet another day of severe weather coverage. And we're mainly going to be covering this area today. That's going to be, right in this enhanced and slight and marginal region out here. But hello, welcome everybody to the forecast. Hopefully, everybody has had a good morning so far. As of right now, there's not a whole lot going on, but we are going to do a brief little forecast update and then monitor our SPC meso analyses this morning and kind of get a sense of what this storm could do throughout the day, given the things that we see out there. One of the things, though, that is pretty apparent, at least on our meso analyses, we do have a decent little area of wind shear up here into our like central Illinois. That is our little kind of a short wave that came through Oklahoma yesterday, kind of moved through Missouri, and is now that little boundary is still technically in Missouri. And some of the models are saying that we could get a reinvigoration here of some convection as early as like 9, 10 a.m. and then again at around 11 to 12 p.m. So that's when storms should be getting started. So most likely within an hour, 30 minutes is when those storms are going to get started. Good morning. Hope I got good sleep. Yes, I did get really good sleep last night. Thank you for asking. Went to bed, woke up at around 8, and I'm feeling refreshed and ready to go. Ready to go for potentially a long day. We shall see. What do I think about Hardin County, Tennessee tonight? I don't know where that is. Let me check. Hardin County. Yeah, you're in one of these areas where it's pretty conditional risk for strong tornadoes. And yeah, I mean, there's potentially a chance that you might not see much, but a decent area of some. Oh wow, our first severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. I guess that's going to be for this storm. Yeah, look at this. Over here near Lampasas and Kempler, or Kempner, eventually is going to be trying to head into Killeen. So 1 inch hail under or just over 50-mile-per-hour winds are coming to that area. So if you guys live in Lampasas and Kempner, be indoors and away from windows there. Our first kind of severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Back over here, we're watching this area of showers. This is where that boundary, that first initial boundary that we're going to be watching, that is going to be moving up into the St. Louis area, could fire some stronger storms before it gets into St. Louis. That's why you guys are kind of in this enhanced risk right now. So we got a slight risk and an enhanced risk in the St. Louis area. And that's mainly because of the uncertainty here of the timing of when these storms get going. They could get going, as soon as like 30 minutes from now. Or, maybe a little bit later near like 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Also, we already have some little itty bitty storms happening over here in central Illinois, where some of our. I always get nervous when someone texts me. Mm-mm-mm. For 4 hours. Okay, I have to respond to this text message. Hold on, because this could be in regards to some chaser stuff. I thank you, Kathy, for the $20 donation. Want to check on Murfreesboro, Tennessee? Yeah, sure. Murfreesboro doesn't have much going on right now. But if we come over here to our latest HRRR run, going to bring it through. It looks like your storms are going to be coming through right around, late night, potentially 12 a.m. through 2 a.m. is when you should expect your line of storms, most likely damaging winds and some hail, with a smaller chance for tornadoes, in my opinion. But still a chance nonetheless. All right, let me respond to this text message. I have to respond. Minimum 4 hours. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I'm pulling out all the stops, trying to make sure that we can have the storm chasers. And let's kind of go over how this risk is looking right now. So remember yesterday we were talking about the chances for a little bit of a more dangerous risk over here near the Boot Hill, Missouri, and Arkansas. Models have since kind of, or not models, but the HRRR, we talking about it yesterday, how that was kind of an outlier, and it seems like the HRRR has corrected itself. But initially here, there's those storms firing over there near Springfield by around 11 to 12 p.m. I mean, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. That initial area of some damaging winds and potentially a tornado threat moves into Springfield, Bloomington by around 2 p.m. And then we start to see a bunch of these kind of prefrontal cells start to fire here. So we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on these guys throughout the day. These could also be semi-tornadic. They're not really in the best shear, but they are in some decent shear out there. So definitely need to keep an eye on those storms for like Kentucky, going into central Indiana as well. And then we still do have some semi to discrete cells out here, but they upscale pretty quickly into a damaging wind threat. So potentially a QLCS spam type event here near Cape Girardeau as we move into around 6 p.m. Got to keep an eye on that. And then still some QLCS tornadoes will be possible over here near Bellefontaine and Columbus. We were very scared about the storm coming to Merrill's Inlet, South Carolina. Yeah, we'll be talking about that as well. Don't worry. Also, a little bit further to the south and to some of the better shear, we have some storms trying to fire down here near Tennessee. And some of those, are looking pretty interesting. We do have some discrete cellular mode down here with some of these storms. And those would be like our main risk for strong tornadoes, at least on the HRRR there. Wow, a severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. Where is that at? I also got a severe thunder down here. And we got a severe thunderstorm. Oh, wow. There's actually a little bit of rotation with this storm, too. Heading into Summerdale, Folly, in Alberta. So watch out over there. He's got the tornado possible tag and a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning on it. Interesting. Very interesting. What is our shear looking like down there? Yeah, shear's not too strong down there. That's interesting. That storm might do a little something surprising. We'll see. Is Plato, Missouri going to be okay? Yeah, let me see where that is in a second here. Thank you so much for that $2 donation. I do appreciate that. Plato, Missouri. So your threat is going to be whenever these storms down here try to fire by around 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and 3 p.m. Over there south of St. Robert. And some of these storms will be moving off towards the east past you, but it really just depends on when they fire. They could fire a little bit before you or a little bit after you, so your threat's a little bit conditional here, but we're not talking about significant severe weather for you. Most of Ohio's in the enhanced risk. Yeah, almost all of it. The enhanced risk goes all the way to Columbus and Chillicothe. That is mainly because of that damaging wind threat. But yeah, so as these storms kind of move through, as we go into 9 p.m., our line of storm, or we'll start at 7 p.m., our line of storms is in like northern Ohio, kind of western Ohio, and then also back over through central Indiana down into Illinois and also the Missouri Boot Hill here. You're going to be watching some of these storms down here for some large to very large hail there near the Shreveport area. And then as these storms continue off to the east, you can see that we do have, still a pretty decent line of storms with potentially some of our stronger storms being down here in this region still. So even though, that more long track tornado threat that we saw on the HRRR yesterday was an outlier and that's kind of fizzled away, there's still going to be an increased chance for tornadoes on our southern mode here as this moves into areas like Arkansas, Memphis, Jackson, Clarksville. You guys need to be weather aware as those storms come through, and maybe even a couple of prefrontal showers trying to merge with that line, bringing yet another little bit of a tornado threat there. But initially here, one thing I want to note here is that over here near Indianapolis and Bloomington and Louisville, we do have an area here of increased thunderstorm coverage. If I come back over to our 850 millibar winds, you can see that there is some shear there. Again, it's not very strong shear, but it is some shear. So I would certainly, be weather aware. These storms all the way from Louisville in Fort Wayne, and this would be around 4 p.m. here, could be tornadic there. So just watch out for those if you live in these areas. They don't really look fully organized, but if any of those storms can become mature in that shear environment, they certainly could drop a couple of tornadoes. And maybe even a strong tornado up there as well. But it's a little bit of a lower chance the further north you go. The highest chance for like maybe a stronger tornado would probably be on the southern portion of this area. But again, one thing I want to note here is that the HRRR has kind of been spitting out different solutions almost every run here. So, not a whole lot of confidence in this event. But it does seem like those damaging winds and QLCS tornadoes are probably going to be the main kind of threat here. Briefer and weaker tornadoes with every now and then a conditional threat for some strong tornadoes. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. It's really not looking like a super high caliber day, but it's probably on like the medium size for severe weather. So it's definitely a day where you want to be prepared, ready to go, have a storm action plan in place, a to-go bag ready just in case you get put under a tornado warning. And yeah, hopefully none of that happens, obviously, but you do want to be prepared for a day like this. It could, be pretty interesting, or it might be a little bit on the meh side and not as dangerous as some of these models are saying, because there still is a decent amount of model inconsistency. So, but anyways, as this goes further into time, as we go into 11 p.m., it looks like our storms are like they look like they're trying to fall apart there into Kentucky as we move close to Maysville, like Lexington and Richmond. Over here near Nashville and Murfreesboro, that's probably where some of our stronger storms will be, and also a damaging wind threat will exist as far south as northern Mississippi as we move into 12 a.m. Northern mode of storms is still struggling as we move into 2 a.m. Still maybe a damaging wind threat and a small tornado risk here south of Nashville. Same thing over here near Jackson as well. But you can see that, yesterday we were talking about a line of storms coming all the way throughout this area. And now it's saying this line is going to be kind of split up here. So still a lot of disagreement. And, we don't really have a definite picture in our head, of what this storm is going to be capable of. If we come all the way back here and kind of zoom out and then bring this all the way down to the south, that is, you just remember that line, all right, as we go throughout the day, because storms really could fire at any portion of this line. Sometimes some parts of this line will be broken up and not as dangerous, and sometimes it will have full-fledged severe thunderstorms and a tornado risk with it. So some folks, it looks like, might get lucky today, but we don't really know if it's going to be northern Mississippi, or if it's going to be Nashville, if it's going to be over here, but it does seem like there could be some broken segments, and where those broken segments will be, the severe risk will be lower. But because we have uncertainty there, that's why this enhanced risk is so large, because anywhere where we do have those lines of thunderstorms is where we're going to have that damaging wind risk. And potentially 4 tornadoes. Let's come back over here to the 12Z. Akron, Ohio. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like Akron, Ohio's threat is going to be right around 9 p.m. according to our latest HRRR run here, around 9 p.m. Damaging winds, a small chance 4 tornadoes will be possible there with that storm. 7.7 yesterday, and oh yeah, I saw that. Wow. Jeez Louise. All right. Fair enough. We got rejected. Our proposal got rejected. So it's all right. Man, storm chasing is getting friggin' expensive. Let's see here. How does Springboro, Ohio look? Let me see if I can find Springboro here. And then we'll do Palmyra, Tennessee after that. Thank you, Sandy, for that $2. Let's see here. Shoot. I've already forgotten the city name. Springboro. Okay. Springboro, Ohio. There we go. Yeah, it looks like you guys are an enhanced risk. Your risk is really going to be, anywhere from 5 p.m. to around 8 p.m., it seems. Definitely a tornado risk will be associated with these storms with those damaging winds. So I would be watching out there near Springboro. Let's go ahead and clear this off for just a second here and then kind of go over what our risks are right now. So, beyond the categorical risk, we do have a strong tornado threat still out here for areas like Little Rock, Pine Bluff, Memphis, Jackson, Nashville, Louisville, also Bloomington, Evansville, Owensboro, and Cape Girardeau. Bowling Green is also in that. If you guys live in this area, again, strong tornadoes will be possible. And the difference between this hash region and, say, this brown region that doesn't have those little dashes in it, the main difference is going to be that you're going to get strong tornadoes potentially in that hatched region. And so, EF0 to EF1 can still cause significant damage to, trailers or mobile homes, buildings that aren't really foundationed to the ground itself. But when you get into those more well-built homes, EF0 to EF1 tornadoes don't do as much damage. They're still dangerous, but they don't do as much damage. But flying debris is the main issue with those types of tornadoes in a well-built home. Now, once you get over that EF2 range, everybody is at risk for some significant damage, like roof missing, walls collapsing, trees all down all around you, that kind of damage, cars flipped, those kind of things. So that's why we have, these categorical differences, and we try to make them clear, before we go through a severe weather day. So again, if you live in this area, this is the chances for you. But I do want to say this is a pretty darn conditional risk. There's certainly a chance that we don't even see a strong tornado today at all. But there's also the chance that we do get a couple of them. So just make sure you are weather aware, regardless of whether or not we get a strong tornado or not. Tornadoes will be most likely here into this yellow region. So even if they're on the briefer and weaker side, you guys need to be paying attention there. Let me go answer that question for Palmyra. I forgot. Let me do that really quick. For Palmyra, Tennessee, you are in that 10% hatched risk and in that dangerous, damaging wind risk. And your risk is going to be coming in at around like 8 to 11 p.m. there. So make sure that you guys are weather aware as those storms come through. Thank you so much, Reinhardt, for the $5. I do appreciate that. And Car Wash Freak, thank you for the $5 donation. Does the threat for tornadoes exist in Pulaski County? I'm guessing that's Tennessee. I think I've seen Pulaski County. Let's see who all's got that. Okay, there's a lot of Pulaski counties. You're going to have to tell me which state that's in. But yeah, as you can see, let's go clear this out. Strong tornadoes will be possible, but it is a conditional risk. Yesterday, the HRRR came out with a bullish run, kind of made some people think that, including myself, that a moderate risk might be possible, and it still could technically be possible. But the chances are a lot lower today because the HRRR backed off of that model run, and also, there was some model support for it, but it wasn't really that high of support. But yeah. So that's that. A 5% chance for tornadoes is going to be possible near Fort Wayne, Bellefontaine, Columbus, Chillicothe, Cincinnati, in Ohio, Indianapolis, and Fort Wayne, and the cities in between there in Indiana, just to the east of Bloomington, and Springfield here in Illinois. Coming down into Kentucky, Lexington, Richmond are going to be in that 5% tornado risk. Chattanooga here in Tennessee, Huntsville, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham here in Alabama, Jackson, Meridian, just north of Hattiesburg here in Mississippi, Shreveport, Monroe in Louisiana, and Hot Springs in Conway. Conway is kind of on that line, though, so maybe a 5 to 10% chance there. Russellville there in Arkansas as well. So a pretty wide area where tornadoes are going to be possible out there. Pulaski County, Arkansas. Okay, let me check that out. Pulaski County, Arkansas. Yeah, you're in that 10% hatched risk region. It's pretty conditional the further down south you go. So I would, there will be a tornado risk for you, but it's pretty darn conditional. So you might get something, you might not. I would be weather aware though, just in case that comes through. Just in case. Thank you. Yeah, no problem, Jeff. Thank you for the donation. And thank you again for another $2 donation, Car Wash Free. But yeah, around that, we do have a 2% for tornadoes. That's going to extend all the way into Michigan, also into Pennsylvania, down through West Virginia, parts of Virginia and North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and Illinois are going to be in that 2% risk for tornadoes. So again, some widespread tornado activity is certainly possible today. Now, the main thing that we're going to be trying to determine here initially in our forecast, and then also, in our coverage while we're going throughout the storm, I think a lot of people are going to be talking about kind of the same thing here, which is we're going to be, are we going to get more discrete cells to form? Are they going to be in the right environment, right? Or is it going to be mainly a QLCS tornado threat today with those damaging winds associated with it? So, those are going to be the main questions that need to get answered today. Those are the uncertainties. Storm mode is important. Also, where does our stronger shear set up as well? Because again, that stronger wind shear is important for storms to be able to rotate. And if it's a little bit on the weaker side and we're seeing some more isolated discrete storms, those might be some big hail producers, but it might not necessarily mean a tornado threat. So we got to be making those distinctions, or distinguishing between those two things or multiple things as we move throughout the day. And that's what we're going to be doing here on this channel. If you're interested with that, we'll also have 3 storm chasers chasing today as well, and with access to more than that. But we're going to be using other chasers than that if needed. All right. Let's go over to our next risk. So we also have another risk here. The one interesting thing that kind of happened overnight is that we had an issue, or they took off the significant wind risk. So we're not talking about 75 mile per hour winds and above anymore, but there's a widespread chance here, a pretty high chance of seeing 60 mile per hour winds and above, pretty much all the way from Detroit all the way down into Jackson and northern Mississippi. Hey, thank you, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Chronic Ninja, for the $2. Kalamazoo, Michigan. Yeah, we can check that out really quick. Where's Kalamazoo? Oh, yeah, it's down in here. All right. Let's do that. Yeah, it looks like you are in that 30% chance there for some 60 mile per hour winds. And it looks like your storm is going to be coming through. That's snow. Hold on. Not doing a snow forecast. There we go. It looks like your storm maybe could have some storms nearby you by around 12 p.m., but it should get really started sometime between like 3 and 6 p.m. there for Kalamazoo there in Michigan. You're right. Let me clear this off again. Okay, so damaging wind risk. Where's our highest chances for those damaging winds? It's going to be Pine Bluff, Greenville, Conway, Jonesboro, here in Arkansas, Mississippi, Tupelo, South Haven, going into Tennessee, Memphis, Jackson, Nashville, Clarksville, going into Kentucky, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Owensboro, Louisville, Lexington, going into Illinois. We're talking about Carbondale, Harrisburg, Effingham, Urbana, Danville, and Rantoul. And also into Indiana, Evansville, Jasper, Vincennes, Bloomington, Terre Haute. I always say it wrong. I know I probably said it wrong again. I apologize. Greenwood, Indianapolis, Fisher, Newcastle, Muncie, Marion, Lafayette, Logansport, Fort Wayne, Auburn, and South Bend there. And then in Ohio, we have Georgetown, Cincinnati, Hamilton, Dayton, Springfield, Bellefontaine, Lima, Findlay, there just to the west of Bowling Green. So if you guys do live in these areas, that's going to be a 45% chance of getting those 60 mile per hour winds and above. So it's very possible that we could see, severe thunderstorm warnings pretty much all the way through most of this area today. It's a pretty high likelihood for that. A severe weather outbreak is certainly likely today. And in the red area, like for Detroit, Columbus, over here near Huntsville, Birmingham, Jackson, and Shreveport, that is a 30% chance for those winds. So a pretty decent likelihood that you guys will get those in those areas. In the yellow is a 15% chance for that. And then the brown is a 5% chance. Another one of our significant risks today, and one of the things that you guys are going to have to be keeping in mind here today, is making sure, especially if you're over here in this hatched region here for hail, that you have a plan in place to get your cars and your pets outside that are outside inside, or if you have any furniture with like glass tables on it, those will break if we get some 2-inch hail and above. That's like hen egg sized hail falling at around 60 miles per hour, and in some instances it could be wind driven up to 70 miles per hour. So, if you live anywhere near Shreveport, Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Memphis, St. Louis, Urbana, Logansport, you guys are definitely going to need to be watching out for that large to very large hail threat as those storms get started in your area. And then Dallas, Tyler, Waco, College Station, in Killeen, definitely got to be on alert here for that hail. And in fact, in the short term, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here, still with quarter-sized hail, about to move into the Killeen, Texas area. So you see right in here, that's where your biggest threat for that hail is going to be as that moves into Killeen along I-14 and near Ding Dong and Harker Heights. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to be expecting today. And now, interestingly enough, do we got anybody here on the eastern side of the risk? Do we got anybody here watching for a little update on this area? Anybody? I thank you, Golden Warrior, for the 5. How's Tyler, Texas looking today? Tyler, Texas. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be potentially hit or miss. I think there was some indications of our models that they could fire back again. Yeah, it's going to be hit or miss with mainly a sinking boundary coming through your area at around 10 p.m. there for Tyler, Texas. Maybe some hail and some damaging winds. Pensacola, Florida. All right, so let's push this forecast into the next day. So one of the main things that has been pretty interesting about this is that, one, we have a new enhanced risk for parts of Alabama, Georgia, going into Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, going into parts of Virginia as well. So it kind of an upgrade here, a pretty big upgrade across the board. And the main reason why that is because we now have the inclusion here of a 10% tornado risk here, all the way from Alabama into Georgia, parts of South and North Carolina, and Virginia. I am definitely questioning the validity of the size of this, but I think they're just kind of giving just like a broad risk, for everybody out in here. There will be instability. There will be some spin in the atmosphere. And it's really just dependent on where the storms fire. By the time we get into around like 1 to 4 p.m. here, we're going to have a couple of these meso convective systems out here. And these will have the capability of producing those briefer and weaker QLCS tornadoes as they come through this area. We're talking, organization, potentially still tornadoes happening as we go into the morning hours here near Montgomery, evening around 1 p.m. near Atlanta. That starts to move into parts of South Carolina and North Carolina by around 4 p.m. And then eventually we start to see a little bit more convection further up to the north. And that's why we have a damaging wind risk extending all the way up into New York. You see, we got these storms starting to fire by around 7 p.m. Here near Richmond, Philadelphia, New York City there. And then, as we go further into the evening, the damaging wind risk won't be as definite here down to the south, but we will certainly be seeing still some potentially stronger storms happening near the coast of Maryland, Delaware, going into New York, Long Island, Connecticut, and Rhode Island there as well. Yeah, a couple of days here of some severe weather definitely possible. And what we're watching for right now at this moment is going to be this storm this portion of the storm right here. We're monitoring for some increased convection. This will be the first beginning stages of at least our more dangerous risk for today. As you can see, it's not quite there just yet, but this is going to be where those first storms try to initiate off of. And we already have some severe weather out there near Killeen, and then we also have some down over here as well, just near Foley, Alabama. And that is moving off to the east towards areas like Elsinore. We bring back our models here. And we'll bring back our risk. If anybody's got any questions, that is. In Western Long Island, see anything like tornadoes? Probably not. It's really hard to get a tornado risk in Long Island. Should be to your south. There is like a small chance. One of the things that like the HRRR does show up here near Long Island is a couple of semi-discrete to discrete cells, but they kind of upscale really quickly. So maybe a small tornado risk can't be completely ruled out, but it should be under 2%. I think your biggest threat here is going to be those damaging winds as they move through, probably starting at around 8 p.m., ending sometime around 12 a.m. Any updates on the day 4 risk? Not that we're going to do today, but still an enhanced risk out there with a slight risk around it. And then on day 3, we have yet another slight risk out here for like Nebraska, Missouri, going into Illinois and Iowa. What about the northern Kentucky area? Bring that up. So the northern Kentucky area, like near Owensboro, Louisville, and also Maysville. Owensboro is going to be at around 2 p.m. Louisville is going to be around 4 p.m. Radcliffe. There was some potential prefrontal cells, and then as we get into around 7 p.m., we're going to have a little bit of a line here of some damaging winds and potentially some QLCS tornadoes heading through areas like Evansville, Henderson, Madisonville, going into Radcliffe, Elizabethtown, and Louisville by 9 p.m., Frankfort and Lexington by 10 p.m., and then Maysville and Portsmouth by around 11 p.m. I thank you, Valenius, for the 5. Thank you so much. What about Whitestown, Indiana? All right, let me check that out. Whitestown, Indiana. So you guys are back here. Yeah, so some tornadoes will be possible with some of these storms initially here at around 3 p.m. And then some damaging winds are going to be possible with those storms as well. Maybe 2 shots here of some severe weather. One at around like 3 p.m., 3 p.m. there, and then another one at around like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. area. Is Corinth, Mississippi going to be tornadic? Where's Corinth again? Like a billion times. Yeah, you guys are northeastern. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, if these storms can sustain themselves and we have like a little bit of a Boeing segment there, there could be some QLCS tornadoes potentially as far south as Corinth. Let me look at our 850 millibar winds. Yeah, they're a little bit on the weaker side, so not a very high chance. Your biggest chance here is going to be for those damaging winds. And thank you, Bengal, for the 5. Thank you so much. You're targeting Columbus, Indiana to chase today to see if any storms can separate around 4. All right. Well, thank you for the update on that. I do appreciate that. Good luck on your chase. Yeah, like the stream and also share it. Share it. You never know who's going to have some questions about this storm, and we're going to be on top of it. Let's come back over to here really quick and start to look at, what is currently happening in our atmosphere right now. You can see that kind of our strongest areas of wind shear are over here into parts of Arkansas going into Missouri, kind of right in front of that boundary that we're watching here for the first initial stages of our initiation here near Missouri. Should initiate somewhere around St. Louis. That's kind of our current thought process right now. And if it does, I mean, we're going to have 35 to 40 knots. So that tornado threat could get started relatively early. Surface-based instability is also just reaching up into this area. You can see there's a little bit of a capping inversion, probably keeping those storms at bay for now. But over the next 30 minutes to an hour, could potentially see that change. I think you Hickory Chip for the 2. Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a moment. Let's see here. Our low pressure system is up here right now, currently into Iowa and parts of Illinois. You can see we got about 1,002 millibar low pressure system up there. And where is our divergence? Actually, let's go to our 300 millibars. Yeah, it seems like the area where we have the most forcing right now is, down over here into parts of Missouri, where that little meso scale convective system is. So that will most likely be our first initiating boundary. And then also down here where we're already starting to see some severe weather near Killeen, Texas. And let's do a little bit of an update on that as well. Over here near Killeen, Texas, there is our storm right there. We're still talking about, I think, yeah, quarter-sized hail and now 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still about to head into the Killeen, Texas area. So if you guys live there, make sure that you are indoors and well away from those windows. And we'll do another little update down here with this storm, which had a tornado possible tag on it earlier, and it still does now, but I'm not really seeing too much rotation. We did have a little bit more rotation than this a moment ago, but it does seem like that is starting to quit at this moment. But maybe a little bit of a sneaky tornado threat with some of these storms further down to the south here near Mobile, Pensacola, Fort Walton, Gulf Shores here initially. Rainy. That storm makes it into Florida. Actually, I think we do have some storms in Florida. We might get a look on some of these guys. Why not? This one over here. Let's get one camera up at least, because none of the storm chasers is going to be live until later. We always do our little early forecasts here, and then into live coverage. So we'll be doing live coverage. So stick around if you guys want some live coverage here, because we're not ending the stream until at the very latest 9:30 p.m. Unless the storms just really fall apart. If they just fall apart and nothing really happens, we might take a couple of breaks. Let's see here. There. That's not what I wanted to do. Shoot. Try that again. There we go. Come down here to Florida, see if we can't see any storms. One near Crestview that we might be able to get a little view on. Here? Here? No. Here? No. What about here? Maybe this time. How about this time? Jeez Louise, no sky views. Boo. What's going on here? What is this guy doing? Oh. Breaking news, we've got a guy working on his truck. Hi, my name is Evan Freiberger. We have a breaking news story here. Somebody has pulled over off of the side of the highway here on I-10. And as you can see, it looks like they're currently either changing their oil, maybe fixing their exhaust pipe. And yeah, this is very serious big boy news. Back to you, Evan, in the weather studio. That is dangerous. It's a little dangerous. I'll say they could have taken. It might have been something though that they couldn't help. Like their car might have just broke down, so they couldn't drive anywhere else. So that's probably the safest place they could be. That's like the breaking news alert noise. Hail in Chicago. It is a small possibility for sure. The storms are either going to form directly over you or just to the east of you in Chicago. You see, like, they're just getting started by around like 2 p.m. If they fire before, then yeah, you'll probably have some hail damaging winds and a little bit of a tornado threat there. Tornado threat in Elgin. Where's Elgin? Elgin. All right, I'm just going to search it. Elgin. Is it Elgin or Elgin or is it Elgin? Elgin. I like Elgin better. Not gonna lie. All right. Yeah, same kind of thing. For Chicago, the storm's either gonna start to like fire right on top of you or just to your east. But some damaging winds and a small tornado threat will certainly be possible. Elgin. Okay. Birmingham. Hey, thank you, Emily, for the $5. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Birmingham is going to have some scattered thunderstorms, maybe even some severe weather as early as 3 p.m. But the main risk for Birmingham should be moving through at around 5 to 6 a.m. Maybe 2 rounds. Most likely just one though. Silent G, Ellen. Oh, actually, I read that it for Elgin. the Elgin part of the word is silent. So it's how you pronounce it. You pronounce it like, what's the weather for Pennsylvania? Well, let's find out. Um, so yes, your severe weather threat, at least in western Pennsylvania, it looks like it's going to get started at around like 11 p.m. And then it should kind of die off. But then another area of severe weather will be possible again back over here into like Philadelphia, Trenton, New Brunswick, and New York City by around 3 p.m. And a couple of rounds of severe weather will be possible through 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Let's see here. Lafayette, Tennessee. Isn't that over here? Yes. I'm remembering some of your guys' cities. I sometimes surprise myself. Sometimes I search for it for a long time, but I'm actually remembering where some of these cities are located. So yeah, Lafollette's right there. Your main threat, I think, as long as nothing forms before in there, yeah, your main threat's going to be sometime at around 1 a.m. through 4 p.m. Damaging winds and a small risk for tornadoes will be possible for you. Maybe some sprinkled hail in there. See a lot of Ohioans. Yeah, there is a lot of Ohioans in here. Let's do an update for the entire state of Ohio. Yeah, starting at around 5 p.m., the storm should be starting to get into the Ohio area. By around 6 p.m., we're going to be talking about Lima, Bellefontaine, Springfield, Dayton, Hamilton, and Cincinnati. By around 7 p.m., we're going to be talking about near Columbus, just to the east of Springfield and Georgetown. By 8 p.m., we're going to be talking about Chillicothe, Circleville, Lancaster, Mansfield, Elyria. And then as we move into 9 p.m., the severe risk should be starting to get a little bit less, but still some damaging winds will be possible. But, really from 5 p.m. to about 9 p.m. is going to be the biggest risk for tornadoes in Ohio. And then as we move into 11 p.m., most of the storms and damaging winds should be outside of Ohio. Clarksville, Tennessee, and Paducah, Kentucky. All right. Thank you, Emily, for yet another $5. Thank you so much. By the way, guys, all of your donations help out the channel big time, so I do appreciate it. We're going to be using those to pay for storm chasers today, so and also my bills. So thank you so much. Yeah, Clarksville is going to get potentially some pretty decent severe weather here if the HRRR is right. Even a strong tornado threat would not rule out a strong tornado threat there for Clarksville. Further up to the north, to the north, over here near Paducah, sometime at around like 6 to 7 p.m. You could be possible there with those damaging winds coming through your area. Let's go check back on our current conditions. I do want to continue to keep an eye on our storm over here. Yeah, still so far good to go here on our area. Again, most models have this starting to initiate as it gets into the St. Louis area. That's what we're watching out for. We do have some thunderstorms a little bit further off to the east. None of these should be tornadic here initially, as they are pretty disorganized thunderstorms right now. And we also have some little scattered showers over here south of Chicago heading towards Portage. So watch out for that. Those are going to be our main threat. A lot of lightning happening over here in Wisconsin. Just realized that. Is any of this snow or ice? Probably not, right? I remember correctly. Let me check in on that. Where's the precipitation type? Where am I missing it? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, some icing. Pretty intense icing, potentially on the coast there near Milwaukee. So watch out. Roads could get a little bit slippery. Get a little bit slippy. Think we might get a moderate risk soon. It's possible. I'm not really seeing anything that's really screaming a moderate risk to me, though, to be honest. Maybe they put a significant risk on the strong winds. I'd be really surprised if it was a tornadic upgrade. Holiday and camp, but I will say this: the SBC has been like weirdly bullish lately. It seems like they keep posting the worst case scenario for a lot of these events rather than trying to just nail the forecast. So it's been kind of weird because their wording hasn't really been lining up too well with reality lately, in my opinion. But I'm more of a conservative forecaster. And usually they are too, and we're pretty much in line at all times at the SPC and here. But it's been a little bit weird. Holiday in Camden, Tennessee. Yeah, sure. Holiday, Tennessee. Is that near Memphis? Oh no, I spelled it wrong. Holiday. There we go. Holiday. Yeah, you're gonna be in one of those areas where we got to watch out here for some pretty intense, severe weather. You know, pretty much Eastern Tennessee, it seems like, and going into Kentucky, and also like in the Boot Hill, Missouri, near Arkansas as well. It's kind of going to be where some of our most intense severe weather will be. By the time we move, wow, I mean, near Holiday, yeah, there is some potential here for some discrete supercells out here. And this is kind of a sweet spot here. If we do get a discrete supercell like this, this could definitely have the possibility of producing a strong tornado. So watch out there, Cherry. Hopefully these storms leave Paragould, Arkansas alone. I hope so, but you guys are going to kind of be the beginning of that significant hail threat over there. I mean, these storms are going to be some chonkers, and there's definitely a chance that they go right through you or pretty close to you. Do we have our new mesoscale analysis in yet? Oh, we do. All right, so we just got our newest ground data here, and you can see our 2,000 joule per kilogram line is starting to make it up into Illinois. Also, our 1,000 joule per kilogram line is making it all the way up into St. Louis now. So that, you know, we should be expecting initiation here with our mesocyclone in a little bit. In the capping inversion seems to be eroding up here, so I think we're getting pretty close to this storm in Missouri starting to fire off here. Let's go check in on our lower level shear values. Yeah, we're sitting around 35 to 45 knots. 30 to 35 knots where those storms will probably fire near St. Louis. So there will be a little bit of a tornado threat if those storms can mature. Love the coverage. Well, thank you, Mary. I do appreciate that $10. Thank you so much. We try our best. We try our best. Renji with the 5. Welcome, welcome. Do I think there's much of a strong tornado threat around London, Kentucky? I see the SPC mentioning the threat, but not sure where. So for London, Kentucky, it's not going to really be a strong tornado threat. It'll most likely just be, you know, damaging winds and a QLCS tornado threat. I'd be very surprised if strong tornadoes were possible over here. They're not impossible, but, you know, most likelihood here is going to be those briefer and weaker tornadoes being possible there. Doesn't mean it's going to happen for sure, but damaging winds certainly seems to be your biggest threat out there. Thank you, Nathan, for the 5 as well. I-77 Ohio all the way down to Virginia today. Knoxville tomorrow. What do I got for you? For Knoxville, that's over here, right? I don't think it's a smaller city. Why isn't it popping up? Oh, there it is. Knoxville, you guys are mainly going to be talking about damaging winds and a very small threat for tornado as we move into around like 4 to 5 a.m. The northern panhandle of West Virginia be? You know, it's possible that you will get just skipped. Like right up in here, I'm guessing with the panhandle. Is this the panhandle or the T-spout? It's either going to be some damaging winds or they're going to be dying pretty much right on top of you, Krista. Chattanooga. Chattanooga looks like right around 6 a.m. There, mostly just some damaging winds. Pretty disorganized cluster moving over you in the morning hours. Tuscaloosa. What is that? Is that a real city? And thank you, Kermit, for the 2. Columbus, Indiana, and Louisville, Kentucky. Columbus, Indiana, and Louisville, Kentucky. So there's Louisville. Yeah, it looks like strong tornadoes will be possible, or not strong. maybe briefer and weaker tornadoes, and then maybe a stronger tornado threat as we move into like 8 p.m. But it's on the lower end of things. Mainly just damaging winds and large hail are going to be your main concern, starting at around 4 p.m. and ending at around 9. Let's go do another update on our severe storm over here near Killen, Texas. It looks like that severe storm is making it through the area. Parker Heights is going to be next in line, and Salado, Texas, after that. So guys, continue to be indoors and away from windows. Let me check out on this storm that we might be about to get a severe weather or severe thunderstorm warning on that. Yeah, I mean, not really. A little bit on the weak side. A little bit stronger hail signal over here south of Bertram. Ba-dum-ba-ba-ba. I'm hating it. And by it, I mean the storms. I want everybody to take some time. And thank you, NASCAR bot, for being a member for about as long as it takes for a baby to be born. Thank you so much. How will Northeast Ohio be? Northeast Ohio. Another severe thunderstorm warning there in Texas. Northeastern Ohio. Just check that really quick. And then we'll do something a little bit more lighthearted here in a little bit. Yeah, northeastern Ohio will probably be around like 8 p.m. Through 11 p.m. with some damaging winds and a very small chance for tornadoes being possible, but it'll mostly be a damaging wind threat. I say it's lighthearted, but at the same time, it's not. I want everybody to think of their best diss on this storm. And I'll be reading some of the ones that make me laugh. We don't like this storm. Nobody wants this storm unless you're one of those WX Twitter weenies. They do cheer storms on all the time, which is just weird. Should you be worried about tornadoes in Indiana? A little bit, yeah. I mean, there's definitely going to be a tornado chance, probably starting around like 2 or 3 p.m. There in the Indianapolis area, Logansport, South Bend, and then the tornado risk should go down by the time we're going into 7 p.m. NATO chances for $2 in northern West Virginia. Thank you, Red Feather, for gifting a membership. Do appreciate that. Yeah, northern West Virginia looking like it's going to get started at around 12 a.m., head through Morgantown by 1 a.m., and then should fizzle out by around 4 a.m. there in the Panhandle. I do want to check back in on our little mezzo low. Yeah, a little bit more convection starting to happen here north of Sullivan and also a little bit down there near Salem. So we might be seeing the beginning here. Instability is there. So is the wind shear. So these storms should get started as they get close to St. Louis. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, this thing right here, although it doesn't look too particularly dangerous right now, this is most likely going to be the beginning of our tornado and damaging wind threat. And it should get started near the St. Louis area, so we're really close. We shall see. When will I get a girlfriend or wife? I don't know. Maybe never. Maybe never. I hope it's possible, but I I don't really have a whole lot of time for all that. Not gonna lie. Thank you, name last for the 5. I do appreciate that. GR Michigan. Is it just gonna? Yeah, mainly Michigan. We're talking about damaging winds, lower tornado threat, but damaging wind threat will be maximized here in the southern area of Michigan near Kalamazoo and Detroit. A little bit less up there near Flint, Saginaw, Mount Pleasant. Thank you, Hochi for the 5. Don't want to keep on bugging you, but how would Arlington, Tennessee look? Let me see. Hey, thank you, Annie, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's see here. Arlington, Tennessee. Yeah, yep. Near Memphis. My brother used to work in Memphis. So yeah, some tornadoes, potentially even strong tornadoes, are going to be possible for you. And that threat, and then also some damaging winds and some large hail, and maybe even very large hail, could be coming into your area by around 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Time frame. And back over here and keep on monitoring this area. Because again, on our latest HRRR runs, ones that actually had model support or, atmospheric support, you can see this thing is either going to get started right after St. Louis or right before St. Louis. Maybe just right over St. Louis. This is kind of our first storm of the day here. And after this storm goes through St. Louis, that's going to be pretty much it, by the way. So if you live in St. Louis, this is really going to be your only, threat here for the day. It's a little bit anemic now, but things are starting to come together in that area. We'll see if they'll actually fire or not. Real cloudy with a slight breeze in Madison, Mississippi. All right. Thank you for letting me know. By the way, they did allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire with this storm near Colleen, meaning the hail and damaging wind threat is kind of falling off a map there. I do want to check back down in here just to make sure we're not going to get any sneaky NATOs down here. Sometimes with these little Gulf systems, you can get some sneaky NATOs. Some NATO bonds. James NATO. Yeah, not seeing anything. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Nice and warm over here in the UK. That's good. Y'all get any crazy weather over there or not? I don't know. I think UK, you guys usually get like those Sting jets, right? We should be getting a new SPC update, by the way, within the hour or in about an hour. Do I think we need a 45 hash for the wind or nah? Surprised people still use that. That was like a meme that was made when I was younger. Or nah. Thank you, Corey, for the 10. Let me check out our latest wind gusts on that. See what the her is saying. Yeah, I think a hash region will be possible. No. I mean, look at this. I mean, most of the winds don't really get up that high. And we do have some instances of like 60 to 70 miles per hour happen. It's kind of a meh look for a damaging wind. I mean, there's going to be widespread damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour possible, but I'm not seeing anything that indicates it's going to be higher than that. So they might put a significant wind risk somewhere. The UK has the most tornadoes per square mile. Wow, they're rarely noticeable. Yeah, that does happen. All right, so $10 donation says thank you for the coverage from Corey. Hopefully this will help with DoorDash a bit. Yeah, that will help a big time. Thank you so much. It's your guys' donation does that keep this channel going. We don't do sponsors or anything like that. We are completely crowd funded. We don't want to be controlled by nobody. So that's actually a bigger help than you could ever think. Is there a rough timeline for the weather today in Bloomington, Indiana? Oh, let me check it out. Yeah, over here near Bloomington, there is even some storms starting to try to get started over there near Evansville. These could eventually be some storms we have to keep an eye on if they can kind of mature. They're not really in a great environment right now. Let's come over here to the models. Right here to the 12Z. Yeah, it looks like, starting at by around 3 p.m. there near Bloomington, there could definitely be a tornado chance starting to get elevated around you. And then another shot behind that with potentially another tornado chance. So, really from 3 to around 6 p.m. is going to be, your big, your biggest window here for that tornadic and damaging wind activity. Mesoanalysis update. Yeah, well, we just went over it, but we'll go over it again in just a little bit. Thank you, Andrew, for the 5. How's Hopkinsville to Kentucky looking? Hopkinsville is going to be, potentially pretty dangerous depending on what these storms do. It could be a strong tornado threat with some of those guys, and then again, with some prefrontal cells possible, and then another area here with some damaging winds. So multiple threats here for some hail, large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes, starting as early as 2 p.m. And ending at around 10 p.m. Northeast Alabama needs to be in alert. Yes, Northeast Alabama does. I missed 2 donations. Really? Hazel's. Oh yeah, thank you, Chandler, for the 2. What do I think the tornado chance for Florida is going to be? And Wolf City. Okay. And Clinton, Michigan. Holy crap, I'm missing a bunch. All right, we'll start off with Clinton, Michigan. Where's Clinton? I'm not used to getting that many smaller to larger donations, so I usually don't look at chat that much, but maybe I'll pay attention a little bit more to that. Where is Clinton? Clinton, Michigan. Yeah, you're definitely gonna have to be watching out for some damaging winds. And it'll be really just only one shot for that, starting at around 5 p.m. Through 7 p.m. A little bit of an elevated risk for some tornadoes there. And then for Hannah, your $5 donation for Wolf City, it's going to be pretty hit or miss still out in this area, but some storms could fire as early as around 3 or 4 p.m. Around 3 or 4 p.m. And then we have some storms to the south; those move off to the east. So be watching out for that threat over there as well. Did Hopkinsville? What do I think about the chance of tornadoes in Florence? Over here near Florence, Alabama, I think it's pretty low. I think our chances is going to be either damaging winds or kind of, or like it's going to be a low tornado threat. It's going to be a more linear line. Our lower level winds are not going to be too strong, but there are going to be some down there. So, QLCS tornadoes cannot be ruled out in northwestern Alabama going into northern Alabama. How about Bakersfield and Moody, Missouri? Bakersfield and Moody. No, Bakersfield, Missouri. Go. Yeah, it looks like you guys are in that enhanced risk. And it's going to be pretty hit or miss, but some pretty strong thunderstorms could fire by around 3 p.m. around you guys. And these are going to carry that large to very large hail risk and a tornado risk with that. Thank you, Laura Hale, for becoming an EF3 member. And that'll be at around 3 p.m., ending at around 5 p.m. Crossville, Illinois. Y'all are putting me to work. I appreciate it. Crossville, Illinois. Over here near Albion. Yeah, it looks like some isolated thunderstorms are going to be possible around 2 p.m. And then by 3 p.m. could have some stronger storms coming through your area. Again, tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail are going to be a possibility. It should end by around like 6 or 7 p.m. Back over here to our radar, checking on these storms. Yeah, they still haven't gotten started yet. Again, this boundary right here, if that passes over St. Louis without initiating, then St. Louis is pretty much going to be good to go for the rest of the day. One thing I do want to do, let me do something really quick. We will get back to the donations here and everybody's questions. Unfortunately, I don't know what to do. We don't usually get this many donation questions. So I'm not really looking at chat that much because I'm getting so many donation questions. So I don't know what to do. I don't know how to balance that. I'll be honest. We don't usually get this many. Let me get this over here though. Let me bring that there. We'll bring this here. I do want to get some cameras here in the St. Louis area just in case these storms fire nearby. Let's see. We'll bring up. We get a sky view on one of these cameras, maybe. Isn't bad. Yeah, we'll keep our eye on this camera. All right. Back over to it. But yeah, as you can see, also starting to see some convective initiation a little bit further down to the south here as well, near Fredericktown. These ones could also upscale and become a tornado and damaging wind threat later down the line, potentially for like Fredericktown, Perryville, Farmington, and Ironton. Again, this is like the real radar here. And I'm still keeping my eye on these guys out over here near Princeton and Jasper, Indiana. And then back down over here near Gerald, Texas. Still have a line of potentially up to 50-mile-per-hour winds possible, 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east there. Should go north of Round Rock and south of Temple there. You want to check back in here just to make sure we're not getting any rotations over here. Yeah, we're still good out here. All right. Back over to the questions. Kankakee, Illinois. Yeah, looks like looks like we're talking about your chance being around 2 p.m. It's either going to be hit or miss for you. And mainly going to be damaging winds and hail there. Overcast storms, not so bad. And if sunny, will it be worse? Yeah, usually when it's sunny, that indicates that there's more storm food building in. And then Baxter, Tennessee. Yeah, some isolated threat there for a tornado by around 5 p.m. That clears out. And then your main line of storms and tornado threat and damaging winds comes in by around 2 a.m. All right. All right, we're caught up on the questions. Sorry about that. I honestly don't know what to do with that because I feel like I got to answer those questions. Thank you, NoobTube, plays for the question. That's gonna be Jackson County, Michigan. Yeah, your threat's gonna be mainly damaging winds, and a small tornado threat. Same thing for Detroit. A pretty elevated risk there for damaging winds. It'll most likely happen. Yeah, Oklahoma's good today, although southeastern Oklahoma could see some storms, but it's a pretty conditional risk near like Stigler, McAllister, areas like Idabel and Hugo. For Huntsville, Alabama, I think we're just talking about damaging winds and a small risk for tornadoes. Some brief weak tornadoes are going to be possible. Certainly would be weather aware. We are in an elevated risk for severe weather there. Terre Haute, we're mainly talking about potential for some tornadoes, damaging winds, and maybe even some hail as well. Hello, KJ. Welcome. You love the channel? Well, I appreciate that. Can you help me out with the Southeast Kansas is looking like? Yeah, Southeast Kansas is looking good. You guys had your main threat last night, so you'll be all right. And thank you, Transplant and Julia, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Thank you for the update. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I'm trying. There's a lot of you guys, but we're doing our best. We'll try to get you guys the best chance of knowing what the heck's gonna happen. Yeah, over here in Bologna Sandwich, Illinois, looking like a pretty low chance. Again, the storms are mostly going to fire over there near Chicago. So, if storms do fire at all, you might see something, but it seems like a pretty hit or miss risk. Flint, Michigan's mainly going to be damaging winds. Maybe a small risk for tornadoes. You're nervous in Henderson, Kentucky today. Understandable. Understandable. You are kind of in that area where probably our highest probability of severe weather will be. So definitely keep an eye out there in Henderson. Some tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail is all going to be possible for you. I mean, could get a little dicey. It's sandwich, not bologna sandwich. I beg to differ. BLT sandwich. Is that better? Don't do that, Bill. What the heck is that? Does that actually work? Let me check. Thank you for the 5. Bill's just trying to piss me off. Or not piss me off, but make things super difficult. Let me see if that actually works. Longitude and latitude. Is that right? Bill, let me know if that's right. This is your first time watching me? Well, welcome, Eva. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Joppa, Illinois. Yeah, we can try to find Joppa. Bill's being a troll. Bill's a good dude, though. He finds cams sometimes, and he also sometimes storm chases. Let's see here. What was that one question? Crap. Bacon and egg sandwich. I like that one. I said I said a city, and I completely lost it in the chat. I promise you, or I apologize to you. Elizabethtown, Kentucky. It's over here. Yeah. Your risk is mainly going to be those damaging winds, and you will have a tornado threat associated with them, but it's not going to be nearly as strong as it is further to the west. Grand Slam breakfast sandwich, Illinois. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, let's keep it at that. Oh, here comes. Oh, crap. Here comes everybody talking about food. Get ready. We said food. It's gonna get started. South Carolina, most of South Carolina is in a 10% tornado risk for tomorrow. So be watching out for those damaging winds and brief tornadoes. Bacon. Yeah, bacon is top tier. Making spaghetti right now. Ooh. I dare you to throw some chili powder in there. Put some taco cheese on that spaghetti. Trust me. You'll thank me later. But chili powder, garlic, salt and pepper, like a little Mexican spaghetti. Really good. You want to go heavy on the chili powder. Let's see here. Just had bacon and eggs. Nice. Hey, I had sausage biscuits for this morning. Craving cheese dipped in cheese. Did you say cheese? Oh no, chips dipped in cheese. Okay. I thought you said cheese dipped in cheese. Another little storm starting to initiate back over here north of the West Plains. Again, if you're just now tuning in, the kind of first area where we're expecting our severe weather risk to start today is going to be here in and along this little MCS here. That's about to move into the St. Louis area. The storms will either fire or not, but they are starting to fire further down to the south. Not so much here along our first initiating boundary. We got a couple of storms starting to get started down in here. Yeah, our main risk will be starting here at least earlier. Our first risk for today. Cool chip cheese, yum. Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, Columbus and most of Western Ohio. This pretty much goes for everybody. It's mainly going to be a line of damaging winds in the overnight period. We'll go check out the models real quick. Moodles. Yeah, it looks like starting at around 5 p.m. For Ohio, and then Columbus will be around like 7 to 8. All right, let's go back and try to find some better cams in Missouri. Let's try to see what this little boundary looks like. We would want to be like, honestly, like down in here, I think maybe. Yeah, I should be right. Camera not loading. That's not helpful. Let's see if it eventually loads. What happened to y'all's cameras out here? Oh, there's another view. No sky view. We're looking for a sky view. Sky views are so hard to get. Oh, there's a little something on the right side, top right side of the screen. That might be that boundary. This is facing west, so that's looking at the right direction. It's just outside of St. Louis. I'm going to be eating a chicken sandwich. Ooh, I made the best sauce a couple days ago. Not going to lie. I'll tell you all the recipe, the secret recipe. So you get mayo, put it in a cup, and then you add chili powder, a little bit of garlic, some paprika, some pepper, and some liquid smoke, just a tiny bit of liquid smoke. You don't want to go too heavy on the liquid smoke, and just a tiny bit of pickle juice. And you mix that all together on a chicken sandwich. That is fire. And I would use chicken that is like lightly seasoned. It is amazing. Also put some pickles on that. Thank you, Bill, for the 5. On a more serious note, we do need some rain as we have the biggest wildfire in upstate history. Yeah, I've been seeing some news stories about that. Is that North Carolina, right? Or South Carolina? Can we get like 5 more pixels for the cam? I wish. If there was something I could pay to make those cams a little bit more serious in terms of its resolution, I would. Not as good as Meemaw's brisket. No, brisket is really good. What's the sauce called? You can call it fry sauce. We'll call it fry sauce. I'll start making bottles of it for y'all. We'll sell it. It'd be $10,000 per bottle. I'm just kidding. It's just that good. You want to make some? Definitely do. Definitely do. It is really good. Again, the recipe is mayo, chili powder, pepper, liquid smoke, a little bit of liquid smoke, a little bit of pickle juice, and some garlic and paprika. You just mix it all together, and oh my gosh, that sauce is chef's kiss. It is chef's kiss. You could put that ish on anything. To be honest, you can eat fries with that. You can put on a chicken sandwich. It could also, maybe if you threw like a little bit of ketchup in there, you could also throw that on a burger. So we're watching this channel during storm season is what makes you fat. You know what? You're not lying. You're not lying. My last name is Freiberger, and yeah, we talk about food maybe too much. Maybe too much. These storms near Fredericktown are getting a little bit more spicy. A little bit more spicy. No rotation on them yet, but they are getting a little bit more spicy. They're getting a little bit bigger. Oh, man, look at this. Our first lightning bolt with one of these storms has occurred. We'll remember that lightning bolt forever. Thank you, Erica, Kelly, and Dat for subscribing. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you guys are finding this helpful. Also, if you guys live in any of these severe weather areas, make sure you're sharing this stream to your social medias because you never know who's looking for, coverage. Someone might just be at the last straw with their local weatherman and they want somebody that goes a little bit more in depth, gets a little bit more down and nerdy with the severe weather. Did I put the recipe in chat? Someone can type it out. If any of the mods remember the recipe, they can. We'll pin it to the top of the chat. There we go. We'll pin the recipe on the top of the chat if the mods remember. I'll start typing it. So it's you start off with the mayo. and chili powder. This is also how you make severe weather as well. Mayo, chili powder, um, black pepper, a little bit of liquid smoke, a little bit of pickle juice, um, garlic powder, and paprika. You guys end up trying it, and it's called fry sauce. And I'll put ketchup is optional and works great with sauce. You could also add mustard into there if you really wanted. It's really just an everything sauce. It's really, really good. Like, it's really, really good. It's addictive. I'm sorry that I've told this to you. And I'll pin that. People are going to come in and be like, what the heck are they talking about? This is supposed to be a severe weather stream. If anybody asks, we're talking about the ingredients for severe weather. All right. The mayo is the lower level shear. The chili powder is the upper level shear. The black pepper is the instability. The liquid smoke is the lapse rates. The pickle juice is the mid level lapse rates. The garlic powder is the mid level shear. The paprika is the run out of things. Is the dew points, and the ketchup is optional. But if you do have it, tornadoes will definitely be possible. If anybody asks, that's what we're talking about. When will it start? It's starting to start right now. We're watching this boundary here near St. Louis. There's a reason why we have St. Louis centered here on our screen. The storms will either start right over St. Louis or just to the east of St. Louis, and that will be the beginning of our severe weather threat. I think I said instability, Mom. I think I did. Belly NATO. That, honestly, if you are sensitive to spices, yes. We have a storm starting to fire over in St. Louis itself. So if that's where our boundary is, this might be the only action that St. Louis sees all day, depending on how fast that intensifies. Let me see if I can get a camera on that guy. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Breaking news. Rain showers have started in St. Louis. Got a rain shower warning. Here's a great view of the storm. Look at that. Looking very bridge-like. A little bit of a weird-looking storm. Hmm. Oh, here's a good view. That is downtown St. Louis. And I think that dark blob over there, it says we're looking to the east, which might be the wrong direction. Yeah, it is the wrong direction, actually. St. Louis, that's a nice looking city. You guys have a nice little city over there. I'm gonna find one facing more to the west. I don't really like that camera though. You gotta remember where that is. Hold on. It's like almost webcam quality. Yeah, that one right there. That camera is Chef's Kiss. It's a Chef Smooch webcam. All right, let's see here. Click on this one. Oh, another bridge-like storm on that one. Some rain happening over here. So that is from that storm. Yeah, this is certainly our best camera. We'll just keep it here. We might see something. It's facing the wrong direction, but eventually we'll see. Yeah, it's a little bit windy there too. We got a little tree wind indicator there as well. Let me come over here to you know, yeah, that's what we were saying, and it's kind of happening. So the storms are either going to start right over St. Louis or just to the east of it. So that is what is happening. Our initial boundary here, that'll be our first damaging wind and tornado threat, most likely, of today. Can you join my team? I do not have I have kind of a team. Tornado explorers on the cams, news reporters, but it's not a really organized system. Just because I don't really want to ask much of anybody, because we just don't make a lot of money on this channel most of the time. But every year it gets a little bit more, so maybe some cooler updates to all that could be possible. It's just so inconsistent. So it's hard to plan on that kind of stuff and to budget that. When do I think the peak tornado hours will be? Probably around like 6 to 8 p.m., I think. Yeah, the thumbnails, the video editing, all of the stream stuff that you see, our warning system. Well, the bottom part of the warning system that was made by somebody else, but I made this warning system that shows like warnings in the top right, and if there's like a hail warning, it would be that one. I made the video there too. Automatically plays. All proceeds from fry sauce will benefit the channel. You know what? Making chicken wings, that is a little bit of a stretch. But selling a sauce, I think I can do that. I think I can do that. Maybe. Someone's gonna have to motivate me though. If anybody during this stream donates $100, we'll send them the first fry sauce ever. Thank you, Matthew Tipton, by the way, for that 5. What time is the start and the end of these major storms in Poplar Bluff, Missouri? There should be getting started here. This little boundary should technically, be extended back down like this. So we should get storms fire up in this region over the next couple of hours. It'll be a free storm chaser in your semi. That is not a bad idea, to be honest. There's a lot of getting a little bit darker and a little bit windier here in St. Louis. Not sure if this is going to go severe thunderstorm warned though before it's out of St. Louis, but yeah, a lot of truckers have like dash cams on there, and if you could just have like this massive network of truckers on a map that have live dash cams, that actually would be, I'm not gonna lie, that would be like super helpful. That would be something that I would try to organize, like later down the line, because a lot of them do have dash cams. I thank you, Lyra Liffy, for becoming a WIMD member. By the way, this is the view of St. Louis. We got an itty bitty storm starting here. And in fact, let me get the radar up here. My goodness, that's massive. Massive radar. Right there in St. Louis. You can see we actually got some reds. So yeah, this storm is getting started pretty quickly here in the St. Louis area. Still kind of a baby storm, so it's not going to really have too many impacts. But our first severe thunderstorm warning, at least associated with our more dangerous risk here, could be about to happen. Hattiesburg going to get it bad today? It's possible. It is possible. It should be on the lower end of things, though, to be honest. Is that Ferris wheel spinning? Like, is that in operation? Are there people on that Ferris wheel? Do they ever spin the Ferris wheel when there's not people on it? Just a question for our St. Louisans here in chat. The area of most concern, I would say, is near like the boot here of Missouri going into like Kentucky and Tennessee, like Western Tennessee. It generates electricity. Does it really? You live near there? Well, why is it running? If there's people on that Ferris wheel, they're going to be scared as like that's really dangerous, especially if the storm starts producing lightning. It is still turning. That Ferris wheel appears to be in operation as this storm comes through. Can you imagine being on a Ferris wheel and then hail starts to fall? Is there a street cam near there? I don't think there's one closer to the Ferris wheel, no. Hopefully they are unloading. Hopefully so. Hopefully it's just the wind that's causing that to spin. But if it's not, and if that's not how that works, there might be people on that Ferris wheel, which would be nuts. Definitely, I don't think anybody has riding out a severe thunderstorm warning exposed in a Ferris wheel on their bucket list. Wind wouldn't do that. But yeah, probably not. I don't think it's that windy. And I think the Ferris wheel has brakes. Ferris wheel intercept. Oh my gosh. Imagine 0 metering in a Ferris wheel. Yeah. Dangerous activities happening right now. Thankfully, this isn't severe warned. I don't think we're dealing with hail yet with this, but just basically getting rained on with in the Ferris wheel is not fun. Back over here, we're actually getting a little bit more widespread storms starting to initiate here near St. Louis and Fredericktown. And again, if you're just now tuning in, this is going to be the beginning of our severe weather threat here. Some large to very large hail will be possible, and damaging winds of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour will also be possible. And in fact, do we have a severe thunderstorm watch yet? Not yet, but we'll probably get a mesoscale discussion here shortly, if I had to guess. We don't even have a mesoscale discussion though, but they will issue one eventually. You talk about south of Chicago, sure. Yeah, south of Chicago is mainly going to be damaging winds. If we can get like the storms are going to be firing kind of last minute up here in this region, but if they do get it organized before they go into Chicago and like Merrillville, there could be a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat, kind of like what happened last time when we covered your guys' area up there. Let's go check in on our Ferris wheel again. It's still going. I repeat that Ferris wheel is still in operation. 200 feet tall. We don't have any indications of lightning yet with this storm, so hopefully not. Uh-oh, looks like Maryland, my mom. Looks like my mom's gonna be the first one to receive some fry sauce. There we go. The first bottle of fry sauce is going to happen. It is going to happen. I'll probably have like I think I'll make the branding for it. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna happen. Like I said, I don't want to do merch. But like fun food items, absolutely. Absolutely. That will happen. Yeah, the 1 cent paid on delivery. That one, that's wild. We'll make it together, Mom. We will. But huge shout out to Mama Fry, the biggest supporter of this channel, the biggest fan. Yeah, we'll also be shipping another fry sauce bottle to Sandwich, Illinois, as well, because they probably need some sauce for their sandwiches. And in fact, if you guys didn't know about Sandwich, Illinois, their entire town is just a sandwich. Like all their buildings are sandwich shaped. And there's actually one of those little toothpicks that goes into their city with an olive on it. Mesoscale discussion has popped up for St. Louis. Ah, there we are. Yeah, weak convection approaching east central Missouri expected to intensify near the Mississippi River. A watch probability of 80%. Might be a tornado watch. Yeah. Peak tornado intensity will be 100 to 130 miles per hour, 65 to 80 miles per hour, and 1.5 inch hail to 2.5 inch hail there. So things are getting started. Our first mesoscale discussion of the day has been issued. So there we go, folks. There we go. Things are getting started. So if you're in this little red circle here for parts of Illinois and Missouri, be weather aware because things are getting started. What does Greenfield, Alabama look at like? Thank you, sister. Sabotage for the $5. Thank you so much. Well, let's see here. Where's Greenville? I feel like I've heard of that before, but I always forget. Yeah, south of Montgomery. You're in a marginal risk, so some damaging winds will be possible, but it's not going to be really that bad. And it's going to be mainly in the early morning hours there. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Whoa. This is the backside of that storm. And look at all that rain on the left side. You see how it goes from, you can see the city, and then to the left of that, there seems to be this blob that goes all the way down to the ground. That is that heavy rainfall coming out of that storm. Visit Sandwich, Illinois. You know what? That's going to be. I will literally drive to Sandwich, Illinois, to make my announcement of our first mass shipment of fry sauce, and we will also be packaging and distributing fry sauce specifically only in Sandwich, Illinois. We're gonna bring so many jobs to Sandwich, Illinois. It's gonna be crazy. You'll go into Sandwich, Illinois, and you'll ask where do you work, and everybody will be saying the same thing at the fry sauce factory. Yeah, the good news is that the storm's moving away from the Ferris wheel now. We're looking at the backside of this storm in St. Louis. Well, there needs to be sandwich sauce. There needs to be sandwich shops. Be cool if a train goes by. There was a train earlier. Radar, please. Sure. We'll come back over to the radar. All right. Since we are kind of getting into storm coverage mode, everybody say goodbye to Radar Omega and hello to WeatherWise, most reliable weather app out there in terms of its radar coverage. You're hungry? Yeah. I will warn you guys if you're going to be sticking around today, one of the symptoms of a Evan Freiberger live stream is increased hunger. Still no severe thunderstorm warnings yet on this storm, by the way, but some of the storms are getting kind of close. Let's go check our vertically integrated liquid. Yeah, maybe some small hails actually falling here near Ironton, Missouri. You can see the vertically or the VIL is rising, which means our hail threat is slowly getting there. Ever do business with Wahlburger? Yeah, we will definitely have to try that. And thank you, LCDP. Holy moly, for the $50 donation. Says I am super effective. Thank you. Maybe we'll send you some fry sauce as well. Follow me on Twitter and send me a message. Thank you, Clips for the 10. Thank you so much. What is Southern Indiana gonna get like in Evansville? Damaging winds and a tornado threat over there near Evansville for sure. And that is going to be coming from not only these storms, but also any storms that kind of fire in this region and kind of move up into that area eventually, too. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for that donation. Again, like we are only crowdfunded here. We don't do any sponsorships. Like sponsorships can give up to like 2 to 3 grand, but then they have to control what you say. And I don't like that kind of stuff. So we don't do any of that. We're kind of like the Bernie Sanders of weather forecasting. We only take donations from small dollar donators and don't do any business or any finagling with corporations. We're here for you and we'll only be here for you. Therefore, we can say our opinions whenever we want and we don't have to have our messaging controlled by anybody. But thank you guys so much. Those donations really do go a long way in keeping this channel funded. Oh, here we go. There's the backside. We can see the storm a little bit better here on this camera. What a nice cam. This is like a perfect cam here for the St. Louis area. And it's a traffic camera. We're not going to get political. It's just a metaphor, guys. Come on. Just a metaphor. Can I check Yorkville, Illinois? Don't know where that is. I think it's like, I thought it was like over in this area. Like near the border, maybe? We're not doing like future. Oops, wrong scene. We're not doing future forecasts anymore. We're back. We're now into now casting. We will be doing forecasts throughout the day. Hold on. And in fact, I have this set up over here. So let's not there. Come down to here. Yeah, we'll set this up here really quick. I do have this set up, so we can answer questions about like specific states. Like for Illinois, your threat's getting started pretty much right now. And then that will spread up into like northeastern Illinois near Chicago by 2 p.m. And then the southern side will be more later in the day at around like 3 p.m. to around 5 p.m. is when that risk is going to be. And remember, tornadoes and damaging winds with some large to very large hail is going to be possible throughout this entire day. Near Toledo, that's like up here, isn't it? Yeah, that's just clouds. There's no actual storms nearby Toledo. I remind you of Peter Parker, the original one. Okay. That's funny because yesterday we were seeing some spider lightning, and I said my spider lightning senses were tingling. Clarksville, yeah, Clarksville's definitely going to have a tornado risk, and you know it's kind of in that area where I personally think the strongest tornadoes are going to be possible, and it's really going to be like in this region here. I think Maybe also a little bit further south. I would say like move this down a little bit further to the south. Mainly like in this area, I would say our strongest tornado threat is, or our highest chance for a strong tornado. No, not really much of a chance for strong tornadoes in northeastern Ohio. No. No hatched risk. Yeah. So yeah, I think NATOcast is so. And NATOcast is an AI based storm forecasting system, and this is what it thinks. It doesn't even think strong tornadoes are possible. Okay, and you can see it does have a 10% over there near like Kentucky going into Tennessee. Like if you were to take a risk of what my brain thinks, right? This is pretty darn close to it. This is pretty darn close to it. I'm still pretty doubtful on our strong tornado risk. I do think it's possible though. So there is a conditional risk. So maybe you could say NATOcast is a little bit unbullish in comparison to my current thought process. But I really don't think we're going to be seeing as widespread strong tornadoes as like the SPC is saying. I don't know what's going on with the SPC. I feel like they keep on posting the worst case scenario. Um, and but this I think is a great representation of how conditional that strong tornado risk is. There is definitely a possibility we don't even see a strong tornado today at all, but multiple tornadoes are going to be possible throughout the day. Like that's kind of my thoughts on today as well, with maybe a conditional, more conditional strong tornado risk in this area here. By the way, our line of thunderstorms is now out of the St. Louis area. And again, St. Louis, you're pretty much going to be done for the rest of the day. And is now moving into areas like Greenville, Breese, Marissa, Redbud, St. Genevieve, and Fredericktown. Where's the 10% hatched? Yeah, like so the SPC's 10% hatched is here. You can see how large that is in comparison to here, where there's not even a hatched risk. There's definitely some big differences here in between our models. And in between thought processes here. I think they're a little bit bullish on today. I still believe that. The atmosphere really doesn't support that big of a 10% hatched risk. I'm not sure why they're doing that. But that's just my thoughts. I definitely disagree with the expansiveness of that for sure. And thank you, Lisa, for the 10. I do appreciate that. So glad St. Louis is in the clear. Me too, Lisa, St. Louis. Me too. How bad will Juliet, Illinois get hit by these storms? Juliet is further up to the north. It's either going to form like right on top of you or just before you. So some question marks on when that initiation gets started. But if it does, some tornadoes and damaging winds will certainly be possible. Thank you, Abigail, for the 2. Park Hill, Missouri. Let me get Google Maps up. Park Hill, Missouri. That is just south of near like Farmington. Festus. Where's Festus? There's Festus. So you're like back down in, okay, there's Park Hills. Yeah, you're pretty much done. That little area of storms that came through, that's most likely going to be your main show. Small chances that these storms could maybe become thunderstorms behind it. Thank you so much, Abigail, for that $2. Thank you so much. Is there an ice storm? Yeah, we do have some ice warnings up here, ice storm warnings up in northern Wisconsin. And also some ice storm potential down here as well. I noticed on radar. Let's see if they're still there. Yeah, it's not there anymore. Maybe near Green Bay, though. Could be some icy conditions starting there. Also, in northern Michigan, we have potentially a lot of icing falling here. Significant icing could be possible up there. Power outages, all of that stuff is certainly going to be possible. Also, some icing over there in the UP of Michigan as well. reach 80,000 subs today. I don't think that's gonna happen. It is possible we reach 70,000. We are getting closer. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, let's get to 70K. That is a significant milestone. Yeah, Mushroom Gamers, a sandwichian. What is the time? The timing? Yeah, we'll do. Since we're having some questions about Tennessee, we'll come back over to here. Zoom into Tennessee. So for Tennessee, Clarksville's like up here. So looks like yeah, potentially sometime at around like 9 to 10 p.m. for Western Tennessee. And then going through central Tennessee by around like near Nashville by around like 11 to 12 p.m. or a.m. And then that kind of moves uh, through most of northern Tennessee. And then we could have still some damaging winds here for northern Alabama and southern Tennessee, but that's going to kind of fall apart pretty quickly, kind of conditional there. All right, let me see when my storm chasers are going live. I do want to keep an eye on that. Let's see here. We've got, I think Storm Runner Media is going to be chasing today, and I want to have them on. And they're scheduled for 1:30. So let me just go ahead and, while we got a brief moment here before things get started. Oh my gosh, is this guy still working on his truck? No, I don't think that's, I don't think that's recent. I think that was from a while ago. Okay, so there's Storm Runner Media. Let's get the most recent stream for Tornado Pagey up as well. Looks like she'll be starting in 2 hours. And then I think PA Storm Trackers is going to be out there as well. What do I use for thumbnails? I make them by hand. Make them by hand, and then I license. I license the like the tornado photo on my thumbnail. That is licensed from Adobe Stock. Now, let's go check to see if we got any concerning hail yet. Not quite yet. It's like some of our biggest hail will probably be just north and west of Redbud, here near Waterloo. Maybe some penny-sized hail there. Shreveport, Louisiana be bad? I don't think it's gonna be too bad. I mean, you guys are at an enhanced risk, but I think your tornado chance is pretty low. But damaging winds and very large hail will certainly be possible. That's your like main risks down there. Is Houston okay? Yeah, Houston will be fine. And we got a new update here from our Storm Prediction Center, I think. I were to guess, no moderate risk. I just got a notification for it. Did I not? Oh, no, it's a thunderstorm update. Do I use fry sauce? A little bit of fry sauce, yeah. In each thumbnail, for sure. No moderate. Oh. You know, that makes sense. Not gonna lie. Pretty much what we were expecting. St. Louis getting spared? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is now to the east of St. Louis. We're not really expecting much more convection behind this line here. In fact, this is what St. Louis looks like right now. Maybe even some sunlight trying to come back in. Yeah, our most significant hail today, I think it's going to be the hail. to be honest. Thank you, Hillary Graves, for the 199. How will Grand Rapids, Michigan be today? Grand Rapids is up in here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, some damaging winds will certainly be possible. You know, it'll probably get started over here near Chicago and come up into that area. And we can actually have some significant damaging winds up here, at least according to our latest HRRR model. And that is going to be, sometime around like, 4 or 5 p.m. up there near Grand Rapids. And then we got another donation with that one. Let me double check on that. Bailey B came in with a $5 donation. You live in a third floor apartment. Is this a chill in the apartment event or hang out in the clubhouse by the shelter event? Depends on where you live, really. I mean, if you live like further up to the north or like further down to the south, you could probably chill there. But if you live like specifically in like this corridor here, I would have a shelter nearby, to be honest. And in fact, we're already starting to see some convection trying to happen here near Poplar Bluff. First little scan there of some convection. Also, a storm trying to fire, or some storms trying to fire back over here near Springfield as well. So watch over there in Springfield, Missouri. Some thunderstorms are nearby, may or may not come into your area. We'll see. Thank you, Mike Rush, for the 5. Thank you so much. Columbus, Ohio, mainly just damaging winds, a pretty decent threat for some damaging winds of around 60 to 70 miles for Columbus, or 60 to 70 miles per hour. And also some potential there for a brief tornado. Increased or enhanced risk for Detroit. May I ask you what we might expect this afternoon and what time? Okay, let me see if that SPC outlook has come out on my end. It has. So yeah, for Detroit, yeah, tornado risk still going to be low. You guys are in that 45% chance for those 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, though, and some hail is possible too. But your main threat's going to be those damaging winds and power outages. This is the new SPC outlook here, and as you can see, not a whole lot has changed. A little bit further north on our enhanced risk. That's really the biggest difference I'm seeing here. Tornado outlook really hasn't changed too much. Wind risk is actually, I think the wind risk has actually moved a little bit further to the east. A little bit further to the east. Also a little bit smaller, I think. Hail risk is still generally in the same place, though. Yeah. Those are the minute changes in our latest outlook, and no moderate risk, which is honestly not surprising. The models really aren't too bullish. You're in the slight. You'll be all right, trust me. The slight risks on this event is most likely going to be, pretty manageable. Good news for right now, we're not seeing any areas of rotation in and along our leading edge of the line yet. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, no problem, Patty. Thank you for that $10 donation. Thank you so much. Jonesboro. Jonesboro is going to be later today. Initiation expected sometime between 1 and 4 p.m. out here, and those storms could be carrying some of our first initial like big time hailstorms. So we're talking about anywhere from an inch of hail to like 2.5 inch hail, maybe even getting up as high as DVD size. Will the drive from Illinois to Toledo be bad? Depends. I mean, if you leave right now, you'll probably be able to stay out in front of the storms. But if you run into traffic, you might get caught up in some storms. It could be bad, just depending on how the traffic conditions are. Is DVD hail official yet? Yes, it is. I've seen it in some warnings before, I think, and also in like watches too. I think it is officially official. Wow, that's interesting. Thank you for sending that in, Sandy. Apparently, some folks got near Memphis, Tennessee. Some folks got stuck on a ride for 6 hours. Police had to come in and rescue them. That was yesterday. Gorilla hail, yeah, gorilla hail. That is not an official term. Some people are like, "What's a DVD?" Everybody knows what a DVD though is. But if you want a refresher, we do have a test button for our DVD sized hail. Anywhere from like 3 to 4 inches, I think, is how it is. Last warning that was issued was for 0.7-inch hail near Williamson. Why doesn't that say a state? Oh, near San Antonio. That's Williamson, Texas. Yeah, there's been last year we had a couple of storms that reached that capability. VHS size hail. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're gonna have home videos hailing out of the sky today. Videos of your marriage that happened 20 years ago falling out of the sky today. You stream your hail with Wi-Fi. There's probably some people in chat right now that don't even know what a VHS is. Vinyl record size hail? My goodness. Got Freddie Mercury's falling out of the sky. Beethoven. Is there a chance that the slight risk will go to Western Long Island and New York City? Yes, for damaging winds, yeah. Yeah, that'll be tomorrow. But yeah, there's definitely a chance for a line of damaging winds. Usually it's baseballs, yeah. And that's once you get it to baseball sized hail, that is destructive hail. Let me pull up an example for that as well. I have it. There it is. Just a test warning. That's not real. It's an example for that. Dish network sized hail. Oh my goodness. Y'all are coming in strong with the funnies today. I do appreciate that. Yeah, still no severe thunderstorm warnings yet. Farmington, probably just south of Farmington, is where some of our larger hail is at the moment. Further up to the north, the storms are struggling to organize their updrafts. What's the largest hail I've seen? 2-inch hail. Yeah, the enhanced risk has been extended. So here's our latest outlook. Been extended up to the north. And that's pretty much the only area it's been extended. And I would say like the biggest change here is our wind risk. It's been moved to the east a little bit. Still a 30% chance in the same areas though for those 60-mile-per-hour winds and above. Webcasting has been wild on social media. Kind of gets you mad because it really isn't as crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, like yesterday, I will admit, yesterday, the HRRR came out with a pretty bullish run yesterday, but we checked it with the other models, and it was kind of an outlier. So like that's why it's important to follow up a weatherman that will check other models and compare and contrast and get an average rather than just taking the worst case scenario. But yeah, the hype casting is especially on like Facebook and YouTube and other platforms, it's really bad. We even see people try to compare this storm to the 14th. uh, Wild. Where would you say the largest threat is? In my opinion, I think our most dangerous threat, it's a conditional threat, but the most dangerous threat will be in here for stronger tornadoes. Um, we'll see if that actually happens, but none of our models, again, none of our models are really that bullish for it, though. That's the thing. Even though we do have a strong tornado threat today, it is very conditional. March 15th was an insane outbreak. Yeah, both of those days were. And like the night and day difference between this event and that is just it's so vast. It's so vast. Like anybody that says that kind of crap, you should just immediately like block them. And thank you, Angie, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, you guys don't have to worry about that here. Also, what hypecasters do when they're live is they'll like look at a storm, like they'll come down here and they'll be like, "Oh, look at this. There's a hook in here. Watch out." But hooks don't mean anything, by the way, if there's no rotation. The only reason anybody should be talking about a hook in radar is if there is some actual rotation in there. So watch out for those folks as well. They'll try to make a storm, you know, be more tornadic than it really is, or they'll talk a little bit too crazy about certain aspects. Like we have decent amount of cape out there, but our lower level shear is relatively on the weaker side. I mean, look at this. I mean, we're only at around 30 to 35 knots, which again is not that strong of lower level shear. So it's not like our atmosphere is very favorable for tornadoes. It's not. It's really not that favorable. There will be a possibility for tornadoes today, and if we get unlucky, we could get an increase of some lower level shear throughout the nighttime at around 7 to 8 p.m. And we could potentially see some stronger tornadoes down here. Yeah, you got a lot. I mean, I know it's hard for you guys though, because I mean, how the heck are you supposed to know if the weatherman's lying to you or not? You're not a weather expert. They're supposed to keep you, on that, in the truth. Why did Tylertown get a tornado emergency? Your thoughts? Why didn't Tylertown? I think they issue tornado emergencies. It's not just based on like tornado strength, but it's also based on how big the city is, like how many people could be impacted by that tornado. Whether it's unpredictable, it is, and the most responsible thing to do is to just always remind people of that. And really go into detail about like how inaccurate these models can be, or what are the different scenarios, where's the worst case scenario, where's the best case scenario, and kind of mix that together with your wording. And that's usually the best. That's how I do it. That's how most local meteorologists do it. And that's just the best way to kind of to prime your audience for a severe weather outbreak. Just kind of give them those different possibilities. Yeah, you could get bigger hail, but this model saying not, and this model saying yes, and so you might get something, you might not. It's a little bit conditional because models aren't, they're not, unfortunately, they're not crystal balls, right? Well, it's supposed to be warm and rainy for the next few weeks. Yeah, we could have a couple of severe weather events. Like this one is not the only one that we're going to be potentially having here. If we come over to day 4, I mean, we're going to have another storm, and this one, at least for now, on the models, is certainly looking stronger than the storm that we're dealing with today. And so, pretty much as soon as this storm is done today, focus will be shifting to Wednesday's threat, and for good reason. But I don't think it's time to sound the alarms just yet. We'll probably have to wait another day, see where our failure modes are when you're using the ensembles, which you're supposed to use at around day 4. You don't really get a good picture of the failure modes yet. Have I seen the 21Z soundings in Louisiana? I have not. We haven't looked at any soundings today. We can look at those real quick. Oh, for Wednesday. Oh, no. It's pointless to look at soundings this far out. Um, what does tornado emergency mean? It basically means a very strong tornado is on the ground, and it is about to move into a pretty populated area, and a lot of damage could be possible. Widespread outbreak can be expected on Wednesday. I would not say expected yet. A little bit too early. I will say the models, the ensembles, are not painting a pretty picture. It's definitely showing a stronger storm is possible. And it would take quite a lot of change for it to not be a dangerous storm. It'll most likely end up being a dangerous storm, but it's still a little bit too early, to be saying outbreak. Because again, all it takes is one big failure mode that the models aren't really catching on now to turn that, from something that's really dangerous to something that's just kind of average for this time of year. So, when you're in that 4-day range, like a metaphor I like to use is like you're kind of at like a half court shot to like a full court shot in terms of accuracy, and making the shot means your forecast was spot on, right? So it's hard to do that. It's basically impossible for most people. And so, once you get into that like 3-day range or around half court to like the 3-point line, and then once you're within that 1 to 2 day range, that's when you can start saying definite words and start formulating, those scenarios and talking about failure modes and who's going to get the big hail, who's not, who's going to get strong tornadoes, who's not, stuff like that. But we won't know all of that until we get, probably about a day and a half from now. And thank you, Bianca, for the 2. I do appreciate that. Outlook for Cape Girardeau. So Cape Girardeau is eventually going to get this southern portion of this storm. Some pretty large hail is going to be possible. We're watching pretty much in this region for storms to get initiated in and around the Piedmont area near Fredericktown, Dexter as well. So you guys are definitely going to want to be weather aware there. Should be anywhere from around 1 to 4 p.m. out there for Cape Girardeau. They're going to issue any watches? Eventually they will. Yeah, they haven't issued any yet. We do. The last thing we got from the SPC is an 80% chance of a watch, either a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. Wow, look at over here. It's getting sunny in Missouri. I think you official for the 10. Jacksonville, Florida is mainly going to be damaging winds. I think you got a low chance for tornadoes there. Some thunderstorms are going to be expected today. That's going to be in the evening hours, kind of typical. Florida, gets warm and then the thunderstorms form. There could be some hail in there, some damaging winds, and tomorrow is going to be a line of storms, most likely damaging winds. But yeah, look at this. It is sunny over here in Missouri. And you can kind of see that storm off in the distance, the one that just kind of came through this area. It didn't really do much. And obviously, as the sun comes out, that's when the Ferris wheel stops spinning. I think St. Louis might be done for today. I really do. This is going to scrape out a lot of that moisture. Some storms could still fire back here and kind of get close to St. Louis, but low confidence on you guys actually seeing severe weather out of those, especially if they follow in behind this storm. We look at the cloud maps. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll go. Cool thing we can do is come over to the satellite here and look at this. Ooh, it's a real globe. Like if we were in space, this would be what Earth looks like. Oh shoot! Are any of you guys wearing spacesuits? All right, let's get back in the atmosphere. Okay. Um, but yeah, more destabilization could be possible out over here. You can see we do have some clearing of the clouds. Some clearing also down here in like Missouri. So in those areas are probably going to be where our some of our higher values of instability will end up forming. Storms to pop off today. I mean, they're already starting technically, but I think our greatest risk for strong tornadoes will probably be around in between like 4 and 8 p.m. out in this region. Maybe a little bit further south of that, like near Memphis and Jackson, just depending on where we get some of our more discrete storms to form. King Richard, that's funny. Let's check to see if we have any areas of rotation in this thing yet. Nothing to note yet. There is some lightning happening with these storms, though. Yeah, no problem, unusual cars. Lexington, Kentucky, expecting mainly just damaging winds and a small tornado threat for you guys. And that, I think, will be later on in the day, like into the nighttime. Will Huntington, West Virginia look like for the overnight? That's going to be like early morning and damaging winds and the potential for a brief tornado, but very low risk for that. Your biggest chance is going to be seeing some thunderstorms and some like 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is easily survivable as long as you're like indoors and away from windows. But thank you for that $10, Rick. Is Houston just a flood risk? I think Houston has like a small chance for severe weather. Yeah, no, just north of Houston. Yeah. Let me see what your flood risk is looking like. Where's the flood thing? Is there even a flood thing? This? Oh, that's pretty cool. Precipitation forecast. Um, maybe they don't. I guess they don't have it. I thought they did. This is a excessive rainfall forecast. I thought we had a moderate risk out for one of these days. I don't think that's the right one. Yeah, probably not much of a flood risk down there, to be honest. Maybe some thunderstorms at most. Small chance for flooding. What's the outlook for Phoenix City, Alabama? Sure where Phoenix City is, but here we'll come back over to here since we're getting some forecast questions again. Let's see. This one. So yeah, for like most of Alabama here, some damaging winds up in the northern portion of Alabama by around 4 p.m. Small chance for tornadoes with that. And then another line of damaging winds are going to be possible by around 9 p.m. And that's going to be a little bit, I think, a little bit more of an elevated risk for tornadoes, mainly down there in southern Alabama, starting at around 8 and then moving through by around 1 p.m. Holy moly. We've got a tornado on the ground. Good spot. Help. Unwarned tornado on the ground here in Mississippi. They're just near Wade, heading towards Hurley. You need to be in your safe spots. Is not warned right now. If you're in Hurley, you need to be in your safe spots. There's that debris signature. Oh yeah, there's that supercell. There's that area of rotation. It looks like we have a brief tornado here just to the east of Wade. The first tornado of the day happening down here. I had a feeling down here would be a little bit of a sneaky threat. and it's happening. If you live in Hurley, be in your safe spots. Again, here's that debris signature here on radar, our velocity couplet, and it is associated with some reflectivity here. And a severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson, Texas there. Let me see what that was. Hold on. It's for 1 inch hail. Good. That was a really good catch, Help. Totally forgot about down here. Because I had a feeling earlier today that, we could have one of those sneaky tornado threats like we had back over in Louisiana the other day. And it seems like there is a little bit of a sneaky threat. All right, here's our latest correlation coefficient scan. And as you can see, there is still a tornado on the ground here just to the west of Hurley, Mississippi. Still on the ground, approaching Ellis Hamilton Road and State Highway 613. Hit the like, thank you. Yeah, no problem. And there's no tornado warning on it. This is an unwarned tornado that is on the ground right now here in Mississippi. You want to check around just to make sure there's nothing else out here that kind of looks similar. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be like a tornado outbreak by any means down here, but certainly, these little brief spin ups are going to continue to probably be possible down here throughout the day in and around the Mobile, Saraland, Pascagoula, like Citronelle, Bay Minette area. Oh, wow. Look at this scan here. Still a decent little couplet on this storm. Right where that tornado is. Now, just about to pass over 613. The Dust Devils are they Dust Devils or tornadoes? And this one's definitely a tornado. Definitely a tornado right now. You can see our supercell is right here, embedded in the rain. There's our area of rotation, and right under that, we have a correlation coefficient. So that is a supercellular tornado. Again, if you live, again, this is not a warned tornado right now. This is just to the north and west of Hurley, heading towards 613. If you guys live in this area, you need to be in your safe spots. You haven't gotten a tornado warning on your phone or anything. And this, again, is in southern Mississippi, moving off to the north and east. So if you live in this area, make sure you are getting into your lowest floor of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. You need to be getting there right now. Yeah, this sucker is still on the ground here. Still on the ground. Well, kind of a weird spot. It might be occluding. Our rotation comes up here. It might be occluding. Let me play this real quick. See if it had any evidence of occluding before. Yeah, it is kind of just moving up to the north. Seems a little bit misplaced, but we don't have our latest velocity just yet. That could still very well be on the ground and occluding up into the northern portion of this storm. We need to update my title? No, I already updated it. It's unwarned tornado on the ground. It's there. Oh yeah, look at that. It did. It is occluding. There's that little couplet. There's our debris signature. So yeah, this is still very well on the ground here, just to the south and east of Popetown. And it's doing kind of a little bit of a loop-de-loop right now. Kind of an unpredictable track on this thing. You can see it's kind of started off going a little bit to the north and east, and then now it's kind of going to the north and west. It started out down here, and now it's kind of curving back to the north, or to the north and west there. Yeah, we change our titles for like everything. So, like, if we have a tornado on the ground, we change the title. If we have, just tornado warnings, we'll say just tornado warnings. And if there's no tornado warnings ongoing, then it's usually just tornado threat coverage. Kind of our base title. This is the first tornado in the day, and it is a deviant tornado, yeah. Or some people like to call it a drunk nado. Latest scan, we still have some debris indicated on this storm. Still ongoing here. It's really just like just to the west of Gavin Hamilton Road between Popetown and Hurley. Again, this is still unwarned. I think they're just not going to put a warning on this. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet there. The entire I mean, this tornado's been on the ground for about 3 to 5 minutes here. So it's very surprising to me that they haven't put a tornado warning on it yet. There is no tornado warning for this, which is the surprising part. I mean, that's been on the ground for a good 5 minutes. I don't know how. Not really sure how you missed that. That's pretty obvious there. They must be. I don't know. I don't like to. I don't like to bully the NWS when they miss a tornado, but I mean, when it's been on the ground for like 3 to 5 minutes and you still haven't put a warning, then I get a little bit angry because we can only reach so many people on this channel, and so it's very likely that these folks out here still aren't getting, the warning. New rotation is forming. Yeah, it might be trying to do a little bit of a handoff here to the north and west of Hurley, Mississippi. That's a good spot there. There's our old circulation. It is occluded, and we might get another new one to its west. So this tornado is probably about to lift. Probably by the next scan. Might help. Yeah. I mean, if there's anybody that lives in the southeastern Mississippi, definitely consider sharing the stream. You might save someone's life, at least. And if this thing is still on the ground for the next scan, I still don't understand why we don't have a tornado warning on this. A little bit baffling. It just might not even have a warning by the time this lifts. The latest scan, still a little bit of debris here. Be interesting to see if this is a handoff. And it's still we kind of got a little bit of a Fujiwara happening. So here's where our tornado is, and we have like a circulation now moving around it. There's no tornado on that, but yeah, we either got a very weak tornado on the ground now, or that is in the process of lifting. And if you're just now tuning in, we have an unwarned tornado here in Mississippi, and it's been on the ground here for potentially anywhere from like 3 to 5 minutes. But yeah, there's the southern portion of Mississippi, north of Pascagoula. And then right here in this area, there's our little couplet here. If we put in play, you can see how it's progressed here. Kind of started off to the north and east, and then is currently occluding back into the parent supercell. And then we have another area of wind surging around it, most likely cutting off any access it had to that instability that's down there. Thank you, Brandon, for the 2 tornado outlook for Corbin, Kentucky. Probably a small chance, but damaging winds are probably going to be the main concern over there. Thanks for being live. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Definitely a little bit surprising. If you would have asked me today, before this storm has happened, where our first tornado would happen, I definitely wouldn't have said southeastern Mississippi. That's for sure. Still waiting on our latest information. I have a feeling by the next scan, this should be lifting. Yeah. Okay. There you go. So the tornado has officially lifted on our latest correlation coefficient. So it's no longer on the ground. We'll take off our unwarned tornado on the title. And there goes that rotation. Yeah, keep an eye down here. Help if you see anything again, let me know. I'm gonna be paying a lot of attention up here, where we still don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings, which is interesting. Starting to see though some more initiation back over here near Bolivar and Sherrill, with storms starting to get started over there in southern Missouri. Is it getting close to Michigan? Not yet. Not yet. It'll be a little while before it gets to Michigan. You can see there's quite a bit of space in between you and these storms right now. Yeah, I can't believe that the entire time that tornado was on the ground, it was unwarned. Usually they see it eventually, but they just didn't see it ever. Maybe on lunch break, maybe that's a thing, or maybe the lead forecaster was in the bathroom. It's always a possibility. It looks like some stronger winds are picking up in some of the segments here of this storm. They're near Greenville and Bareese. Might be getting close to some of our first severe thunderstorm warnings up there. Have we made it to 70,000 yet? I think we're pretty close. Oh, dang. We are getting very close. 110 more subscribers until 70,000. That's crazy. How fast are they moving? These storms, not too fast. Probably around like 20 to 30 miles per hour right now. No problem. Oh, well, so we just got our first tornado watch of the day. Few tornadoes likely, scattered hail of up to 2-inch size likely, and widespread wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. Carbondale, Centralia, Manton, Decatur, Danville, Terre Haute, Vincennes, Evansville, Bedford, Bloomington, Indianapolis, and Lafayette are all going to be in that tornado watch.
Watch has been issued.
Thanks for streaming today. Yeah, no problem. No problem. We'll be here all day, folks. We'll be here all day.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to repeat that probably one more time. Try to mute it. It's a little bug in the code. Terre Haute. All right, all right. I know I always say it wrong. And check out Fort Wayne, Indiana. Mainly damaging winds up there, being a potential. But it's a pretty decent chance that happens. I think it's like a 30 to 40% chance up there. Maybe there was no population hit. I hope so. But that's not a reason not to issue a tornado warning. There was definitely houses right next to that tornado in Mississippi. If any of our storm chasers are live yet, not yet there. MPG tornado is not live either. Let me see if anybody on Severe Studios is live. Matthew Jones is near Houston, Missouri. Does have some clouds up there. We're not going to use him, though, unless I absolutely need to. But we will, I'll keep an eye on that. How's the weather for Lexington, Michigan? Where's Lexington? Is that in southern or northern Michigan? Or like central Michigan? Brandon Kopic is live. Yeah, unfortunately, we do not have access to Brandon Kopic. Technically, we could, I mean, we have access to Freddie if he goes live, but we can only use him for like an hour because it's $50 an hour. So we'll wait. If he does go live in the area, we'll wait until he's like near a tornadic storm. Same with like Ryan Scholl. I've been trying to get access to the rail fan cameras, but I still haven't gotten a response back from them. It's the weekend, so they might not be in the office. I think you might rush for Windy, but yeah, we have access to a lot of storm chasers, more than the ones that we have that we're waiting for. But it's mainly just dependent on like what the storms do and where they're at. So if we do get like a tornado warn storm and we go over to or if we go over to Severe Studios and we see that like Freddie McKinney or Ryan Scholl are like right next to that mesocyclone, we can use them for an hour for $50, which is a little deal I've orchestrated with Severe Studios, and that's across the board. So we can use pretty much any chaser there for $50 an hour, which is steep. And if we wanted to do live storms media, just depending on how crucial the information is, it's $75 per chaser, which is pretty steep. As you guys can see, chasers are getting dang expensive. Oh, a little bit of rotation starting here south of Greenville. Not very strong rotation yet, but that's the first little area of rotation I've spotted with any of these storms so far. Yeah, south of Greenville, in and along I-70. Holy moly. Jeez Louise, look at all those subscribers that just came in. My goodness. Thank you, Kenny, Michelle, Kevin, Misa, Adnan, DS3, Stan, Iced, Brooklyn, Zendrea. Also, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning over there near Williamson, Texas again. Let's go check back in with that. We haven't talked about that storm in a while. North of Austin, Texas, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Cameron. This is for 1-inch hail, or actually $half sized hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So make sure you're indoors and away from windows down there. I do think we're pretty close here to seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings in and along the leading edge of our line. It's a discrete storm, yeah, but there's not really much of an environment with that one. It could eventually produce some very large hail, though, but the tornado threat should be relatively low for that. How can they charge to show it? It's just copyrighted. Yeah, like this stream right now is like on the higher end of people that I usually get for a stream. And so far, we have made like almost $500 so far. And so that just really goes to show, like, if I get like, say, like I got a storm chaser for, let's say, like for like 4 or 5 hours for $75 an hour, that is all of the revenue gone. Just like that. And it goes all to the storm chaser. And I can't pay my bills. So that's why we have to be like super strategic and in getting storm chasers. It's crazy. Yeah, the tornado watch over here for Illinois and Indiana. Yeah, we got chaseflation going on. The prices have been rising so fast. I remember like being able, like seeing like deals for like $10 an hour for chasers, but this year it's gone like 5 to 6 fold. It's been crazy. Like I'm getting outpriced in the market, unfortunately, and so I'm trying to be smart about it and strategic. And I got basically the next best thing, so we'll see. It's got to be smart. And thank you, me, for the $100 donation. Thank you so much. You just paid for 2 hours for a chaser. So huge shout out to you. Thank you so much. And that just goes to show, although that looks like a lot of money, most that's probably going to go to a chaser today. It's crazy. But thank you. That again, that's a huge help. Thank you. Because of people like you, and even the small, I mean, and also the smaller donations as well, is the reason why we can do this every single day. We don't do any sponsors. We keep it as ad free as possible. We don't sell merch. We don't try to shove anything down your throat. You know, we might try to get you to buy some fry sauce though eventually. Fry sauce will become a thing. A little bit more rotation here south of Greenville. A little bit more. Watch out there, south of Greenville, heading towards Pleasant Mount. And also, we're never going to be looking at the radar and telling you things that aren't true. Like, yes, there is some rotation here, but it's on the weaker side of things. It's not concerning just yet. We're not going to like look at rotation and tell you it's looking crazier than what it is. Um, firmly, we'll keep you firmly in the facts. I promise. Lots of spotters help for free. Yeah, they do, but they don't live stream it usually. You know, it's expensive to be a storm chaser. Like, don't get me wrong, the prices are inflating, but storm chasers deserve to be paid that much. I mean, they have to pay for hotels, gas.
A new tornado.
Another new tornado watch? Nope, that's the same one. And thank you, Tara. Welcome to the Wimdies. Yeah, right now we don't have any severe weather with this portion of the line just yet. I think we're going to be getting some severe storms. Oh, never mind. We just got one over here near Rolla. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Cheryl, Edgar Springs. So make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows with that storm. And that's our first severe thunderstorm warning, at least for this portion of the line today. You would do it for free? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Storm, it's very expensive to storm chase. And the tornado watch here is in like the darker color here. That's a tornado watch. So that's going to be for like Carbondale, Harrisburg, Carmi, Mount Vernon, Centralia, Effingham, Charleston, Decatur, Urbana, and Danville, Owensboro, Evansville, Vincennes, Terre Haute, Bloomington, Greenwood, Kokomo, and Lafayette. Yeah, gas is expensive. You got to understand, like, these storm chasers are driving like all the way from Virginia to Illinois today, or like from like Texas up to Illinois, like. And then you got to eat food, all that kind of stuff. It's expensive. Yeah, we got another little spin up trying to happen over here north of Hurley, Mississippi. Let me see how that's. Oh yeah, that's the same storm. It's still pretty broad circulation, but it's something to keep an eye on. I might come back and check in on that. Have we hit 70,000 yet? We might have. Wrong scene. Thank you, Dave, for the $10. What about Grand Rapids? How's it looking later on today? Oh yeah, we did hit 70,000. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Make sure you're turning on those post notifications if you want to get notified when we go live and post videos. We post videos all the time in the mornings. Yeah, Grand Rapids is looking like a pretty windy tonight. And thank you, Warren, for the 5. Monitoring the scanner out of Jackson, Mississippi. No confirmed reports out of Mississippi. So yeah, the tornado wasn't near Jackson, unless there's a Jackson down here. Or is this like Jackson County? Okay, that little area of rotation looks like it fizzled out there pretty quickly. We're still getting attempts down here. I would still say it's still worth monitoring there in Mississippi and southern Alabama. Yeah, that is a milestone. Yeah. Next milestone is 80,000. We'll see how long it takes to get there. Thank you for streaming live. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, we always go live really early in these events because there's a lot of things to talk about. You know, sometimes you get new updates in the morning. It's always, I mean, for me, it's fun to watch the mesoscale analysis to see what the real, because models say some things, but mesoscale analysis that gives you like a real picture of what's actually going on. Models are just kind of a hallucination of what's possible. And thank you, Susan Venters, for the 5. And as you can see, we do have that wind shear around 30 to 40 knots around this area where these storms are in Illinois. But further back down to the south, we definitely have a little bit less. A little bit less of that instability still. It's weird. We have like a random pocket here in southern Arkansas. It's pretty much like right here in this area of around 30. And then we have a little area in here of around 40 knots of lower level shear, which is interesting. Gonna have to keep an eye on that area. If we get any storm initiation in that area, could see a tornado threat down there. Oh, just got a severe thunderstorm warning over here for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Ramsey, Vandalia, Centralia, Kinmundy, Evina, and Sefton. All need to be indoors and well away from those windows. Or it'd be at 1 million. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. This channel, believe it or not, grows really slow because we don't do like any fear mongering or stuff like that, which is the current meta on YouTube. If storms aren't looking dangerous, we just won't put that on our thumbnails or our titles. We'll just kind of tell it how it is, and that does not get that many clicks. People usually get baited into other videos. Any tornadoes for Michigan? I would say it's a pretty low chance. I wouldn't rule out like a spin up tornado though. Wouldn't rule out a spin up. Yeah, once these storms get to Indiana, we do have a couple of cams out there. Let me get that set up actually, just so we're ready to go by the time they get there, because they are moving pretty quickly across Illinois. I'll put that here because we still need the Mississippi cameras most likely. Because you enjoy your coverage. Exactly. And that's how it should be. That's how it should be. If there's something actually bad coming, today is like an average severe weather outbreak. And so, no need for like big scary words like massive or huge or stuff like that, or big. It could get a little dicey at some points. Can we get these cameras to load? The severe weather risk is quite large and broad, but size isn't everything. And in fact, it's more about what the kinematics are and what the averages and the models are saying and what those things could be. That's going towards, it's going away. Okay. So it's not really seeing much rotation just yet. Do you see Farmington, Missouri anytime soon? Yeah, eventually. This storm over here is coming. It's going to try to meander towards Farmington. We can also get some like storms fired down here eventually, according to some of our models at around 1 p.m. That might try to make it up there. And fear mongering just makes people's storm anxiety worse. Yeah, it does. Not a cool thing to do, if you ask me. Rotation in Texas, really? Let me check that out. See if it's legitimate. What are you talking about? I don't see any rotation in Texas. There is a severe thunderstorm warning, though, over here near Cameron. So make sure you are indoors and away from windows. Let's go 80,000. I don't think we're getting 80,000 today. Definitely not. Once the bigger guys come on, we'll probably drop down to like 1,000 viewers to our base audience. Hey, thank you the flower kit for the 2. Thank you so much. Or everybody that's watching right now can put me on your TV and just keep me there. You could do that. But usually that's not what happens. Storms are moving to the east, and they are moving. I think they're moving, northeast at 51 knots, which is around 60 miles per hour. So these storms are really picking up in pace. Really picking up in pace and moving off to the north and east. Yeah, I would say it's best, honestly. Like, if you want the best experience with this stream, I do like kind of set up the stream so it's best on TV and not necessarily on the phone. So it's a lot bigger. You can see the cities better, all that kind of stuff. I think thank you, Tyreek, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. Listen while you pack. Well, I appreciate that. You guys, I don't know what it is about chat today, but you guys are in a good mood. It seems like a nice mood, and I appreciate that. Sometimes we get a lot of trolls in chat, but what is a QLCS tornado? QLCS tornado is essentially just, say there's an embedded supercell within this line. This is a QLCS line. They're usually briefer and weaker tornadoes. QLCS means quasi-linear convective system, which the simple version to that is just a line of storms. And if you get a tornado within that line of storms, it is a quasi-linear convective system tornado. Look, not necessarily on any of these storms. I mean, there are some that like look like they have hooks, but again, I want to stress to you guys that hooks mean nothing unless there's actual rotation under it. You'll usually only hear me say the word hook if there's actual rotation on a storm, because if not, then it's just a little bit misleading. A lot of people associate in their minds hooks with tornadoes, but if there's no rotation, then it's not worth mentioning, because then you're just going to give people unnecessary anxiety. Because like 90% of hooks on storms don't have tornadoes, by the way. Thank you, Jacob, for the 2. I do appreciate that. You think Ohio will see a derecho? I don't think so, no. But I do think some damaging winds and a tornado threat is going to be possible for Ohio. It'll just be lower than what is possible here initially. Illinois and Indiana, your threat's pretty much coming through right now. This will be the main threat for at least central southern Indiana and Illinois. We could see some more convective coverage further up to the north, but that might not get started until it gets to the Chicago region. You can see that we do have some storms starting to fire near like Bloomington, Peru, and Rockford, but as of right now, we're not really seeing those storms really do too much yet. But they should eventually do something. Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, Chicago could definitely be in the threat. Really just depends on when those storms fire. Some of the models have them fire like near Juliet, and some of them have them firing after Chicago. So there is a chance Chicago really doesn't see much. But the overall average is saying that Chicago has a chance here to get some severe weather. And if the storms can get strong enough, a weird thing about Chicago is that when we have a line of storms approaching the Chicago region, a lot of times what happens is we get some offshore winds or onshore winds, sorry. push into this area, and that can increase the rotation of the storm, like lower down to the surface. That's why a lot of times when you guys get those lines of storms, especially when there's like a severe weather risk for your area, that you get some spin up tornadoes associated with them. That happens pretty common up there. Do they overthink? No, some weather people, they just specifically underthink, which is good for simplification, right? But you do have a responsibility of accuracy, and some people, what they've figured out is that if you just scream bloody murder every storm, you become the most popular weatherman because that's what gets people. Like if I go if I go, hey Centralia, Vandalia, guess what? It's going to be a sunny day today, and that's my video and thumbnail. You're not going to click on that. But if I go, hey Centralia and Vandalia, watch out, there's a huge storm coming. It's going to be massive. Then you're going to click on the video. There are people that do that with every storm. Thank you, easily, Bash for the 5. I do appreciate that. When the weather gets cooking, I have multiple tabs of streams for a 4D experience. Nice. I appreciate that. Your brother is a meme NATO. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, still no like concerning areas of rotation yet along this line. Again, if you're just now tuning in, this line in central Illinois is warned for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading into Vandalia right now, and eventually we'll be pulling up into Sefton and Avena, Patoka, and Centralia. I appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you for sharing. Like sharing this live stream, like especially if you live in this tornado watch, is like the most effective way. You could like and subscribe, but that's not really going to help in terms of actually reaching the people that are going to be in the path of this specific storm. So if you live like in the tornado watch region and you share the screen or share the stream to like your social media, you got your coworkers that follow you on there, you got your family, you got everybody that's kind of in your local area following you on those websites. And so when you share something there, you have a better chance of them actually seeing this. If you like and subscribe, that's more for the YouTube algorithm, which will just share the video out to everybody. But everybody in the United States, or maybe some people over there in France, they don't necessarily need to be weather aware for this particular portion of the storm right now. A little bit of rotation trying to develop over here near Carlisle. Is the second little instance we've had here with one of these storms embedded in this line. Still relatively on the weaker side of things, though. Those little areas inside of this line. That's what we got to be looking out for. So we did just get another severe weather extension here for this storm. That's going to be for Calvert, Texas, and Delano, Texas. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are certainly going to be a possibility there. I do want to see if there's another website for Illinois traffic cams, because the one that I have only does picture cameras. Full information, roadway information. I don't think there's like an actual traffic cam with live cams in Illinois. And check Lennett, Alabama. I'm not exactly sure where Lennett is. Not exactly sure. If you can give me like a bigger city that's nearby there. Because we're a little bit deep here into coverage, so answering like your forecast questions is going to be few and far between, because I'm spending most of my mental energy here kind of keeping an eye on the storms and the rotations that we see. Also, we just got an update here on our severe thunderstorm warning, but still the same stuff on it. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back over here near Salem, Missouri, we still have this line of thunderstorms here with that 1-inch hail as well. Heading into Sherrill now, and then eventually further up to the north near Salem, like just north of Salem there on 68. Any changes for West Tennessee specific? No, no. If anything, you're definitely going to be in some of the more significant severe weather if I had to guess down there. Early Mississippi is attempting again. Okay, let me go check back in on that guy. Oh, yeah, it is. Ooh, man, that got close there for a second. We're still watching in this general region. Do have an area of rotation. It's on the weaker side now, but it did try to escalate a little bit. You can see the inflow of the storm is here. Rain is kind of wrapping around that circulation in this area, but it's not really that strong. But we do technically still have to monitor these storms. We had a tornado down here like 30 minutes ago, so it is not necessarily impossible, even though the risk is relatively low. But technically, that's the only confirmed tornado we've had today. Moving strange in Mississippi. I mean, there's not a whole lot of lower level shear down there, so the storms are going to kind of be just doing their own little things. Definitely some deviant motion possible. Indiana information. Yeah, we got a tornado watch here in Indiana, Evansville, Bloomington, Vincennes, Terre, Hote, Greenwood, Kokomo, and Lafayette. And then the latest here on our models, if I can get those up. Where did I put them? Oh, there they are. We'll come over to here. And then where's our Indiana tab? Here we are. For Indiana, your storms should get started by around 2 p.m. And then by 3 p.m., it's in like central Illinois or Indiana. And then by 4 p.m., it's near eastern Indiana. And then by 5 p.m., the storms are going to be coming out of Indiana into the western portion of Ohio. And again, damaging winds, tornadoes, and some hail are going to be possible there. Yeah, maybe could have been a derecho, but I guess a derecho is still technically possible today, but I think it's on the lower side of things. Okay, latest scan, this little rotation that we spotted down here is still technically there, but it's still on the weaker side. It hasn't escalated at all, really. What's the timing severity for Longview, Texas? I don't know specifically for Longview, but it's going to be little storms like this. It's going to be very hit or miss down here in Texas. If we get some more widespread storm coverage, which is expected, really as we get into the afternoon, evening hours, could be some chances there for some severe weather. Your main threat's going to be that large to very large hail. Coming back up to here, we just got another severe thunderstorm warning on the northern portion of our line now, and that's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Shelbyville, Bethany, Sullivan, Arthur, Tuscola, Arcola, Matin, and Paradise. So you guys need to be indoors and away from windows. As Illinois is getting you sent me 100 bot subs. What the heck? Don't do that, please. It's really weird. That could get my YouTube channel banned. So please do not do that. Yeah, there's that severe thunderstorm warning. What about the county west of the V and Vincennes? The county west. Where's Vincennes again? It's like back over here. Oh, like near Sumner. It'll be there probably, probably around at this pace, probably around like 1:30. APA Storm Trackers, welcome, welcome. Checking in before work. Papa B Josh will be going live soon in the Boot Hill for you. I appreciate that, PA Storm Trackers. That's a huge help. Do you know around what time they're going to be live? I don't think there's any stream set up, right? Yeah. Thank you, William, for subscribing. And thank you, Cheyenne, for the $1. Thank you so much. Are you going to blow away in St. Louis? Not going to blow away. This storm might try to make it up there near St. Louis, actually. It's going to be a pretty close call there. If I were to guess, it would go just into the south region. I will say those storms really weren't that strong when they came through St. Louis. And the sun's popped out. This is what it looks like in the St. Louis area. Oops, is it this one? Yeah, pretty sunny. So because of that light rain, maybe there's a little bit of a chance that some instability could build back in. Storm tracker Corey is on. Yeah, we do not use Corey. Thank you, Help, for being a member for 19 months. Holy moly. That's crazy. Yeah. So maybe if this storm can make it up into St. Louis, there could be a little bit of a chance for some severe weather up there. Bay Minute. Yeah, a little bit down there. Little rotation down here. Looks like it fizzled out. So these storms are still attempting to get organized again. Down here, we got another rotation over here near Bay Minette. That precipitation is wrapping around it. Decent amount of lightning with it. Inflow would be right in here. And there's that area of rotation right in that center of where that rain is going around. So it's relatively on the weaker side, but again, these little areas we've got to watch out for still. So we're still keeping an eye on you guys. The last tornado, though, unfortunately, that happened down there was unwarned. Severe warned storm moving towards Champaign. Yes. Where is Champaign? Is that in Illinois or Indiana? I forget. Chicago will be later. And yeah, I mean, these storms are trying to get started up here. So if these mature a little bit earlier than some of our models said, then yeah, Chicago's most likely going to get a wind bag up there with a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat with it. Is near Urbana. Okay. So like over here in this area. Yeah, I mean, eventually, if these storms can get a little bit more mature up there, that could bring that damaging wind threat that far up to the north. Is Urbana on this map? I have to like zoom all the way in. Yeah. I don't know what causes that. I'll have to talk to the developer. Is Champaign like the bigger part of this city? Is that a Shure mic? Yeah, it's a Shure SM7B, but it's the one that has the preamp that's actually built inside of the mic. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. Maybe if I like zoom all the way out? No. Interesting. It's a city inside of a city. It kind of is. That might be why the program gets confused. Doesn't know which one to prioritize. It usually prioritizes the city with bigger population. For Park Hills, I think that city was here. Yeah. It's certainly there. You guys aren't in a tornado watch yet, but if these storms are down over here can get started, which we are seeing something trying to bubble up over here just to the south and east of Branson, then that'll probably end up being your main threat as that moves up towards you. Urbana technically has a bigger population because of the college that's there. Oh, well, then that's probably why. Good app for radar. Actually, the best app is, I would say, weather-wise. It's free, and it's really it's always on time, which is important for radars. Decent little severe thunderstorm warning getting started over here near Stillville in Chester, Illinois. And that's got severe hail to it. So probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning for this. This one might be one of our bigger hailers here. You can see that this storm is a little bit more discreet. So definitely need to keep an eye on this storm for a tornado threat near and a large to very large hail threat there near Sparta and Steelville. What has happened with Radar Mega that's made people upset with it? So the velocity, the reflectivity scans, and the correlation coefficient scans, one, all come in at different times. And two, sometimes the data is behind by like 5 to 10 minutes. While like apps like WeatherWise or Radar Scope, they update, by the minute every single time. And it's been a problem with Radar Mega for a while, but when WeatherWise released, it became a lot more obvious. You're right. Yeah, that's not really rotation. That's broad circulation there near Chester. I do want to check back down with these storms, though. Speaking of rotation, yeah, looks like this one petered out as well. So that's been kind of our new pattern down here is that these storms have been trying to rotate and then they end up that rotation kind of ends up dying down. But I still think it's worth keeping an eye on. Looks like we just got an update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Still kind of the same thing though, heading towards Calvert, but they are continuing it for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right, next in line for this storm is going to be Bethany, Shelbyville, Avena, Sandoval, Irving, and Pickneyville. What's it looking like for Tennessee? For Tennessee, like in general, it's going to be like it should be around like two modes down there. You get the model up for that area. This is Tennessee right there in the center of the screen. It should be around in the northern and central part of Tennessee, and then maybe another one later on in like the southern eastern portion of Tennessee. But overall, it should get started in Tennessee at around like 7 p.m. Maybe some like isolated severe storms out in front of the main line, and then eventually that northern portion comes through, brings some damaging winds, maybe a small tornado threat, and then a southern portion comes through with probably damaging winds and also another small tornado threat. You wanted a really good radar, this might be it. This one, it is it because it's like it's really good. It's really good. Like the radar program itself is free, but if you want stuff like the globe mode and all the extra stuff, or like 3D mode, you got to pay for all that. The radar itself, plus like velocity, correlation coefficient, all of that is free. Warm, sunny, and humid here in Chicago. Yeah. Yeah, the storms are getting started up there too. See, they are slowly getting their act together there near Ottawa, Sandwich. These will most likely turn into a line of damaging winds, kind of like what these storms have done down here further to the south. What state am I from? I'm from Alabama. Is it heading to Chicago? It seems like it. Seems like it'll make it there, and those storms should get there. I check West Chester, Ohio for tornadoes. Nothing right now, but As we move into 5 p.m., that's when it starts for Ohio, and it should be out of the area by around 10 to 11 p.m. So you can imagine like this will probably be like 7 to 8 p.m. there near Columbus. How much is it for the 3D and all that stuff? It's $6.99. Pretty cheap. New watch coming for the Chicago area. Yeah, that's not surprising. Is that a mesoscale discussion help? Yeah. Storm coverage will increase in northern Illinois into northern Indiana, southwest lower Michigan, an 80% chance here for a watch. It'll probably, if I had to guess, be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. Looks like they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning down here near Rolla to expire. There'll be any tornadoes? I mean, it's possible, but I can't tell you for sure. Thank you, Twisted. Thank you, thank you. We got stuck in 60,000 for quite a while, but we got like once severe weather season started, we got to 70,000 pretty quick. You're from Alabama. Is it true? Oh, we're not going to talk about that. But yeah, I'm from Alabama. I'm in northern Alabama. An F5 tornado? I think that's pretty rare. I don't think that's going to happen. A new update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they're deciding to keep it, and still for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east. And there is that warning that just came in. Quarter-sized hail is going to be possible in there. SPC is calling for our embedded in circulations. Yeah. That's what we're keeping an eye on. We haven't seen many of them. We've seen a couple of embedded circulations, but nothing that have been like strong or tight rotations. We're keeping an eye on it. I'm interested to see what this storm down here near Steelville might try to do. It did have severe hail in it for a little bit. I'm surprised it didn't issue a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It probably had quarter-sized hail near like Ellis Grove, north of Chester. But Frankfort, Kentucky. You're over there. So yeah, damaging winds. Potentially, some briefer tornadoes will be possible, but your main risk is going to be those damaging winds. And it should be in your area, anywhere from like 4 to 6 p.m. Somewhere in that region. Firing north of Mountain Hike. Oh yeah. Okay, now these storms that can fire down here, these ones will most likely be our strongest hail threat. Again, we're expecting a cluster of storms to fire down here in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. Really in between 1 and 4 p.m. is when they're going to be getting started. And then when they will eventually reach probably their strongest tornado threat will be around like 4 to 8 in this area. But yeah, looks like we are starting to get some initiation down here, and these ones we're going to have to watch pretty closely. Computer fan continues to blow on my nose. It's trying it out, and now it's starting to itch. Otherwise, gets future radar and other models. Would you say it'll make Omega pretty irrelevant? Yeah. Yeah. They're going to have like all the models, kind of like pivotal weather, comparators, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, Radar Omega only has very basic models. So, yeah. Radar Omega is about to become utterly irrelevant. I'm telling you right now, WeatherWise will be the best app to have ever existed. Weather app. I've talked to the developer. They have some super cool plans that's never been in a radar app before. They're going to change the game. Promise. Just give it time. Give it time. Because the things that they're working on are pretty complex, but they're super cool. Sorry, Orion. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. It's the truth. I mean, if we do get a strong tornado today, I think the highest likelihood is here. So, and that's the truth. That's just coming from the forecast. It's still pretty conditional, but if one does happen, it'll probably be in that area. And by the way, guys, we don't take sponsorships on this channel. Oh, a new tornado warning has been issued. Oh wow, down here for these storms. Well, at least they warned one. Interesting. It's not really that strong of rotation. I'm wondering if it's interesting. I mean, there's some rotation starting to develop here east of Hurley. The warning's kind of placed in a weird area. Not gonna lie. Yeah. 0.75-inch hail in there as well. And, you would think they would have like extended it like this. But yeah, I mean the rotation's a little bit on the weaker side, but still want folks near State Line Road, really on the border of Mississippi and Alabama, to be in their safe spots. Continue to be in your safe spots down there. We'll come back down there and check in on that every scan. Our best radar for these storms are probably going to be this one. Oh yeah, storms are starting to get started still, or they're still trying to intensify over here north of Bloomington, up into Ottawa. They're still pretty weak, but you can tell that they, like, if I put this in motion, scan by scan, they are getting stronger. Hey, thanks to Beef for the $10 donation. I do appreciate that. Oh, jeez. Okay. I don't, not sure if you should do that. What's the difference between high res velocity and high res storm relative velocity? Um, storm relative velocity is the rotation in the storm in relative to the storm's motion. And so sometimes on the storm relative velocity, it's not really looking like it's rotating too much, or on the relative velocity, it's not really looking like, but it's rotating too much. But in relation or relative to the storm movement, it is actually rotating a decent amount. And storm relative velocity does keep that in mind. Can be helpful, especially for like QLCS spin ups. But thank you to Beef for the $10, and thank you, Ethan, for the $4.99. What do I use to notify you about tornado warnings? So I have two programs. One that a person that said that they wanted to stay anonymous. Also, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Douglas, Macon, Moultrie, Shelby, and Platte, Illinois. Watch out. I think that was an update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Warning was delayed. Weatherwise said it was issued 21 minutes ago. It's expiring now. Really? That would have been a problem with the NWS, because my warning program, that's not what weather-wise issue. My warning program also signaled that late as well. Let me read that. This one says it was issued 2 minutes ago, so that might have been an update that was issued. Will expire, yeah. It expires in 6 minutes. Yeah, that's odd. Something happened there. A little bit more rotation starting to develop. They might extend that, actually, here into Alabama. The tornado warning might have expired, actually. Let me double check on the old radar Omega. Yeah, it did expire. So that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Any information on Ohio? Yeah, I mean, I've talked about Ohio like a billion times, and we'll talk about it again. There we go. All right, we'll come back down to here. So for Ohio, storms are going to be starting at around 5 p.m. And then, by around 7 p.m., we're going to be like in the middle of Ohio, pretty close to that, like Columbus and all that. And then eventually into eastern Ohio by around 9 p.m., we are going to be still seeing that line of damaging winds and a small tornado chance over here, like in western Ohio. And then that kind of fizzles out as we get into eastern Ohio, but still some damaging winds will be possible. That is the latest. Hope is spamming. I don't know which one is Hope. But yeah, mods, if you see Hope, you can just go ahead and ban them. Let's go back and check in on that tornado warning down here. Or it's not tornado warned anymore, but yeah, no new scans. There's a little bit of rotation there. So I do think we need to keep an eye on that storm still. Yeah, in and along this line, we're still dealing with the same things. Still 1 inch hail, still 60-mile-per-hour winds all the way across the board here. Not a whole lot of rotation here on the northern mode just yet. And further down to the south, not a whole lot of rotation down here either. Let me check from this radar. Yeah. Yeah, no major areas of rotation right now.
A new tornado warning.
New tornado warning has been issued in Jackson County, Mississippi. It's in the same area. Something weird's going on with their computer system down here. Oh, wait, never mind. It's not in the same area. It's not showing up on NWS Tornado or the WeatherWise program. Something's going on with their computer system down here. That might be why that other tornado was unwarned. They might have warned it, but it just never went through their system. They're definitely having some issues down there. It's for Jackson County, Mississippi, so that means they didn't extend it into Alabama yet. Latest scan out here, there certainly is some rotation in there. No debris signature yet. But if I had to guess, since they do have their eye on this, they're probably going to extend this pretty close to like Western Mobile. Yeah, Hope might be a bot, Blondie. I would just ban him. And this person too, Amber, is spamming in the chat quite a bit. Put them in timeout. Please do not spam in the chat. If you ask a question and I see it, we'll answer it. But we're getting a little bit busier here, so I probably won't be answering too many extra questions on all that. At least in terms of like future forecasts or kind of in the now portion of the storm. But here we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here for 1 inch hail. That's going to be for Bertha, Richville, Buckhart, also Hebron, Roosevelt, and Topaz. All need to be indoors and well away from your windows. Do I think Wednesday could be a day 3 moderate? I don't know. Still too early to tell. It's looking pretty interesting, though. All right, guys, let me refill my water. I am fresh out of water, so just give me a sec. Alrighty. Thank you for being patient. Oh, wow. They let this southern severe thunderstorm warning expire. Wow. That's interesting. Maybe they'll reissue one, or maybe the winds just aren't that bad. Over here near Sullivan, Paradise, and Arcola, Arthur, and Tuscola, though, we still have some damaging winds coming up towards your guys' area. So I would still continue to be indoors and away from windows as this moves through. Okay, thank you, Tornado Explorer. We try to get you set up somewhere. Second, gotta get. Gonna have a traffic cam man here on Discord. And that should be set up right, I think. I'm not seeing a stream though. Tornado Explorer. Not seeing it. If you can find any traffic cams in Illinois, that's gonna be the spot. Discord is being difficult. Gotcha. What kind of pickle juice? Just regular dill pickle. Regular dill pickle juice. Let's come back down here to oh my gosh. There's another tornado warning now over here near Bay Minette. That's moving towards Dias and Phillipsville. You guys need to be going into your safe spots down there. And that's Dias, Phillipsville, Paradiddle. All need to be in their safe spots. Again, right here in this area, we got some greens and reds coming very close to each other. We might have a tornado on the ground here. Might be the very beginnings of a tornado. Let me see if that lines up. It kind of does. Maybe not. Yeah, the latest scan just came in. That was not a tornado. It's just some contamination. But yeah, you can see right here in that area, definitely got an area of some tight rotation where those reds touch the green. That is concerning. Pretty close to a tornado here near Dias and Phillipsville here in Alabama. And this is just to the east of Bay Minette. And they did officially allow this to expire over here. The link has expired for Discord. Oh, okay. Let me get the new one. A new one up there. Because, to be honest, the best way to get notified for a stream is through Discord. So if you guys just want to make sure you guarantee it, sometimes YouTube is a little bit weird about that kind of stuff. Do that. Hold on. That. 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 And then change this here. That didn't work because I'm in streamer mode. Blondie, if you can post the invite link in chat to the Discord, let me know. So I can put in my description. Early scanner reporting damage. Uh-oh. And maybe some broad circulation starting to develop here on the southern side of the storm now, south of Sullivan, heading towards Paradise and Mattoon. Still relatively on the weaker side, but do need to keep an eye on those areas of the storm. Come back down here to a tornado warning. Yeah, still a little bit of rotation here, just to the east of Bay Minette. A little bit broader though. You can see that we're starting to see some of those grays work their way in between the green or the greens and reds there. See how it kind of looks faded red in this region? That is indicating that we do have some broader circulation now with this storm. So not as a tornadic look as we had just a moment ago, but still, worth being in your safe spots for. All right, let me get up. You know, why is it doing that? Oh yeah, I gotta resize this. Hold on. Be just like this. I think that should be fine. Just our traffic cams for now. Let's see if we have that latest scan out of this tornado warning here in Mississippi or in Alabama. Yeah, still some broad circulation. No new scan just yet. So we'll come back down and check in on this storm eventually. Can you find any cameras in Illinois, like in terms of the traffic cameras? Or are they just all crap? Here, let me do something for you. I'm gonna send you a message. Tornado. Actually, can you send me a message really quick so it comes up to the top of my feed? Or actually, let me do it here. Okay, I'm just gonna send. I'm gonna put it in to the discussion on this live stream. I want to send you my map link just so you have access to it. If that's actually that's not gonna be possible. Never mind. It looks like these storms are starting to get started. One of the things that I am noticing, we are starting to see some kinks already in parts of these storms near Sandwich and Hinckley, Illinois. You're not like tornadic circulations yet, but these are the things that we're going to have to be watching out for further down the line. That's what a QLCS tornado threat will eventually look like. Just a bunch of little kinks like that along the leading edge. I know those are strong rotations, so I'm not overly concerned just yet, but eventually this line could pose a QLCS tornado threat as that moves into the Juliet and Chicago region. So just continue to be weather aware there because they are slowly approaching. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation here near Windsor, but it's kind of on the weaker side of things. Not very strong rotation right now. Come back down and give an update over here near Missouri. Still dealing with 1-inch hail with this storm. Most likely just passing over 5, heading towards Rockbridge and Brixley. Let me see if any of our storm chasers are live yet. It looks like Storm Winter Media will be going live around in 20 minutes. They might push it back a couple of times, though. And no problem. No problem. That's the recipe. You can make it yourself, or you can buy it whenever it becomes available. It will be coming. Fry sauce will happen. Maybe we'll also make a spicy version. Let's go back and check in on that tornado warning. See if we have any new scans in. Should. Yeah, new scan is in. Flash flood warning for Jackson, Mississippi, by the way. But a new scan is in over here. Still some pretty broad rotation right now. Just to the east of Bay Minette. You still see we have those grays in between, indicating that broad rotation. Heading towards Dias and Phillipsville. Pickle juice slushy? Ugh. Those words should never be that close to each other in a sentence. Do kind of a more zoomed out view for a little bit. We weren't supposed to. Weren't supposed to. Yeah, that was. It really wasn't forecasted too well in the models. But we've already had one tornado in southern Mississippi, so I would not rule out a tornado in southern Alabama either. Corey Kirkin, yeah. His last name is a pickle. Tornado Explorer, you're gonna have to press resume. Oh, Tornado Explorer went AFK. Fried pickles are fire. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Check back up in with these storms. Yeah, still nothing too concerning up there. Although our winds are picking up a little bit, so we could start to get severe warnings up here on some of these line segments. The latest scan here with this storm. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for One Inch Hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Tolono, Tuscola, Arcola, Mattoon, Toledo, Hutton, Villa Grove, and Newman. Ooh, new tornado watch was issued, apparently. I guess that's still the same one. All right, folks. By the way, just thank you everybody for tuning me in for the morning coverage so far. Just want to say thank you. Does seem like other folks are going live, so you'll probably end up getting dispersed throughout the YouTube ether. But I just wanted to say thank you before you end up leaving. I do appreciate it. Traffic is going slow on the camera. It is a little bit. Now, why is this all messed up? Let me get this fixed. There we go. Hey, this is where is this Tornado Explorer? No, I'm not going anywhere. We're staying here all day. I just know that, everybody's got their own favorite weather coverage channel. So I was just saying thank you for tuning in if you're leaving. Because other channels are going live. So
A new tornado.
all right, a new tornado watch has been issued. Let's go get some of our latest info on that.
Tornado.
Yeah, tornado watch has been issued now for Chicago, Kankakee, Logan Sport, Benton Harbor, South Bend, Coldwater, Angola, Auburn, and Fort Wayne. That's going to be for a couple tornadoes possible.
Tornado watch.
Scattered hail of up to ping pong ball sized hail possible, and widespread gusts. A little burp. Of up to 70 miles per hour are likely. Oh my gosh, that's so annoying. Oh, it's muted. Desktop audio has been muted for a while. Sorry about that. Yeah, there you go. Stay weather aware up there. We've been talking about these storms for a while. So just make sure that you guys are weather aware out here. That tornado watch again. That tornado watch again is going to be for a QLCS tornado threat. We are still seeing these kinks. A couple of kinks still in this line again. Not super tornadic right now, but certainly worth keeping an eye on. And thank you, Carrie, for the 2. I do appreciate that. This week, yeah, I agree. We're all going to need the energy. That is for sure. It's going to be a pretty intense week. Yeah, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Fisher, Rantoul, and Thomasboro and Gifford. That's going to be for mainly damaging winds there and penny-sized hail. So definitely be indoors and away from windows on that one. And thank you, Catkins, for being a member, a WIMD member for 6 months. Come check back down and on our tornado warning, see if anything's changed. Yeah, now you can see those grays are really increasing over here. So now we're talking about a very broad area of circulation near Dias and Phillipsville here in southern Alabama. We need to watch out for this broad area of circulation near Biloxi, Mississippi. Keep an eye on that one as well. This storm is starting to look interesting here. We have a Boeing segment to the south. There's not a whole lot of rotation in there, but it does seem like this storm is going to try to form an inflow potentially here shortly, which might increase its chances for some rotation. Definitely have to keep an eye on that portion of the storm. What did that severe thunderstorm warning say? Let me get that back up there. See, that's 1 inch, or okay, that's that severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued up there. We just talked about. That's this one. Chicago, yeah, Chicago's now in a tornado watch, and we're watching for these little kinks here in this line. So far, none of them are looking overly concerning yet. This one down here has definitely got maybe a little bit of a couplet trying to form, but yeah, this one will probably end up going into like Highland Park. The main threat for Chicago is probably going to be a little bit further to the south, heading towards like Joliet and Chicago. Also, another severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for 0.88 size hail. That's going to be for here, extending a little bit further out to the north and east towards Cecina Park, Gilman, and Paxton. Yeah, same thing goes for Elgin. Elgin will probably be impacted by this portion of the line here. I would certainly be weather aware in Elgin. Just got another new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Missouri for 1 inch hail. That's going to be near Salem. A whole lot of rotation on that guy yet, but certainly worth keeping an eye on. Again, these storms that are in this area here will eventually be, or should, at least according to the models, be our biggest hail threat. So far, we're not seeing any hail over 1 inch, but that could change for areas like Mountain View, West Plains, Poplar Bluff, Dexter, Piedmont, Fredericktown, Cape Girardeau, and Sykeston later on in the day. Wouldn't overly surprise me if we got a tornado watch out in this area eventually as well. Come check back down on our tornado warning. Yeah, still broad rotation here east of Bay Minette. Nothing's changed there. I do want to check back in with this storm. Yeah, broad rotation there as well. What's the biggest tornado threat? I would say probably in this area here. Can I send a link to the Illinois cams? Can't even find the picture cams. Uh, yeah, yeah. I'll just put it in chat. And these should be picture cams here. It's a very difficult website, though. I would just get ready for Indiana because these lines of storms will be in Indiana probably within the hour. Chicago just got a severe thunderstorm warning. Are you sure? It hasn't popped up on my radar yet. Might pop up here shortly. Yeah, Chicago has a tornado watch right now. Yeah. And that's going to be coming from this line of storms that's extending from like Janesville, Wisconsin, all the way down into Pontiac. As of right now, though, there's not a whole lot of storm coverage here. This storm is going to be going more to the north into like Highland Park. This one, if it does form, that would be Chicago's risk. Oh, man. Like the chat died on us. Let me get that back up really quick. So I am noticing, though, some rotations picking up here. Some embedded circulations near Bourbon and Beemont that we do need to keep a close eye on. Yo. Live chat is back, but yeah. These areas, one there and another one just to the east of Beemont, is where a little bit of rotation. Again, those rotations are not like dangerous rotations yet, but it's something that we do need to continue to monitor. What you doing, Chaz? You getting hungry? Should we feed you before things get crazy? All right, let me feed my dog real quick. I'll be right back. He's getting hangry. Are back. Thank you for being patient. I do appreciate that. What is that? Storm. Where is this camera? Tornado Explorer. What do I feed my dog? Chicken, potatoes, spinach, green beans, and asparagus. I make it. I make him like a month of food once every month. Put it in the freezer and then defrost it. It's all fresh, homemade dog food. Pretty worried here in Shreveport. Yeah, some larger hail is definitely going to be possible down there. You need to be watching out for that. As of right now, there's not a whole lot of thunderstorm coverage there. It's in the tornado warning. Oh, wow.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sup Girl, for the $13. Thank you so much. Besides YouTubing, I run a lot, or I've been running a lot more. So I've been trying to get in shape. But that's going to kind of fall apart here as severe weather gets a little bit active. Yeah, broad circulation over here now, heading towards Perdido and Phillipsville. They'll probably let that tornado warning expire if I had to guess. And we just got a new tornado warning over here in Illinois, our first one of the day. That's going to be for this area of circulation near Tolono, Philo, and Sydney. Wind and channels also inside of this storm. You guys now need to be going into your safe spots. That includes areas like Urbana and Savoy. And the circulation is embedded back over in here. No debris signature just yet. We kind of got a little bookend vortex happening with this storm. It's kind of like a backwards supercell embedded in this line with that rotation being right here into this area. So again, if you live in Tolono, Philo, Sydney, Savoy, and Urbana, you certainly should be in your safe spots. Come check back up here near Chicago. Yeah, it looks like that. Looks like we're still not getting severe thunderstorm warnings up there just yet. I've also been playing a lot of golf. I used to play golf a lot as a kid, and my dad just retired. And he's getting more into golf, or he's been getting more into golf, and so I've been going with him every now and then. And I'm not gonna lie, it's turning into an obsession, an unhealthy obsession. I forgot just how much I loved the sport. Wow, what's going on over here now? Where is this? Can we communicate through the group chat? I guess. Yeah. Like the reporter chat. I got it up. All right, latest scan. Looks like that rotation is still here. Still not very tight circulation, still relatively broad heading towards Tolono, but Tolono is going to be next in line. This is going to be coming very close to this airport and also pretty close to the University of Illinois in Urbana and Champaign. So it would definitely still continue to be in your safe spots. Now, keep my eye on other parts of this area too. So far, this is kind of the only rotation that's really sticking out to me. It's my handicap. It's terrible. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Last time I played, I got a 113. But I am obsessed with it. If I get any free time ever, I'm golfing. That's what's going to end up happening. And then I'm going to try to get so good that I can compete. I had no idea. I hadn't played, like, every now and then I play like a round of golf with my family. But now that my dad's like into it, we've been playing golf a lot, and I'm just obsessed with it now. I just want to be the best golfer ever. that's that's so weird. It's a weird thing to say, but the thing is like I am very athletic. I like doing sports, but my body has fallen apart. Still got 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Gilman and Cissna Park, by the way. Storm down here is warned for 1-inch hail. This one's heading just north of Viburnum. Yeah, my body, like my knee is just terrible, so I can't really play any other sports. But I can do golf. Golf's just walking. So yeah, right here, just to the west of Tolono. Still keeping a very close eye on that. South of Savoy, moving up to the north and east. Is this frozen? The camera is frozen, Tornado Explorer. A new severe warning in Champaign and Platte. So that's going to be near this storm over here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So if you're not in the tornado warning, or if you are within the tornado warning, those are some of the kind of winds you can see. I'm not sure why it's frozen. Just like exit out of the cam and then go back into
A
it.
new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued down here again. That's going to be this storm north of Biloxi. And yeah, you can see the rotation is certainly there. That's actually pretty close to producing a tornado. If you live over here near Van Cleve, McCall Landing, Three Rivers, and Wade, you guys should certainly be in your safe spots. Keep an eye on that. That's just to the north of Pascagoula, heading towards Ward Bayou Wildlife Management Area. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here. Still for 1-inch hail, though, heading towards Route 8. Palmer and Brazil and Berryman. Oh, wow. Look at these storms. Man, yeah, looks like that little bit of rain was just not enough to clear out the instability here. Looks like St. Louis is going to get another round. Help. I would be looking for cameras here. In St. Louis. I can send you that link if you want. Map. There's a lot of cameras in this area. Let's come back and check in on our tornado warning over here in Illinois. Yeah, latest scan here, still an area of circulation. It was a little bit tighter than it was, but still kind of on the weaker side of rotations there. Some pretty strong winds on the southern side, though. Still keeping a close eye. You know, in these kind of environments, you can get pretty quick spin ups. So I definitely wouldn't let your guard down. Sirens are going off. Yeah, that's because you're in a tornado warning. I would be getting to your safe spots. Oh, man. Look at this rotation now. Man, this is very close to producing a tornado warning, tornado here in Mississippi. Heading towards Van Cleve and McCall Landing, our rotation is getting stronger, and it's actually on the concerning side of rotations here. We're pretty darn close to a tornado. You can see we got some greens and blues on the southern side, reds on the northern side. Again, if you live near Van Cleve and McCall Landing, I would certainly be seeking shelter from that. That's pretty darn close there. There's severe thunderstorm warning near Howell, Missouri for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's this one near Paxton, Gilman, and Cissna Park. Check a backup here near Chicago again. Wouldn't rule out a strong tornado with this cell. The shear's kind of weak around it. So let me just double check on that, see if any of that's changed. Yeah, we got about 35 knots of shear around this storm. I'd be surprised if we got a strong tornado out of this line. Most likely just briefer and weaker tornadoes being possible. It looks like they are continuing this warning, but our rotation is getting weaker. Savoy, Champagne, Philo, and Sydney still need to be seeking shelter here. Oh, you meant for the southern warning? I would also be surprised with a strong tornado down here. There's like barely any shear, but I think these storms are riding some sort of boundary. Oh, man. Yeah, I think this is on the ground now, folks. Are very close to. There's a little signal popping up right here, but no definite debris signature yet. But you can see we have a very tight circulation here. There's those greens, reds touching each other, no grays in between. We got a tight circulation. This is seconds away from producing a tornado, if it's not already. Heading towards Jim Ramsey Road. Again, Jim Ramsey Road, Van Cleve, McCall Landing, all need to be in their safe spots. I would say there's a pretty high likelihood that this is already on the ground at this point. Heading towards Route 57. Actually, let's stay down here just for our latest scan. I gotta reload the radar program here. We'll wait one more scan and then we'll go back up to the north. But we gotta keep a very close eye on this. Current cam is on I-10 south of the warning. Where? Mississippi? Just south of the warning on I-10? Okay. So this is the view of the area near this tornado warned storm. Not quite seeing much. It looks like there's a lot of precipitation around this storm right now. Oh boy. Yeah, we do have a CC drop, so that is a debris signature here. Just about to cross over Jim Ramsey Road. Again, this is a tornado on the ground right now. Right there, there's your area of rotation. We come over to here. Let me see exactly where that's over. So that's like over this little road. That tornado is located pretty much right in this area. Just about to cross over Jim Ramsey Road. So you guys definitely need to be in your safe spots here. We got a tornado on the ground. And you can see right there, there's your stronger area of rotation here. Let me see if I can get like a view like this, maybe. Tornado is just under that. Moving into what is that? Yeah, Jim Ramsey Road. It's not good. It's a pretty strong couplet still with this storm. Go back up further up to the north here. The latest scan up here, our rotation is still relatively weak here near Philo and Sydney. I want you guys to be in your safe spots, but rotation is pretty darn weak there. And in fact, they might let that tornado warning
New
expire.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, that's that tornado warning down to the south. Yeah, this has now been observed. This is a confirmed tornado near Latimer. Heading towards 57. Again, still on the ground. And in fact, our debris signature is deepening. You can start to see some of those blues pop up now as that crosses over Jim Ramsey Road and is heading towards Route 57. After that's going to be 53 or 63 there. This is a camera pretty close to where our storm is. It's facing to the north. Trying to see if we can see anything, but these cameras are a little bit far away from where this tornado is located. Are there any cams on 63 Tornado Explorer? Isn't moving much at all. Yeah, it's a slow moving storm down there for sure. Okay. Yeah, that's the camera's down here. It's facing to the north, but as you can see, there's just a wall of rain in between us and where that tornado is located. There's our latest velocity signature here, just to the east of Latimer. Right under that area of precipitation. Has anyone spotted it yet? I doubt it. There's probably nobody chasing down here. Are any of our storm chasers live yet? Okay, looks like we got Storm Hunter Media live now. They're over there near West Plains, near a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go over and set this up here. Take that off. Our Storm Runner. Have this here. That's Canon. Why isn't that popping up? Okay, we got some stuff we got to do there. Okay, I'm not ready for this scene yet. Not ready for that. All right, from here on out, Tornado Explorer, I still want you on those cams, but just let me know when you see something. And then I'll go over and check that out. All right, latest scan here, still a tornado on the ground north of Jim Ramsey Road, moving up towards John Smith Road. And this is still a tornado on the ground here, folks, moving towards 57. Yeah, the CC is fading a little bit, but it's most likely still on the ground. Back up here towards Illinois. Yeah, Storm Hunter Media is actually, I think they're like, Storm Hunter Media is right here near this storm. These storms will eventually be the storms of the day, I believe. Oh, wow. This storm's actually exhibiting some ping pong ball sized hail now near Palmer and Del Bridge. Watch out for that storm. That one could be, this one could actually be our first big hailer. This one also here near Bellevue in Illinois is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but there could be some decent-sized hail in there. They're saying there's small hail in there, but it could easily be over an inch. Back over here in Illinois, our storms are still continuing. There's our area of rotation getting even weaker. So they'll probably let that tornado warning expire shortly. But it seems like our large to very large hail risk is getting started. Help. I'm telling you again, these storms here near St. Louis, you're gonna wanna get a view on these guys. There'll probably be some shelf clouds and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of cameras in Missouri because you're not gonna be able to see that tornado warned one down there. Wow, look at this. In the area we've been circling for a while now, is where we're getting our strongest mesoscale discussion of the day. Wow, 2 to 3.5 inch hail. Peak intensity of tornadoes could be anywhere from EF3 to EF4 tornadoes. That's the peak intensity, though. Really just depends on how these storms interact with the environment that's out there. And 50 or 65 to 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible in this area, and that's exactly where we would expect it. So, seems like our forecast is still pretty much spot on here. Don't think violent tornadoes. Hopefully, I don't think violent tornadoes are going to be possible. I think that's a little overstating it, in my opinion. The wind shear is really not that strong, but I mean, I guess if you get a storm,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Take advantage of it. You could potentially Looks like they're extending this tornado warning up to the north here. Still potentially a tornado on the ground, although the signal is fading, so it might have lifted. But we are getting a little bit of a split here of our supercell, or maybe a little bit of a merger to the south here as well. Gonna watch for some rotation here and continuing to watch this rotation further off to the north and west. Oh, wow. Look at this view from Storm Runner Media. This is a storm near West Plains, Missouri. This is one of the storms that is in that mesoscale discussion we just went over. That's why they're chasing down here, because the storms out here could get pretty nasty. Could get pretty nasty. I mean, 2 to 3 inch hail, that's going to cause a lot of damage to cars. That strong damaging winds will certainly be an issue. And you know, this in around in this area, this is our best chance, in my opinion, that we're going to see a strong tornado today. Yeah, look at that what we're looking at here. The hail core of that storm is, you see that little pancake thing? Let me get uh, my little cursor out here. Yeah, you see this little. There's the base of the storm right here. We've got precipitation falling out in this area. You see how it gets a little bit hazy. You can kind of see some blue sky right in there. But right in there, that's most likely the hail core of the storm right here in this area. And that's the base of the thunderstorm right there. And that's near West Plains. You think tornadoes are possible in Chicago today? It's possible. Okay, looks like our tornado has lifted now. Here, still tracking off towards the north of 57. Yeah, I got a feeling we're about to see a lot of pretty big hail, severe thunderstorm warnings out here, especially along these storms here. Northwest of Pensacola. Really? Oh yeah, we got another little supercells trying to develop here. Do we got a better radar for that? Yeah. And away and towards. Yeah, we do have some broad circulation now about to cross into Florida here. That one could eventually get tornado warned. Man, it's kind of active down here. We've had 2 confirmed tornadoes, maybe even 3 down in this region. This has been our most tornadically active area, which is pretty interesting. I think what we have is just some sort of boundary that's draped over in this area. I mean, there's really not a whole lot of wind shear, but we have some sort of boundary that these storms are latching onto, and that's increasing that vorticity near the surface. And we just keep getting tornado after tornado down here. We've almost had a regional tornado outbreak down here at this point. And I think we're around like 2 to 3 tornadoes. If we get like 3 to 5 more, that'll be a regional outbreak. But yeah, look at that. Broad circulation there. Got to watch this area about to cross into Florida. Um, you know, for that tornado potential. And looks like they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire here. Also, we got not severe thunderstorm, that tornado warning to expire there in Illinois. In northern Illinois, though, we got our first severe thunderstorm warning up here now for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, heading towards Lake Zurich, Round Beach, Gurnee, Zion, and Antioch. External tipping sites, Venmo and Cash App. Are we getting some from there? Let me check those. Oh, yeah, we have gotten a couple Cash Apps. I think. Having trouble. Did you get a $5 donation from somebody? We might have got another one earlier. We're having trouble looking at the history here. We just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning back down over here now near Bon Terre, Pontosi, and DeSoto. That's going to be for 1.75-inch hail. So we now have some golf ball sized hail possible here in Missouri. Man, our forecast is going well. Huntsville will be later. It's hard to tell the grade. It's a little bit too early. Over here near Hutton, Paris, Martinsville, Casey, and Marshall, we just got another new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for a 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we do have some storms getting really close there to St. Louis. Man, look at this storm over here from Storm Runner Media. That sunlight coming through the parted clouds like that with just some hail falling in the background. That is intense. Let's go back down here and check in on our tornado warning. Still observed. So I'm wondering if they're still getting reports on this thing because, yeah, I mean, there's still a little bit of a signal here for something. It might still be on the ground right in this area, or that could be debris falling out of the sky. It's kind of hard to tell. But if you live in along, 57, Route 57 here, I would still continue to be in your safe spots for sure. Go check back in with this rotation over near the Pensacola area. Yeah, still pretty broad. Help, I need you in St. Louis. We've got chasers down there in those southern cells. I need you near St. Louis. Try to get an eye on these storms moving into like western St. Louis, or if you can find any to the south. Try to get your eyes on this storm here that just got base or golf ball sized hail. You think they'll add a moderate risk today for tornadoes? I don't know. I think their wording on that mesoscale convective outlook is a little bit over exaggerating the threat, in my opinion. Is down in those areas where those storms are, where they highlighted it, we only have like 25 knots of shear right now. There is a potential that increases later on today, and that but right here in this region would be where we could see strong tornadoes. I just don't think they're going to be able to get up to, violent tornadoes like that thing said. I mean, EF2, EF3, I think is well within the possibilities for sure. But I don't know about a violent tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They never mentioned it, but here, I'll show you. You see the most probable peak intensity, 170-mile-per-hour intensity there. Tornado Explorer, you mind posting that graphic again in the chat? Or not in the chat, but in the reporter group. I'm still watching these storms down here, but hey, thank you, Pinhead, for the $100 donation. Holy moly. Thank you so much. Did I get a new phone yet? What do you mean? Oh, you mean computer? No, haven't got a new computer yet. They are quite expensive, but I will probably get a new one. Probably will get a new one next month. But thank you so much for that $100 donation, man. That, again, goes a very long way in helping fund this channel, keep pay for storm chasers or mods, and also for our bills. Thank you so much. And we got two little circulations over here. It looks like that debris signature is officially completely gone on the northern one, but we got another area of rotation kind of taking over here on our southern supercell here in Mississippi. So Still want folks to continue to be indoors and away or in their safe spots with that one. Quarter-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind warning actually over there in Champaign. Watch out there. Oh, wow. A little area of tight circulation is developing here now more north of Gateswood, about to cross over into Florida. This one is trying to wrap up. Man, look at that. Yeah, there is certainly an embedded supercell in there. Wow. Yeah, I would not be surprised if that got a tornado warning here shortly. Where's that 70-mile-per-hour wind warning? Is that this one? Yeah, right there. So that's going to be for like Danville, Rossville, Hopestown, Westville, Georgetown, Chrisman, Highland, Covington, and Attica here in parts of Indiana and in Illinois. If you're having trouble finding anything, Tornado Explorer, if you're having trouble finding anything in Missouri, you can try to go into Indiana and track this storm. You might have better luck in Indiana in tracking this. But, you know, if you can get eyes, let me see what you're looking at right now. Why does that keep freezing?
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Looks like we have another tornado back on the ground now. No debris signature, but it looks like somebody has eyes on this new tornado here. Firm tornado was located near Van Cleve. So north of Van Cleve, this thing is back on the ground, heading towards Route 63. Again, if you live near Route 63, continue to be seeking shelter there. I don't know. Did I stop the stream on accident, or is that on your end? I can't tell. Oh, picture cams? Okay. I'm guessing that's in like Illinois. Come back in and check in on that in a moment. Come back over here and check in on these storms. So near Houston, just got a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And further up to the north, we're still dealing with some golf ball-sized hail. Now moving into Potosi, Balmtier. Balmtier? I think that's how you say that? And DeSoto. Further back up to the north, over here near Belleville, still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this heading towards Fallon. We just got an extension here of this severe thunderstorm warning for another 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Maysville, Fultz, and Red Bud and Freeburg. There in parts of Missouri and Illinois. Check for rotations along this line again, see if we can see anything. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotations. Let me check from this radar. Yeah, they're both basically saying the same thing here. Check back up here. Yeah, it looks like some storms are building in coverage. These will probably go into like the southern portions here of Chicago. No severe thunderstorms on these guys just yet, but that might eventually develop there. Yeah, I can't show that. Sorry. Oh my gosh. We have a flash flood emergency. I think. Yeah, flash flood emergency north of Van Cleve. Wow. Life-threatening flooding is being reported out here for Old America's, Popetown, and Wade. That is not good. Yeah, as far as I can tell, I mean, this is apparently confirmed on the ground, but our rotation is relatively weak here still. Pushing up towards 63, but I mean, apparently there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. It was observed a moment ago. So that is the latest there on that. Starting to get nervous outside of Evansville. You'll be all right, man. Just stay weather aware. Make sure your family's weather aware and everything, and just stay focused. Looks like this little area of tighter circulation within this guy has kind of gotten broad again. Yeah, so one or two things are going to happen here with these storms. They're either going to stay discreet and eventually become a strong tornado threat earlier, or they're going to upscale. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for St. Clair, Illinois. There. They're either going to upscale into a line, and then that hail risk is going to drop off, while some of our more discreet storms have a bigger hail threat, or they're going to kind of stay discreet and eventually become a little bit more of a tornado threat later on. Wow, look at this view from Storm Runner Media. Let's kind of listen in here for a little bit.
But there is some rain right here, so
I really don't think this has much hail.
It's like blue skies.
Oh, well, it's right here. That's where it is.
yeah.
Blue skies out there, really indicating what I do. That instability that is currently building in that area. Another 1 inch hail warning has been issued near Lake Illinois. Oh yeah, and there is some cumulonimbus off in the distance. Yeah, you can see those clouds bubbling up. That is that convection there for sure. Like they're going north. They're looking towards that storm that's up to the north. We see if Pagey Tornado is live. Okay, she is live, and she's over there near Storm Runner Media. So everybody's kind of in place here for our severe weather threat. Come back over to here. And then let me see if I can get Tornado Explorer on this view here. And then we'll switch that to here. Uh-oh. Why is that like that? If I bring this down to like there. And then maybe I can extend this. Yeah. Hold on, let me get this set up real quick. Now that we got all of our chasers live. And then let me see if PA Storm Trackers is live yet. They should be. Yeah, they are live. So let me get them up to. I will put them here, I think. Yeah. They're in Sikeston, Missouri. They're over there in Missouri as well. Seems like most of our storm chasers are going to be chasing the same thing. Let's come back down here and check in on our tornado warning. Yeah, so the rotation's pretty weak. It wouldn't surprise me if this tornado has lifted by now, but still want folks in and along 63 here in southern Mississippi to continue to be seeking shelter. And yeah, these rotations are still a little bit broad over there. Let's come back up, give an update for Illinois and Indiana now. Not a whole lot of rotations in and along that part of the line. Maybe some rotation near Houston, Missouri. That's this storm, right? Let me see if I can get Yeah, could be something. That kind of seems a little side loby to me, if you ask me. Oh wow, look at this from Pagey. Some hail.
Sphere and then refroze onto another one.
We're getting a
Pretty
hail.
neat to see.
I like the ones that look
Hail
like
lesson.
raspberries.
Hold on.
One actually melts completely round. You have some that are kind of spiky. Wow, this is cold.
It's
You got
about
some that are just
quarter-sized hail.
completely round, and with these you can see that the hailstone actually melted in the atmosphere and then refroze onto another one.
Wow.
It's pretty neat to see.
I like
That
the
is
ones
neat.
that look like raspberries. I call them forbidden raspberries.
That's funny.
They're in the back in here. Seat back. Livin'. Eddie.
Yeah, it looks like they got into some hail before they went live. And that's these storms over here. 1.5-inch hail on this one near Houston and Raymondville. Some ping pong ball sized hail potential over there. One of the things that I don't have set up here that I probably should get set up is my warning system. I just don't know how that's going to work. I think it's going to like get in front of some chasers. So let me see what I can do over here. Back to here. That in here. Where does that go? Goes to there. I like put this here maybe. They just haven't used this warning system. Yet here. So let me bring that under the overlay. Decent. And then maybe make it a little bit smaller. That seems lined up about right. There we go. All right. New severe thunderstorm warning. Oh boy, my chat just died. Are you quitting Tornado Explorer? Are you doing something? Just wondering. As it will help me if I can keep Discord off, to be honest. All right. Sorry for that. Little bit of technical working on stuff. Appreciate your guys' patience. All right. Everything is set up. All right, back to looking for rotations again. There are some kinks like within this portion of the line heading into Indiana at the moment. Also, we are starting to see some of that prefrontal activity that was showing up on some of our models. That should increase in coverage as we move further into Indiana. And thank you, Warren, for the 2. 2 Jackson County dispatch and basement, no dispatch, scan 15 minutes. What do you mean by that? Not really sure I understand that message. Do we know when the storms will start in Arkansas? Pretty soon. Pretty soon. You can see that they are starting to fire back over here near Fort Smith and Harrison. And we are starting to see some more widespread coverage here of some of our storms up there. Let's come back down here and check in on our tornado warning down here. Yeah, rotation is pretty weak. They'll probably let this tornado warning expire there. Circulation still struggling there on the Alabama-Florida border. Do a broader view here of all of our severe thunderstorms. Also, some thunderstorms and a flash flood advisory has been issued over here. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh my goodness, look at this. Storm in our media. Look at that hail core. I think that's that dying hail core. That storm that's dying next to them. Look at that storm, man. Yeah. Happy birthday to your mom. Hopefully you have a wonderful birthday. Uh-oh.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Yeah, we got 80-mile-per-hour winds now associated with this line of storms moving into Indiana. Moving into Indiana. Oops, wrong scene. Let me get a camera on that near Covington. I'll take control of the cameras for now. Help. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Where is this one? Oh, this is Covington right here. $80-mile-per-hour windstorm coming right towards this camera. You like WeatherWise so much? Me too. It's a great app. It's perfect. Yeah, this is let me just double check where this camera is. It's just south of Covington. Yeah, it's right on the border. I mean, the storm's really just about to push into here. And again, this storm is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. This is a destructive storm. If you live in Attica, Covington, Highland, and Vetersburg, Hillsborough, West Lebanon, you guys need to be in your safe spots. That's how serious this severe thunderstorm warning is. See if we see anything on that camera on the bottom left. The good news is I'm not really seeing much of a tornado threat along this area of the line, just mainly those damaging winds. I'm so glad to hear that, Binksy. Yeah, we do need to watch these storms eventually, but the good news is that the tornado threat with these guys are still kind of low right now due to the lack of lower level shear in this area, but they are storms that need to be monitored. They also just extended this severe thunderstorm warning towards Route 19 there in Missouri. Let me turn, I think I have my density to my cities a little bit too low. Let me move that up a little bit. There we go. Now, on most of these thunderstorms right now, there's just not a whole lot of rotation. The main reason why that is because our lower level shear is pretty much on the lower end. So even if we get discrete cells right now, our main threat for now is going to be, you know, a damaging wind threat and very large hail threat. Latest scan on this tornado warning, still pretty weak rotation there. Maybe a little bit more rotation starting to develop over here north of Burdetto River Wildlife Area. So watch out there. Looks like it might be trying to reorganize there north of Pensacola. All right, let's come back over to here. I just want to double check in on our camera here. Certainly rainy and windy, but not 80-mile-per-hour winds, at least as far as I can tell. And we just talked about north of Pensacola. That's the storms that we're watching there. It's going to be north of Pensacola. Yes, Lando, that's correct. Yeah, most of Arkansas is actually in that enhanced risk. Biggest hail will most likely be up in this region, though. We could have widespread 2-inch hail and above if these storms can extend further down to the south. Do a little bit of a broad scale view here. But we do have a line of storms now making it into the Chicago region. No areas of rotation here, not really much of a severe threat. Again, this is going to be your storm here. After this passes Chicago, you guys are going to be good to go. So hopefully we don't get any tornado threats here. Uh-oh. This storm to the south actually has a couple of couplets on it near Wilton. 1, 2, 3 couplets. Man, this always happens with these storms. I'll tell you what, it is without failure, it seems. Whenever we get a line of storms that gets strong enough to become severe, we just see these little tiny couplets form all throughout this area. Wow. Yeah, this is going to be a tornado threat. If you live in Chicago Heights, Hammond, Oak Lawn, Chicago, you don't have to be in your safe spots just yet, but don't be surprised if we start to get tornado warnings. I left the VC, yeah. Discord was slowing down my computer. It's got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Our first one for northern Arkansas. That's going to be for Harrison, Bergman, Diamond City, Lead Hill, Yellville, and Everton. And that's going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So these storms are beginning to become severe warnable. North Mississippi outlook tonight. Mainly just going to be a line of damaging winds, to be honest. Maybe a briefer and weaker tornado threat coming into the northern portions, and that'll be later on tonight. Yeah, there is a lack of wind shear around these storms, so the tornado threat should stay relatively muted. At least further down to the south. Our strongest wind shear is associated with these storms right now. So I would say like our highest tornado threat is in and along the leading edge of this line here. Yeah, still a couple of circulations here near Wilton. Not seeing any definite indications of tornadoes on the ground there just yet, but still be watching out for this storm. Would not surprise me if that got tornado warned for parts of Chicago. Check the Covington cam. Okay. There's something going on in there. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Look at this. Now that looks like all heck breaking loose. This is that 80-mile-per-hour windstorm that is going into Covington right now. Yeah, this is our PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Wow. Yeah, thanks for bringing that to my attention. I almost forgot about that camera. Oh yeah. Yeah, certainly certainly a lot of rain and a lot of wind with this storm. So again, if you're in the path of this, I would be in your safe spots. Again, this is this part of the storm here. You can see that we do have, unfortunately, some surging portions down here as well. We're going to need to watch these for circulations further down to the south. You see, we do have some kinks forming in the line, kind of like what we're seeing up here. Yeah, mostly high winds in Ohio. Yeah, that's what we're thinking.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like they are extending those 80-mile-per-hour winds into now Lafayette, Battleground, Shadeland, and Dayton here in Indiana. You guys need to be in your safe spots for this storm. We just saw it there on that live camera, and it's pretty intense. Pretty intense storm coming your way. Again, that's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that can easily knock down trees, knock down power, and fling debris into your house through your window. So I would certainly be indoors, away from windows, and if possible, be in your safe spots. And that's Lafayette there in Indiana. Let me see if there's any other cameras like near Lafayette. There's one near Crawfordsville. That's to the south of this. Let's see what this one looks like. Might catch a shelf cloud here. I don't think we have any chasers in this region. Let me check in on that. We might. We'll check Severe Storm Studios, see where everybody's at over there. Yeah. Giant Shoals in Missouri. Jordan Falls in Missouri. I'm assuming most storm chasers are going to be targeting the same area. Luke Hatton is in Missouri. And CJ is also in Missouri. CJ Ziegler. We've worked with him before, but his prices got more expensive. But we'll use him again if he sees anything. But yeah, seems like most of the storm chasers are all in this area. Every single one of them. Unfortunately, none of them are in Indiana, so we won't get really a good look at these storms. Well, actually, we could go all the way down here to Terre Haute. Let me do that. We'll come all the way down to Terre Haute. Or Terre Haute? Terre Haute? Terre Haute? Never say it right, man.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued here for this part of the storm. We got an area developing rotation here, a little bit on the weaker side, but again, these can form pretty quickly. So if you live near Covington, Veedersburg, Mellett, and Newton, you guys need to be in your safe spots here as this storm comes through. Attica, Kramer as well. Let me change my title. Been getting pretty busy here. Terre Haute. Right. Actually, there's actually two little circulations here. One near Howard, and another one just to the north and west of that. So again, if you guys live in this area, continue to be in your safe spots there. They might issue another one further down to the south if that rotation tries to get a little bit more organized. Also, back over here, tornado warnings might be imminent with some of these circulations. And in fact, we might have a tornado on the ground here. No, that's a little bit displaced there. But we do have a tighter circulation developing here just to the south of SPG Garden County Club, heading towards Moni. If that tightens up just a little bit more, a tornado warning will most likely be issued on the southern portion here for like Hammond and Chicago Heights. Let me just make sure we got our tornado warnings to expire down here. Yeah, all of our tornado warnings have expired down there. Let's come back over to here. Check in on some of these warnings. Let's make sure we do have a little bit of rotation with this storm there, but it's very weak. Got some thunderstorms moving into St. Louis right now. None of those are severe. We're mainly dealing with 1-inch hail and a lot of these warnings right now. So it looks like the hail threat has gone down for just a little bit. And that might increase, or it'll continue to stay pretty muted here as the line turns more linear. And then these ones down here might become a significant hail threat here in a little bit. Thank you, Warren, for the 2. Sheriff reports mobile homes destroyed and vehicles in water. Where is that, Warren? Also, keep in mind that where this tornado warning is located here, that is also the area where we have these 80-mile-per-hour winds that are associated. So even if you're not in the tornado warning, if you live in like Battleground and Lafayette, you should be in your safe spots. Should you have the tilt set to the app? I always choose the lowest tilt. I mean, if you want to look for like rotation aloft, you go into the higher tilts. But if you're just trying to see what's happening near the surface, at least as close as you can, you want to be on the lowest tilt. And latest scan here, a couple areas of rotation still exist here south of Covington and Perrysville, still relatively on the weak side, heading towards Petersburg. You got a warning popped up near Attica. Yeah, Attica needs to be in their safe spots. Check that. Yeah, he was talking about this up here. Where we have these areas of rotation. We're monitoring them. Yeah, latest scan, still some decent little areas of rotation. They're a little bit broad. You can tell by the grays in between are reds and greens. But again, if these tighten up, they're going to produce a tornado pretty darn quick. So, I'm surprised they haven't thrown a tornado warning on that, to be honest. Just curious. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we try to give everybody equal coverage, regardless of population. We do bounce around a little bit just to make sure. Okay, a little bit of rotation potentially developing here just to the east of New Athens. It's a little bit broad, though. New severe thunderstorm warning still for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So they're still keeping that 80-mile-per-hour wind warning as the latest update. Check back in on tornado warning here in Indiana. Yeah, it looks like a little bit broader circulation now. Not as congealed as it was. But still a significant and destructive, damaging windstorm ongoing here. I have to watch these southern storms for a little bit of a tornado threat too, but that would be more of a threat there for like Indiana, but so far we're not seeing anything. Didn't add a hash risk area to the wind risk. Maybe they'll add one in the next update. Usually they don't do that after the fact, but they might, yeah. New severe thunderstorm warning back over here now for Couts, Wheatfield, Mount Air, and Valparaiso. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So definitely be indoors and away from windows there. We just got another severe thunderstorm warning update down there for Arkansas, near Diamond City, Lead Hill, and Pyatt and Yellville for the same thing. 1-inch hail, 60 mile, or no, actually it's now $half sized hail. Check back up here near Chicago again. Gotta keep a close eye on these. Okay, still broad circulation, so they haven't really gotten much stronger. Can't tell if this is a couplet up here. Might be a couple little couplets over here near Tinley Park as well. Yeah, there are a little bit of... This one up here is not really associated with much of anything. This one further down to the south is associated with a potential little mesocyclone there. Lake Village, Illinois. Let me see if I can find that. It's probably up here, further up to the north, fine to guess. They did extend this warning to the east now for 70 miles per hour. So, like they're warning this northern part of the storm for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Royal Center, Winnemac, North Judson, and Knox. And also Logansport. Precipitation mode do I use? Usually just the reflectivity. Velocities is that, and correlation coefficient is what you look for tornadoes with. Oh, another tornado warning here now. Oh, wow. Yeah, a little area here of some stronger rotation showing up near Sumava Resorts, Shelby, and Thayer.
A new
You guys got to be in your
tornado
safe
warning
spots
has
there.
been issued.
Let me see if we have any cameras near there. Near Roselawn, south of Gary. There seems to be a chance. That bend, it goes pretty much down after that. We want to be like at Forest City. Hey, there's Forest City. I'm not gonna be like right in this area. Yeah, this camera's in the tornado warning here. So we'll keep on going back to that as this storm approaches. Ooh, oh well. Rotation thankfully got a little bit broader there. That's good on the latest scan. Back up here and check in on these storms. Yeah, a lot of those rotations have kind of died off there, but still a little bit of a one south of Moni, heading towards Crete and Park Forest. Clinton, Indiana. Not sure where that is. If your sirens are going off, it's either because of this storm here near Shelby and Thayer, or because of this PDS severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning near like Mallet and Petersburg and Lafayette. Either one, if you are hearing sirens, you probably need to be in your safe spots. Above Terre Haute or Haute. If you're hearing sirens down here, that's being caused by a severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for like Carbon, Rochdale, Crawfordsville, Waynetown, and Linden. South of St. Louis. Let me check. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of a couplet forming over here near Fayetteville. Heading towards Johannesburg, in Oakville there.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has now been issued for Carbondale, Mount Vernon, McLeansville, Mill Shoals, Albion, Poseyville, Evansville, Linville, Princeton, Owensboro, Henderson, Morganfield, and Sturgis there in Kentucky, Indiana, and also southern Illinois. I check O'Hare, sure. Yeah, back over here. The probably the best chances for tornadoes are going to be on the southern portion of this line. Could have little spin ups in and along that area. So I think O'Hare. Where's O'Hare at? Pretty sure it's like near Chicago, right? Like downtown Chicago. Could eventually get into the path of this storm. Check back over on this area of rotation near Petersburg. Yeah, still very broad circulation here for this tornado warning near Newton and Milot. Got another severe thunderstorm warning push off to the east at 60-mile-per-hour winds for Lafayette and Battleground. It looks like they have downgraded this warning back down to 60-mile-per-hour winds. So all the folks in Lafayette can come out of their safe spots northwest of Chicago. Okay. Another severe thunder. Oh, yeah, that's the one we just went over. Northwest of Chicago. If it's like in here, then your threat's pretty much over unless you live like near like Evanston, Lincoln Square, and Humboldt Park. You still got a little bit more of a chance there for some brief severe weather. Yeah, still seeing a couple of little couplets in and along the leading edge here, but none of them are like screaming towards me like like tornado imminent right now. Latest scan here with this tornado warning, still some broader circulation. You can see we still have those grays in between. And some of that could be side lobe contamination too. Just a little heads up. You want to check back down with our hail threat here. Yeah, both of these storms are warned for the ping pong ball sized hail there. This one over here near Bloomsdale, Missouri is also warned for ping pong ball sized hail. That's going to be going towards Evansville and Ruma. And this one over here near Oakville is also warned for that ping pong ball sized hail. And that's going to be in Indiana there. Might have to keep an eye on this storm near Mount Vernon. Oh, new tornado watch down there in Arkansas. Yeah, that's down here. That's going to be for these cells and any of the cells that can kind of fire in this area. Russellville, Searcy, Newport, Jonesboro, Paragould, Cherokee Village, Kennett, Blytheville, Forest City, Memphis, Covington, Union City, Dresden. All need to be watching out for tornadoes as this line of storms extends down into your area as we move throughout the afternoon here. Hey, thank you, Mary B, for the 20. Thank you so much. There's a camera. Yeah, I have that one up. Or I had it up. Let me get it back going. Pretty much directly in the path of this. And as you can see, some pretty strong winds. Actually, there's a little bit of debris flying there. Wow. They've got some leaves falling out of the sky due to these winds here in northern Indiana. And no problem, Mary. Thank you for that very kind donation. pretty intense on this northern portion of the storm. And that's over here near like Rose Lawn. Further up to the north, though, this rotation's almost gone here. Another 70-mile-per-hour wind warning there near Jasper, Lake, Newton, Porter, Indiana. Check back down here with our tornado warning near Mellet. Yeah, they're probably going to let this one expire, to be honest. Noticing a little bit of a surge here and some wind here. Might have to watch this area in the future. Stronger winds are moving through Blue Island now and Harvey. Next in line is going to be Dolton and southern Chicago and the downtown Chicago region. They downtrending yet? Probably not. We have some pretty darn good agreement on the models. If it's going to downtrend, it's going to be probably when we get the cams and when we figure out what the failure modes are. But if there aren't any failure modes, we're going to be in trouble on Wednesday, unfortunately. My opinion on the velocities in Pensacola. Yeah, we'll go back down there and check in on those. Yeah, still some broad circulations out here. Nothing like super concerning. The only thing really concerning down here for now is this flash flood emergency that just got extended into Hurley and Big Point. But rotations are, staying tame, at least for now. Thank you, Mick, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Another new tornado watch, apparently. See where that one is. Seeing it. Oh, wow. We just got a photo of some hail here from Ambience near Farmington, Missouri. Look at this. Oh, yeah, that's what ping pong ball sized hail looks like. Thank you for sending that in. Here's a video of it. Oh, yeah, look at that. Near Farmington, Missouri. Can I make this bigger? Kind of. It's a little bit off center, but look at that. Thank you for sending that in, Ambience. Yeah, I mean, I think these tornado watches here are supposed to be connected. Let me do a reload here. According to the latest I'm going to find the last tornado watch that was issued. Why they're not showing up for me. I think the NWS tornado website is like not really posting the latest tornado watches for some reason. Yeah, I don't think there's a tornado watch yet in this area, but that doesn't really make sense to me. I kind of watch this area near Johannesburg, near Lively Grove. Definitely an RFD starting to push out with this storm, which can be an indication that this storm could try to wrap up eventually. Definitely need to keep an eye on that. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued over here near Salem, Luca, and Omega here in Illinois. Yeah, this storm's rotation has pretty much completely died there. This one up here is still mainly just a damaging wind threat. But by the way, those winds are pretty intense with that storm. So 70-mile-per-hour winds definitely kind of falls into the description of what we just saw over there. Okay, Tornado Explorer, are you still around? I'm going to give Discord a try again. Yeah, if you want, just start looking in Indiana for those damaging winds. San Diego, any tornado threats? No, I think you guys are going to be okay over there. Any advice for Newton County, Indiana? Just be ready for the storm. That's the best advice I can give you. Be ready for it to come. Have all your stuff inside and ready to go, just in case you do get a tornado warning. Right? You want to have like all your personal goods, your dogs, your family members, close to you and close to a tornado shelter, just in case. Because again, if we get like 80-mile-per-hour winds out of these storms, that's a get in your safe spot kind of storm. So you're definitely going to want to, be respecting this storm. This has got some pretty darn strong winds inside of it. Yeah, I see it, Tornado Explorer. Take a cam, any cam. Oh, that's a good camera. Look at this. Our Indiana cameras are a little bit smaller, so let me make this bigger. We got a shelf cloud here. In Indiana, look at that. And these are what these storms are looking like right now. That looks nasty. Again, a lot of these portions of the storm, including this one, okay, let's say we got our southern tornado warning in Indiana to expire. We still have that one south of Gary, though. Yeah, look how dark it is behind that. Wow. Tornado Explorer, you got to be on top of refreshing the videos, though. There you go. Good job. We will definitely keep an eye on that one. Let me see if I can get that camera. Let me try to get this set up over here. It's going to be a little janky for a little bit, but just let me do my best. Go. That's good enough. That will do. And we'll see what those winds are like there. How about South Bend, Indiana? South Bend. Why is South Bend, by the way, in northern Indiana? Just a question. Is there like some lore behind that? Yeah, this tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire too, though, to be honest. We'll probably be back down to 0 tornado warnings here shortly, unless something else tries to spin up. Another severe thunderstorm warning near Jefferson and Wayne, Illinois. Maybe for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think that's for this guy here. That one's going to be heading into Terre Haute again. Come back here and check on our hailers down here. Still dealing with mostly ping pong ball sized hail back down in near the Farmington area and St. Genevieve. Also going into southern Illinois over here for 1.5-inch hail. Hey, help! Try to find cameras where we can get into the winds of these storms. Like start picking cameras that are actually in the storm itself. I want to see what the wind is looking like. Then also a little update over here on our storm in Arkansas near Mountain Home and Gassville and Bull Shoals. We got 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way as well. Oh, wow. Look at this. Stronger winds picking up here. Looks like these windmills are going to be generating tons of energy. Sorry, Tornado Explorer. Help's usually the one helping me out, so it's a kind of a habit. Yeah, the winds are strong enough here to where we're starting to get some traffic. Yeah, definitely would not want to be a trucker either. I would certainly be nervous. Let's see, where do I think the strongest winds would be? Yeah, I would try to get some cameras, maybe near Logansport if there's any, like down in this region. It seems like this is like our main Boeing segment here. O'Hare tornado possible.
A new tornado.
For Montgomery, Indiana, that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. No. No, the severe threat for Chicago the tornado threat for Chicago is now 0. But for Gary, Indiana, watch out. A little bit, some pretty strong winds are about to push into your area there, and there's a tiny bit of broad rotation. Well, we got a tornado warning in Florida. Really? Why is that not popping up on my end? I don't think that's right. I don't know why that got triggered. Yeah, I think you're behind the storm help. Are you on highway? Or not help. Tornado. I'm just gonna call you Explorer. Yeah, if that's on 65, yeah, go up to Logansport. There's a camera there. That's where I want to see next.
A new tornado.
Oh yeah, it's perfect for those winds. Lots of trees. Hopefully some rain will wash away that dust. Wow, new tornado warning now in Illinois. That's going to be for this storm. Yeah, we've been talking about this little surge here for a little bit here. On that northern side, that's where we're watching out for some rotation. That'll be heading towards New Minden, Nashville, Boku, Holton, and Irvington and Rich View. You guys all need to be indoors and in your safe spots down there. And that's in Illinois, just to the south of Centralia. Also looks like we're starting to get some bigger hail, potentially with some of these storms near Omega and Luca. Watch out for that. And then also near Kellen Dix here in Illinois. Really? Why? It's in southern Florida. Oh. The heck? Oh, yeah. Look at this. This is not even in a severe risk for today. A whole lot of rotation on it, though, but there is a little bit of a couplet here. And that's why it's worn. So it looks like it's moving down to the south towards Pop Hammock and Seminole Village. That's surprising. Lots of little thunderstorm activity here in Florida. We'll keep checking in on that, I promise. Almost like it's unpredictable. Weather does be like that. O'Hare's fine. O'Hare's risk is over. Yeah, this tornado warning, I'm pretty sure, is expired at this point. As a windmill, and he can watch online. Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. New severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton, Illinois, and Washington. That is for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like this severe thunderstorm warning over here near Logansport and Winnemac is back up to 70 miles per hour there. Will that be live as this comes through northwest Louisiana? Yeah, most likely. Flash flood warning for Miami-Dade counties. Let's come back over to here. Have our latest velocity in yet for this storm. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, still have an area of some rotation here north of Nashville, Illinois, moving towards Irvington and Richview. We'll check back down with our tornado warning here in Florida, of all places. Yeah, latest scan. Looks like that rotation is starting to fall apart here. Looks like that area of rotation has occluded into the parent supercell here. Cam's there. Okay, thank you. Weather does be like that. It is very unpredictable. Also got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards LaPorte, South Bend, Stillwell, Kankakee, Hamlet, Bridgman, and Benton Harbor. That's the first severe thunderstorm warning here for Michigan. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Crazy Dolphin. Thank you for tuning in. For Jasper Lake and Porter, Indiana, we got 70-mile-per-hour wind warning there for you guys. Down here near Illinois, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for these guys. Still mainly just 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail heading towards Elbridge, Marshall, and Melrose. Seems like this portion of the line is starting to bow out a little bit near like Lebanon and Darling. Whitestown here, just to the north of Indiana or Indianapolis. Good news is that the tornado threat along this line has not really been that prevalent as of recently. We've had a couple of tornado warnings and a couple of close calls, but I don't think we've had any confirmed tornadoes yet. Just due to the rotation of the Earth, Coriolis effect. Scooby-Roo. A lot of little thunderstorms popping up here into northern Arkansas. 1-inch hail. You can see they're all kind of fighting for dominance in this area, but should keep an eye on these near Mountain Home and like Cherokee Village, and eventually maybe over there near like Jonesboro and Kennett for a very large hail threat. Okay, no more tornado warnings in Indiana. Change my title really quick. Back over to Illinois for the tornado warning. Hello? Hey, I'm live, by the way. Well, you're on speaker, but I don't think they can hear you. Maybe. Yes. Probably all day tomorrow covering a tornado threat in the East Coast. Yes. All right, bro. I gotta go. Sorry. Hey, send me a text with more information. All right, bye. Jefferson and Wayne, Illinois, now with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings for you guys. Now, still looking around here for some rotations. This one back over here in this tornado warning still has mainly just a gust front here near Nashville. Not seeing much evidence for a tornado on the ground at this moment, but if you live near Hollyton and Irving and Richview, I would still be in your safe spots just in case. Come back down here to Florida real quick. See if this storm's trying to reorganize. Broad circulation still on this, but still relatively broad at the moment. Well, Elkhart, Indiana, see anything come our way today? Yeah, I mean, pretty much the entire state of Indiana is going to be getting some sort of damaging wind or tornado threat today. Wow, apparently 74-mile-per-hour winds were reported in Gary, Indiana. Wow. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if we got an upgrade on this. Help, are there, well, yeah, are there any cameras like over here near like LaPorte, help, and like Westville? Jasper, Indiana, and Porter, Indiana now warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. I said help again. Explorer. Sorry, Tornado Explorer. I keep doing that. Some major flooding near Miami. Yeah. Or minor flooding. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, wow. That's an interesting view. It's just outside of Gary, Indiana, facing towards the storm. And there is the leading edge of that storm. That is bringing some reports of 74 to 80-mile-per-hour winds. Pretty strong rotations here near Radioville, south and west of North Judson. Gonna have to keep an eye on that area. My goodness. It's just now getting its act together right there in that area. So if you live in North Judson, watch out. This isn't warned right now, but there is certainly an area of circulation there. It'll probably get warned here in a little bit. Back over to here. Franklin super chat. Let me check that out. Oh, thank you, Name Last, for the 5. Worked in a group home. Do we have to be worried in Jenison, Michigan? Yeah, your main threat up there is going to be damaging winds here into Michigan. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to have, like, as long as the area that you're in is, like, fully bricked, right? And is just, like, a stable built area, like, not like a mobile home or a trailer, right? Then you should be all right. Just be ready to be indoors and away from windows. Oh, yep. There's that tornado warning now. Also, 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Clark and Crawford, Cumberland, and Jasper, Illinois. Man, look at that shelf cloud. I would stick it there. I would keep it there. Well, I guess unless there's some cameras near this tornado warning, but I would keep it there for the most part. If there's not, but yeah, this new tornado warning is going to be for some rotation there near Knox and Hamlet. Make sure you guys are in your safe spots for that one. Penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds near Carroll and Clinton now, and Tip Cants there in Indiana. This area of rotation is still struggling near Hollyton and Irvington there into parts of Illinois. These storms are kind of struggling to mature out over here near Springfield. These ones over here, they don't seem to be having an issue at all. These ones seem pretty intense. I think Henderson, Kentucky has a high chance of tornadoes. It's possible. Like tornadoes will be possible, but it's mainly going to be like the highest chance for tornadoes is going to be down over here in this portion of Kentucky, and that is going to be coming from these storms. Southern Indiana, mainly just some damaging winds and a smaller tornado potential, in my opinion. Wow, look at the shelf cloud coming in. This is just to the west of Gary, Indiana. Look at that. Great view here from our traffic cam. Huge shout out to Tornado Explorer for getting this view. Is there going to be a tornado in Ohio? It's possible. But the highest possibility for that, I think, is going to be like in this region of Ohio. Turn your mic up a couple volumes. Sound great, but moving from here to other streams, I have to turn up the volume. Okay. You can do that a little bit. Does that sound better? Hey, thank you, Sun Shining, for the $10 donation. Thank you so much for helping me get through it all, the storms last year. You have the kindest people in your chat. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I agree with that. Our chats are awesome. All right, latest scan here. Still an area of rotation here near North Judson, heading towards Knox and Hamlet. No, no tornado in Elgin. In fact, I think Elgin's risk is over for today. Is the volume a little bit better now, though? Wow, look at this shelf cloud, man. This is incredible view. Oh, and a little bit of a lowering on the left side. Look at that. I don't think there's rotation associated with that, though. Let me check. Bring up the radar. That's up here, right near Michigan City. There is a little bit of broad circulation there. Not very tight, so that lowering doesn't really mean much, but that tries to tighten up might be something we have to look out for. Quite the shelf cloud up there. Dang, I keep coming back to that screen. I'm sorry. A couple of water spouts could be possible with this portion of this storm. This is going to be getting into areas like Benton Harbor and Shoreham with quite some force there. It seems like some decent winds currently over the I think that's Michigan Lake. We just got an update here to this tornado warning. Still, yeah, radar indicated rotation. Go check back in on our Illinois storm. Yeah, still barely any rotation on that. Wind's about to come through. Again, this storm that we're watching right now, it's about to come through this area. A little while ago, there was reported 74 to 80 mile per hour winds in this storm. That's why we're trying to keep it on this camera here. Just to see what those winds will be like, and then we can probably back it up into like South Bend after that and keep an eye on the shelf cloud. A huge shout out to Tornado Explorer for keeping up with these cameras, and Blondie for keeping up with the chat and help as well. You guys are doing an awesome job. We'll come back over here, but once I see those winds pick up, we'll come back there. Also, Logansport. Oh wait, we just got another. He's got another severe thunderstorm warning over here near Bible Grove, Sailor Springs, and Clay City. That's going to be for golf ball sized hail. Wow. Some of these storms actually already have some rotation on them. This is a little bit worrying here if these storms don't cluster up pretty quick. Actually, looks like Storm Hunter Media is approaching some of these storms. He's just crossed into Arkansas. This is what one of those look like right now. You can see there's a little tail cloud on it too. Yeah, a couple of the storms in Arkansas are rotating. I have to keep an eye. These are going to be our strongest tornado threat today. This little cluster of supercells. Hopefully those will congeal into a line fast, but if they don't, then that's going to be an issue. Oh, looks like our winds are picking up over on this camera now. This is just to the west. Oh, wow. You can see the winds going off that truck. They got some pretty strong winds pulling up now. Wall of rain is also approaching. That's where the strongest winds will be. Whoa. You can see the wind like coming off of the cars. Those are some pretty strong winds. Oh, did we lose the camera? And try going out and then back into it. Might have just lost that camera. We'll see if we can get it back up. Yeah, that camera is like right up here in this northern portion of this line. This is heading towards New Carlisle and Galen here. Those are some pretty strong winds. So watch out there. We got a Boeing segment there. It's warned right now for 70-mile-per-hour winds, but pretty intense. New ping pong ball sized hail being over there near Howell in Ozark, Missouri. See where that came through. A golf ball size hail near Chester, Sparta, and Greenview. I think that, yeah, ping pong ball sized hail was is being warned over here near West Plains. What we want to see with these storms right now is them congeal, them kind of merge into something that more looks like a line. Boone, Indiana, Clinton, Indiana, there for some hail there. And oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. Holy moly. Those are some strong winds. Wow. Look at that. You see the wind and rain moving across the road. That's at least 70 miles per hour for sure. We're probably getting a lot of power outages up here in northern Indiana. Let me check in on that. Wow. That was a big gust that just came through. Let me check our power outages. Oh, wow. Yeah, we have 20,000 people without power here in Illinois or Indiana. You can see some cars are even pulling across, pulling off the road here as well on the right side due to the winds. Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's still up here on the northern portion of this. I also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Kokomo, Russiaville, Greentown, and Forest. Check back in with this tornado warning over here. Yeah, it looks like this rotation's pretty weak now. Yeah, it looks like we might have lost that camera. We're losing cameras quite a bit over here, so power is definitely getting knocked out over here near New Carlisle and Galen here. Significant tornado risk won't probably start until we get into about 4 to 8 p.m. So we're not quite there yet. You can see this is what we're monitoring down over here. Our strongest wind shear is up into this region away from our more discrete cells and behind our main line of storms here. And back down further to the south, we have a pretty weak lower level shear environment. But that is supposed to increase as these storms move into like the Boot Hill of Missouri, Tennessee, and Kentucky. So that'll be probably our strongest tornado threat, but pretty conditional. These kind of turn into like a line of storms. They're gonna have problems producing tornadoes, which will be a good sign for us. And so far they're struggling and they are congealing a little bit. Again, our latest HRRR run said that these storms struggle. And we really haven't had many confirmed tornadoes as of late. We've been getting a couple tornado warnings, but can I see the wall of rain on the camera? Let me check. Oh yeah, look at that on the left side. Here comes those winds. You can see the trees disappearing back there. For the south, mainly just a line in a cluster of storms, like into the Louisiana area, Mississippi, into northern Alabama and Tennessee. Kind of like what we're seeing over here in like Indiana, what we're going to be expecting down there. Okay, the winds are about to increase again here. And again, this camera is just to the west of South Bend, Indiana. You see that rain quickly approaching here as those trees slowly disappear in the background because of all the heavy rain obscuring our view of it. You can see it just traveling up that road. That's that leading edge of those stronger winds. We'll see how long this camera can survive. Hopefully the winds are a little bit weaker than we just experienced. All right, here it comes. Oh, those still seem pretty darn strong. Wow. Yeah, camera's starting to shake quite a bit here too. Yeah, still probably around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this line of storms. Again, this is in northern Indiana. That is still this area of the storm here, the part that's about to push into the South Bend area. Yeah, this tornado warning is probably going to be allowed to expire, but we do have a couple areas of couplets in and along this region. They might extend it and maybe push it a little bit further to the south. Oh, look at Storm Runner Media's view. Here, he's got a little bit of a mesocyclone going over him. They might be about to intercept some hail, actually. Make sure we're current here. These storms could be the first storms to try to produce some, 2 to 3 inch hail if they don't congeal into a line. See what page he's up to. I want to make sure she's current too. There we go. Wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we got some really strong winds still on the northern portion of this storm. Wow. You just see how fast that rain moves across the road there and how much by this camera is shaking. We're definitely still dealing with quite the storm here. And thank you, Javi, for the $2. Do I know why Illinois cameras aren't available? I don't know. Might be something to do with their government. I don't know. Maybe they don't want. Man, look at that. My goodness. Wow. And we might be getting close to 80 miles per hour. Might need to upgrade this warning. A little update here. I think we're about to get a couple of tornado warnings here near Plymouth. Got some stronger couplets starting to develop here along the leading edge of this storm. So if you live near Plymouth, watch out. You might have to get into your safe spots there here pretty shortly. New tornado warning has just been issued, apparently, in Indiana. I'm not sure if that's like an update for that one or not. And thank you, Derek, for the 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, those winds are still going. Oh my goodness. It almost seems stronger now. Wow. Yeah, we're definitely going to get a lot of power outages up here in northern Indiana. This is a pretty dangerous storm. It definitely knocked down some trees and some power lines. Can't even imagine trying to drive in these conditions. Look at these poor cars on the road. And they probably can't see much. Man, it is just still going. It's nonstop. And this is quite an extended period of time. Wow. Of some very strong winds here. You see a lot of cars are pulling off the road. They're like, screw this. I'm done driving in this. This has been at least 3 to 4 minutes of this intensity of wind. Again, this is the part of the storm that's heading towards South Bend, Indiana. So buckle up there in South Bend. Man, it just doesn't stop. That's crazy. That is a wild storm. All right, latest scan. Looks like that northern couplet kind of died off there, but they still got another one further to the south. So no like unexpected debris signatures as of right now. Yeah, South Bend needs to watch out. We've got some pretty strong winds and most likely some power outages coming your way. I'm going to give an update down here near Arkansas, where a lot of our storms are still struggling to get their act together. A little bit of rotation, though, on some of these back storms over here. Might have to keep an eye on these guys near Bergman. You can see these guys are kind of congealing. That's what we want to see. South of Michigan City. Okay, thank you. Is that this one that we're still looking at? Quite sure. Uh-oh, did Storm Intermedia's view freeze? That did. Computer is still struggling, man. I don't know. I think it has something to do with like overheating. All right, help. I think you can get back out in front of this storm. I would try to find a camera near South Bend. You can probably, not helped. Tornado Explorer. Jeez Louise. You can you try to find a look at that shelf cloud. I bet you it looks pretty intense. Okay, latest scan. Looks like this rotation is slowly dying off there. Another severe thunderstorm warning with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Boone, Arkansas. Yeah, that'll be a good camera for the wind coming through that area. They released a new mesoscale discussion. All right, let's go look at that. Aw. Looks like little doggo over here is preparing for the storm. You can see it on his face, too. He knows. He knows something's coming. He's like, why does it feel like storm's outside? I can smell something. Very cute picture. Thank you for sending that in, Sandy. Okay, so mesoscale discussion is for down here near Texas. Supercell development anticipated in the next coming hours. Watch issuance is expected as storms begin to develop. 80% chance for a watch. Looks like your threat there is going to be for significant hail, 2 to 3 inch hail there. So definitely keeping an eye out there for that. Oops. Oh wow! Whoa! Look at this on Storm Runner Media's view. There's you a storm there. Oh, those feeder bands going into it too. Storm is definitely tapping into a lot of instability. Question is, can it remain discreet? Yeah, a little bit of an identity crisis, maybe. All right, I think we're back down to 0 tornado warnings. Today's pretty much gone exactly as I forecasted. I'm like really, really happy with our forecast, especially the one we locked in this morning. This storm is starting to rotate a bit near Viola. That's the storm that we're looking at on Storm Runner Media's feed here. Look at that. Yeah. That might be trying to do some rotations. Right there south of Viola. They might throw a tornado warning on that. So watch out there in Viola and Salem, Arkansas. Also a little bit of a couplet over here near Zinc, Arkansas as well. Keeping an eye on that. Again, if we're going to get a strong tornado, it's going to be out of these storms. So we do have to continue to try to keep a close eye on those. Back over here near Mount Vernon, not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but we are still getting severe thunderstorm warnings out here with some golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, while our most damaging wind threat is out over here. We just got another 70-mile-per-hour wind warning over here for now. North Webster, Warsaw, Huntington, Wabash, Napanee, Benton, Rome City, LaGrange, and Van Buren and Jalapa here in Indiana. And that is going to be continuing off to the east. Let's go check back in with our power outages. I'm sure they're ticking up. Yeah. Over here on like northern Indiana, look at this. 28,000 people without power. A lot of power outages over here in Michigan due to that ice storm that's happening up there. And 68,000 people without power there in Wisconsin. Wow. Illinois has 10,000 people without power. Let's see what Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is up to. We haven't really checked in with them in a while. Okay, they're still sitting and waiting, I think. Let me make sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. It's going to be over here in Illinois. A little bit of rotation, not very strong, but keep an eye on that for sure. I mean, a little bit of a supercell trying to merge into the line here. That's going to be for Clay City, Noble, and Olney. You guys need to be going into your safe spots. And again, this is over here near Illinois. Let me see if the storm has any hail. Yeah, it's got some golf ball sized hail in it as well. As you can see, rotation is not particularly strong. We do have some greens, but our reds are very faded. So we're mainly just getting like a surge of wind on the southern side, but those winds could increase there on the northern side if this storm can tap into a little bit better shear environment. Looks like a severe thunderstorm warning for Reynolds is going to be expiring soon. Check back over here with Storm Hunter Media. One inch and of ice plus. Wow, snow. Yeah, y'all got pretty much the worst ice storm of the year up there. Latest scan, still some pretty darn strong winds. Now being showing up here near Tippecanoe. Look at this. Potentially 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. We might get an upgrade on this warning near Warsaw. Do we have any cameras near Warsaw? Help. This might be our strongest wind portion of the storm right now. My goodness. That can cause some damage there south of Bourbon. It looks like some severe winds are now about to be pushing into Barron Springs, Eau Claire, and Buchanan here in parts of Michigan, actually. Come check back in with our tornado warning. Still broad circulation there. I do want to check back down into here. Yeah, still some rotation on this storm just to the west of Salem. Storm Hunter Media is right next to this. Oh, wow. Look at that. Whoa.
That is on the left side and on the right side of the mountain, though, right there.
Definitely got a wall cloud with this storm. I think we're just seeing the left edge of that wall cloud. Near Kokomo? Okay, thank you.
So if that's true, then that area should be heading right towards us.
Yeah, that's a wall cloud right there. Just over like the left side of the road. Not that little nub on the left, but the thing that's to the right of that nub.
Tornado possible? Maybe not.
That's the area of this storm where our tornado would drop out of.
Ghostly Face says it won't turn right.
Why?
Yeah. Storm Hunter Media and Connor Kronf always chase right next to each other.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're in the same area.
Yeah, there's hail coming down now.
A little bit of hail. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on Storm Hunter Media's view here.
Keep it to our north.
Whoa. Oh, what's going on here? Do a refresh.
See it.
Is that a funnel? That looks very funnel-like, folks. I can't tell if there's much movement, though. It doesn't really look like there's much movement. Oh, wow, and some bigger hail, too. Oh, yep, you just saw one bounce up there.
Oh, decent size. That's bigger than quarter up there.
Where? On the road?
Yeah.
There's not much motion under there. Maybe that's not a funnel. Hard to tell.
There's definitely at least quarters in here.
We're definitely looking at what appears to be a wall cloud. Yeah, it's kind of looking scuddy now the closer it gets.
Definitely got the Scuddy base. Yes.
I did think it's scud too. But that is the mesocyclone and the wall cloud of this storm. If anything were to happen, it would happen pretty much right here.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Maybe close to producing. Yeah, it could be. I mean, there's some rotation in this portion of the storm.
It's been interesting. Great to see 1,000 of you guys in here. If you guys are enjoying the view, make sure you smash
Yeah, and that's this storm over here near Viola. There's that area of rotation. Storm intermediate is pretty much right here in Salem, looking at that area of rotation. So we'll be keeping an eye on his stream down there in the bottom right. The latest scan on our tornado warning here in Illinois. We still have an area here of some broader and weaker circulation heading towards Noble in Olney. Still not an immediate tornado threat. We just got an upgrade of our northern severe storm warning over here near South Bend, Elkhart, Leonidas, Sturgis, Howe, the Wajiak, and Pokagon here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah. Hopefully these storms can congeal and fall apart here before they produce a tornado. Still a little area of some rotation there. Let's go back over to here. Looks like we lost chat again.
It's not looking amazing right now.
Reed is heading your way.
We crossed paths with him yesterday in El Reno.
Yeah, you see how like still it looks though? I'm wondering if that rotation is more aloft because near the surface, there really isn't much movement.
There's clear space for it. There's nothing behind. There's nothing down here yet.
Yeah.
At least I don't.
Hey, Bucky. Welcome back.
Looks like anyway. Yeah, there's nothing there yet.
We shall just have to see, but we're going to stick with this storm for now, guys.
Yeah, I think this is a good storm to follow. Eventually, it might. Again, the
Oh, the cloud right there in front of us. That's just.
Oh,
is that like one of those horizontal
What is that?
rolling clouds?
Or, not horseshoe.
Not a horseshoe. Look at that. That's pretty cool.
A
sideways tornado.
Yes, I was not in our regular.
Just kidding. It's not a tornado.
I just happened to be up there
But
with my family.
it does look like a sideways tornado,
That's where
though.
I'm from, and there just
Basically,
happened
a
to be
little rolling cloud of
a slight risk
condensation.
that was probably the bust
And thank you,
of the
Bucky, for the 5. Thank you so much. Hope all is well. Kind of looks like a mustache. Looks like this storm has a mustache. Mario the Storm Cloud happening over here. Now, we'll keep an eye on their stream. They're on a decent storm here. I mean, if any of them are going to try to produce, it's going to be one of these ones down in here. We'll keep a close eye on it. Come back over here to Illinois. Check out our tornado warning. Yeah, still pretty weak circulation heading towards Noble. Definitely not an imminent tornado threat right now with this storm, but still certainly worth being in your safe spots just in case that does try to wrap up. And still monitoring our damaging wind threat up here. Still some pretty powerful winds possible up here. We've seen multiple instances of that over and over. Tornado Explorer, is the camera we're looking at, is this kind of near South Bend? Or is this more towards like Warsaw? Where are we at? Kokomo? Where's Kokomo? Oh, we're Kokomo. Oh, it's down here. Okay. Oh, wait. Some hail from Storm Runner Media. Oh, yeah. That's around ping pong ball sized. Yeah, the storm that's about to hit the cam on the top right, that's near Kokomo. How can you send weather pics to me on Twitter or Discord, since I have the Discord up? But I don't have the Discord link. Can somebody post a Discord invite in chat? Let me put that in the description. Thank you, Blondie. In Peru. Yeah, the good news about down here is that these winds are not really that strong. They're around 60 miles per hour. Our strongest winds are still up here near like the Warsaw area. We've been seeing some pretty strong wind gusts right here in this kind of isolated area, heading towards like Leesburg and North Webster, right along Highway 30. Also, some pretty strong winds we've been seeing over and over have been happening on this northern side. Just went through South Bend, heading towards Elkhart, Pokagon, Three Rivers, and Middlebury. Further up to the north, near Kalamazoo, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and not sure for which one of these storms it is. Saw a tornado possible tag on this, but I'm not seeing any rotation. But I think that's going to be for our approaching line, if I had to guess, right up in this portion right here. Oh, where's that camera? Interesting. Oh, looks like Pagey Tornado is on some sort of mesocyclone or storm base, at least. It's a little bit elevated there, it looks like. Oh, Pokagon. Okay. Oh, your cam is in South Bend. Let me see. Did it go out? It is frozen. Yeah, might have lost that camera. Yeah, right there in Leesburg. Could have some winds of potentially up to 80 miles per hour. Let's check back in with our tornado warning. See what's going on with this. Yeah, still some pretty weak rotation. They'll probably let that one expire. Seems like our tornado threat continues to struggle, which is mainly due to the weaker lower level winds. And down here, we do have some storms, some more discrete storms, but let me see if we've got any change in our mesoscale analysis here. Yeah, I mean, there's like a bubble here where there's like no shear, and that's where all these storms on the Arkansas-Missouri border are right now. So these storms will continue to be mainly just a large hail threat at the moment. Surface base Cape, still have plenty of instability out in front of these storms right now. Greatest area of forcing is over there where our main wind damage threat is. A little bit of forcing over there in Arkansas, which is why those storms are starting to fire. To the capping version there in Texas and Arkansas and Louisiana. I wonder if that's going to have any effect. We got our 3 Cape and vorticity. Not a whole lot of vorticity. Our forecast still is on point. Kicking butt. The cap in Tennessee is not there. There is no cap in Tennessee. So expect some severe weather to come through later. Wow, look at this view from Storm Intermedia. Pretty cool with those sun rays coming through like the left portion of that storm. Cam is back in Kokomo. Yeah, the winds down here probably won't be that intense. I mean, if you're going to be looking for any stronger winds, I would probably try to find some cameras near like Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne and then like Goshen. What I think will happen in Columbus, just kind of what we're seeing here. In fact, a lot of the storms that are like near Indianapolis are not even severe warned right now. Pretty weak right here in this area. And that will eventually be what's going to kind of make it into Columbus. I like this portion of the line back here. That's going to be a while. Seems like our northern mode here is surging out the most. That is moving up into areas like Michigan next. And then this down here seems to be kind of lagging behind. We were thinking for most of Western Ohio was going to be around 5 p.m., but it looks like that's mainly going to be like northeastern or northwestern Ohio, and maybe a lot longer, like 7 or 8 p.m. Here for our southern mode. When the LLJ kicks in, absolutely, that will be the peak of our threat. That's not supposed to happen until about 4 hours from now, where those storms are in Arkansas. Let's go check back in with our tornado warning, see if we have any other things to note. Yeah, still some broader circulation here on the southern side near Noble, heading towards Olney. Still not much of a tornado threat there. Will I stay up for the overnight threat? Maybe, yeah. It just depends on what it looks like. You know, if we're dealing with 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings, I probably won't be live. It just really depends on how this threat materializes throughout the day. You know, we're still watching for some storms to fire down here in Texas, and it looks like they are trying. In fact, we actually got a severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Fort Worth, Texas, heading towards Forest Hill, Dalworthington Gardens, Kennydale, Rendon, and Mansfield. I mean, this storm kind of popped up out of nowhere, didn't it? Wow. Just a couple of scans, and all of a sudden you got a 1-inch hail falling out of the sky. Webcam is west of Fort Wayne. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. Just keep it there until the wind comes there. Yeah, hydrate and stretch. And in fact, they're letting some of these severe thunderstorm warnings expire, but I can see them putting one back over here near Mountain Home again. I'm willing to bet that there's at least 1-inch hail. Well, actually, not really. Okay. Yeah, this is honestly what we want to see. I'm gonna be honest. This just congeal into a mess, because the more messy these storms are, after that lower level jet kicks in, the briefer and weaker the tornadoes will be. And so as long as this stays a mess down here, we still will have a tornado threat. Our peak of our tornado threat will still most likely be in this area, but it might just completely flub. That's certainly a possibility if all those congeal into a line of storms. Yeah, South Bend looks like you guys are good to go for the rest of the day down there in South Bend. A little bit of rotation though is popping up over here. Also, a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Park, Sullivan for 60-mile-per-hour winds mainly. I'll have to keep an eye on this near Jamestown. A little bit of area of some tighter circulation trying to develop there, and also the stronger winds are pushing into Oswego now here into Indiana. I'll be pushing into North Webster as well, Cromwell and Legionnaire. Are there any cameras near Legionnaire, Tornado Explorer? $41,000 people now? Wow. We were at 28,000 people without power in Indiana, but look at this. Oh, wow. Now we're at 51,000. Dang. Yeah, it's mainly up here in the northern portion here in like Pulaski and Stark counties. So you see like where this leading edge of the storm is here? Right into there. That is where our strongest winds are. You see how it kind of bows out there? That's where we've been getting most of our power outages. So Fort Wayne, Angola, Jamestown, Coldwater. This is one of our more, dangerous parts of our entire storm right now. We do have some hail further down to the south. But a lot of these are warned for like small hail. Maybe some ping pong ball sized hail associated with this tornado warned storm near Olney. That's probably some of our biggest hail that we have right now. And then we got some golf ball sized hail near Piccaninnyville and DeQuine, heading towards Cesar and Waltonville. This one also looks like it could have some big hail on it. Yeah, ping pong ball sized hail heading towards Fredericktown there. So yeah, still some pretty decent hailstorms. Yeah, ping pong ball sized hail now in Madison, Guinevere.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch. Let me see if I can get some more information on that. That. Maybe not. Oh, that's down here. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm watch issued for like Dallas, Greenville, Plano, Enos, Corsicana, Cleburne, Tyler, Longview, Lone Star, Mount Pleasant in Texas, Hope, Texarkana, Nashville, DeQueen, Dierks, Mena, Waldron, Mount Ida, there in Arkansas, and Broken Bow in Idabel in Oklahoma. Hey, thank you, KM58, for subscribing. Thank you so much. I need to use the restroom real quick and refill my water, so give me a second.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Delicious. Nothing better than some cold water. New tornado warning in Florida. Really? Yeah. Little area down here of some rotation there. Just make sure that is from this radar going away, going towards. Let's check this one. Really that strong of rotation with that storm. Not really sure why they pulled the trigger on that one. But yeah, watch out over there near Hilochi Wildlife Management Area. And thank you, Gaming, for the 5. Thank you so much. That is helpful. Keep an eye on that storm just in case it does something. Also, look at this. Random severe thunderstorm over here near Shabuda. Heading towards the Alabama-Mississippi border. Potentially some hail threats down here. Let's check this out. Yeah, $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here in Mississippi. Dayton, Ohio will be later. You see how the storm is angled here? It's going to be a little bit before these storms actually make it to you. Is that they allowed that tornado warning to expire here in Illinois. And our only tornado warning right now is exactly where you would expect it, in Florida. Hey, thank you, government, for the $20 donation. What's my opinion on West Memphis near Arkansas? Also, stop being so thin-skinned and block people over comments, huh? I don't know if I want to help you. That's a mean comment. 2-inch hail over there near Carter, Missouri. Watch out for that. If you apologize, I'll look there. But if not, then, I guess you just kind of threw $20 in the trash. New severe thunderstorm warning over here near Shelleyville, Riley, Prairie Creek, Brazil, Carbon, Center Point, and Clay City. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. All right. See you later. Thanks for the $20. What is this? A little bit of a surge here. I'm not sure how legitimate the signal is, though. I might need to watch this area of the storm. Quarter-sized hail for Clay Park, Sullivan, and Vigo, Indiana. Keep an eye on that area. Rotation in Thay, Missouri. Go check in on it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, some broad circulation here. Near Thayer, heading up towards Alton. We are looking like, I think we're looking, yeah. Just 16,000 feet up into that storm. Man, these storms are in like the biggest radar hole I think we have in the United States of America. My goodness. Let's come check back down over here near Florida. Ooh, a little bit stronger rotation with this storm near Four Corners. That's looking a little bit more convincing. Heading towards Sawgrass Bay. Continue to be in your safe spots into this area. Oh wow, and some decent winds starting to pull up. Is this still Fort Wayne, Indiana? Tornado Explorer. And thank you, Pamela, for becoming a WIMD member. Okay, these are the current conditions in Fort Wayne. Getting a little bit more windier. You can see the traffic lights are shaking on the right side. Well, that's the thing, with those kind of people, they want something from you, but they don't respect you. I don't understand that. That is weird. I will admit. They're just trying to use me. Which is fine, I guess, but if you're gonna ask for a favor, you should be nice to the person asking to. Just saying. Yeah, looks like that area of rotation kind of dissipated there. They are extending this severe thunderstorm warning over there for Fort Wayne. Great. Oh, so that was that in Fort Wayne, Tornado Explorer, or was that just outside of Fort Wayne near Columbia City? Quarter-sized hail for Allen. Okay, so that's this storm warning here. for Auburn, Kendallville, Butler. That was still in Legionnaire. Okay, gotcha. That was up here. Wow. But yeah, watch out. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible for you guys. We've been seeing quite a bit of power outages with this, so just be prepared for that. Shouldn't be out for very long, but thank you, Pamela, for the 2. Moody, Missouri. I bet you Moody, Missouri is where that one guy we just banned is from. He seemed pretty moody. All right, let me go over here to Google Maps and see if I can find that. Let's see here. Moody, Missouri. Missouri. See where that is. That is over in this area. Oh wow. You are dodging bullets out here near Moody. Where is that? It's like should be like back over here. It's to the west of Branson. There's Branson. So you're like over here in this area. So you kind of just went through some severe weather. But then back over here, could have like another round of that coming soon. It seems like all of our storm chasers are in some pretty bad connection. Mountain Home? Let me see. Nah, that's not a velocity couplet. That's side lobe. But a storm like that, we might have to keep an eye on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning over here for this part of the storm. Oh, yeah. A little bit of a couplet is developing here north of Wolf Lake. That is pretty close here to trying to produce a tornado. If you live in Port Mitchell, Albion, Kendallville, Rome City, Wilcottville, all of you guys need to be in your safe spots here, and also in Angola. This storm certainly has a tight little couplet on it. Shannon, Missouri, watch out. Ping pong ball sized hail for you guys. Yeah, a little bit of a couplet trying to develop here. Wow, we got another one over here near Middlebury as well. And that one might get warned here for parts of Michigan. And we got another one in Michigan near Montville. A couple little areas of rotation. We might get a couple of tornado warnings here. The round. Yeah, it shouldn't be as bad as the first round. Quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour, or sorry, half-dollar sized hail, and 60 mile per hour winds for Clark, Mississippi. Yeah, still some broad circulation here with this storm. Still keeping an eye on it, heading towards Sawgrass Bay. There in Florida. Current cam is in the warnings. Current cam, no camera in the warnings. Current cam is another still west of Fort Wayne. Yeah, looks like we might have a shelf cloud here. Oh yeah, look at that. This is looking out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. we shall keep an eye on it. Latest scan here, man, still a decent couplet here. That might be a tornado there near Fort Mitchell. Gotta wait for our velocities to come in, but that kind of, yeah. It looks like we might have a tornado on the ground north and west of Port Mitchell. Essentially a very brief QLCS tornado in progress here near Port Mitchell, heading towards Albion. Man, we got a lot of little circulation starting to develop on this part of the line. We got another one over here near Middlebury still. No tornado on that one yet. Severe thunderstorm warning in Boone and Clinton seems to be expiring there. A little area of rotation there. Man, a lot of little couplets. Another one over here near Decatur. We're getting a little active up here. Our tornado warning is continuing down there into Lake Florida. Yeah, and even another one over here as well. Lots of little couplets in and along this leading edge here. Yeah, latest scan looks like that tornado is potentially already lifted here. And it's already lifted. A very brief tornado potentially happened there near Albion. But it doesn't appear to be on the ground anymore. 70-mile-per-hour winds for Elkhart, Grant, and Huntington, Indiana. Computer's starting to struggle. This FYI. Chat just crashed. Back up. There we go. I just slap a big old tornado warning. I mean, it wouldn't be the dumbest thing. I mean, really, anybody there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 couplets from really all the way down here up into Decatur. QLCS tornado threat is certainly picking up here. Let me check this radar. Yeah, you can see them on this radar too. So those are 100%, potentially tornadic circulations on the leading edge of that storm. The bad thing about those circulations is that, they can produce tornadoes so fast. Sometimes we just don't even catch them on radar. So I'm surprised there's not tornado warnings up there, to be honest. And again, this is in Michigan and northern Indiana. No. As far as I could tell, and it's not on the ground. Yeah, rotation would be here. Looks like there's a debris signature there, but that's probably just hail wrapping in there. There is a little bit of rotation with this storm. Still worth keeping an eye on this near Viola and Salem. Hate tornado season. A lot of us do. A lot of us do. We feel you. You're in the right place if you hate tornadoes, let me tell you. Uh-oh. That might be a brief tornado here, potentially, near Saberts. I get another couplet over here near Scott. I am kind of surprised that this is our only tornado warning up here. I'm not going to lie. I think we should have more. It's just these lines, these QLCS little kinks in these lines can just produce so fast. Like, you just don't want to let your guard down. Like, it wouldn't be a bad idea if you live in like LaGrange, Hal, Sturgis, Three Rivers here in Michigan and Indiana to be in your safe spots, to be honest. Would not be a bad idea. I was looking for Indianapolis. Storms are coming. They're not really severe right now, but these ones back over here are probably going to be your main threat near Terre Haute. Wind and chill, 60-mile-per-hour winds on these guys right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. A new tornado warning here for Sturgis, Matson, Collin, and Union City. You guys need to be in your safe spots here with this storm. And we got 3 couplets here on this part of the storm. Potentially a tornado in progress over here near Howe. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, looks like they let that tornado warning in Florida expire. Yeah, but we've been keeping an eye on this rotation near Viola. There is some rotation there, but it's a little bit blocky as we're looking so far away on this storm. Let's check from Little Rock. Yeah, from Little Rock, it doesn't really look like much. Broader on that. Let's check from Memphis. Yeah, it's really only the Springfield radar that's showing the signal, so that's probably why there's not a warning on it right now. Oh, wow. Check this out. This is just outside of Fort Wayne, if I'm correct. This is the leading edge of that strong storm that's coming through this area. If you're talking about Indiana, Bill, we've seen a couple of CC drops up there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're starting to warn pretty much this entire line, which I think is the way to go here. Yeah, near Rome City. Yeah, we saw that one. Launching over here near Sturgis. Still got some couplets up here. Also over here south of Three Rivers. A little bit of couplets in and along in the Michigan region here. But the main ones, the strongest ones, are still mainly associated with this portion of the line. Again, that's Villa, Auburn, Waterloo, and Butler that now needs to be in their safe spots. Also Hudson, Angola, Orland, Sturgis, Nowata, Matson, Colin, Union City, Girard, and Leonidas need to be in their safe spots there. And just to the south of this storm is right here near Fort Wayne. And this is what it looks like. It's just basically a wall of rain coming. What's a good site for watching cams? Literally any state name and then just put 511 after it. I would do Indiana right now if you're trying to look at some cams. Oh, wow. Golf ball sized hail for Franklin, Illinois, Jackson, Perry, Jefferson. Severe thunderstorm warning for you guys. Watch out. Let me check to make sure that our chasers going out here are not on me, on them. Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah, it looks like Pagey Tornado just lost service, unfortunately. Yeah, over here near Branson, it is mainly just some rain. Rain and thunderstorms and potentially some hail up to an inch. Oh, wow. Look at those winds starting to pick up over there near Fort Wayne. Camera is starting to shake a little bit. What state is Rome City? That is Indiana. Yeah, pretty decent wins already out in front of that. Ping pong ball sized hail now for Carter, Missouri. Akron, Ohio. Probably gonna be a while. Probably won't be until nighttime. Or like 10 p.m. or something like that. Maybe even later, because this portion of the line is pretty slow moving. Their Discord has information. Let me switch over to this. See if I can't find some information people are talking about. Got a shot here of a storm. Is this a webcam? Susan, are you in chat? Oh, another ring cam over here near Toledo. Look at this. Oh, that's the wrong scene. This one. Why is it doing that? All right. I don't have a really good way to share the Discord. Not gonna lie. I tried. I'll have to figure out something better for that. Let's come back down into here. Still some rotations. They're not as strong. We got another one over here north and east of Three Rivers I'm keeping my eye on. I don't know why this is all of a sudden not loading for me. Do you mind restarting the stream, Tornado Tours, and seeing if that works? Not sure if that's a me problem or a you problem. It looks like Kendallville and Avila, Rome City and Wolcottville, Howell and Sturgis. There we go. We're back. Looks like all of these guys right now are good to go. But next in line is going to be Auburn, Waterloo, Butler, Hudson, Orland, Madison, and Union City in Michigan in Indiana. Is that camera down, Tornado
New
Explorer?
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So we have an officially confirmed tornado here. Not seeing a debris signature, but must have some sort of report on the ground. Yeah, law enforcement has confirmed
Thunderstorm watch has been issued.
A tornado here is going to be heading up towards Burr Oak, Collin, Sherwood, Matson, and Union City. This is now on the ground.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Michigan going to be okay tornado wise? Depends on where you live. We have a confirmed tornado in Michigan right now. So technically, no. Webcam is currently east of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Okay, thank you. Quarter-sized hail for Reynolds, Missouri, or actually half-dollar-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going live tomorrow? Yeah, I most likely will be live tomorrow. Discord screenshots in the reporter group. That's fine. I don't have a good way to show it. Again, with these kind of QLCS tornado threats, we're probably not going to catch all the debris signatures. There could be smaller, briefer tornadoes happening in between radar scans.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
So, I mean, if you guys live in this area, I would just continue to be in your safe spots no matter what we say on this storm. Again, it's just going to be hard to catch every single one of them.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Get that for a little bit. We're getting a couple of severe thunderstorm watches getting issued here. Power out here in Lafayette. What state is that? But yeah, our severe thunderstorm watches are going to be out in front of these storms here. That's going to be for Lima, Findlay, Tiflin, Fremont, Toledo, Bedford Township, Jackson, Lansing, Detroit, Clinton Township, Flint, and Bay City. I do want to say just how insane it is that we just got a confirmed tornado in Michigan in March. That's pretty crazy. I'm not going to lie. Little bit out of season for that. Again, that tornado would be located right somewhere into this region. We had law enforcement apparently confirm a tornado on the ground with this storm. It's out of season. Typically, you guys don't get tornadoes until like May. Ontario would be an enhanced risk. Yeah, I mean, this will eventually be making it into Ontario. Yeah, near like Chatham, Kent, London, Hamilton, Sarnia. Pick up much? Yeah, it could have just been a very brief tornado as well. It just happened in between the scans. Quarter-sized hail warning over there near Clark and Crawford in Jasper, Illinois. Yeah, exactly. If your state's being ignored, that's a good thing. It means you don't have any tornadoes near you. But we're still every now and then coming back. We're not completely ignoring everybody, but we got a lot of tornado warnings up there. And so we definitely got to, be pretty wise and how we dictate where we're looking at or which storms to keep an eye on. Ooh, good news. Lots of congealment here. We wanted to see. That strong tornado threat just went down a little bit. Storms are struggling here in Texas, by the way. That is what we want to see. We want to see those storms merge.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Okay, new severe thunderstorm watch now for Greenville, Bell Fountain, Kenton, and Salina there in Ohio. Yeah, everywhere in the pink here, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. In the darker, and like in the black color here, that is a tornado warning or tornado watch. This has probably been like the most tornadic these storms have been pretty much all day. Pretty much all day. We just got an update on this. Still radar indicated. We potentially had like 2 to 3, maybe even 4 to 5 tornadoes along the leading edge here. Kind of hard to tell exactly how many. I missed that warning. Let me bring that up again. Let's say. For Bollinger and Wayne, hen egg-sized hail. Watch out. That's some pretty big hail down there. They did allow this tornado warning to expire near Angola, but they still have this one near Auburn going, Waterloo, Butler, and then also Matson, Union City, Collin, and Girard. Where's that 2-inch hail? That this one? Yeah, that's this one. This one's going to be heading towards Greenville, Missouri. Pretty strong storm there. That will definitely break some windows. So watch out there in Greenville. You still have a little bit of time to get those, the cars and pets indoors. Okay, latest scan here. Looks like a lot of our rotations are settling down. Still a couple here near Kalamazoo heading towards Climax, but none of them are that powerful right now. Bella Fountain is now under a severe thunderstorm watch. Scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts. Isolated hail of up to 1 inch possible. Wow, look at this over here. Skies are starting to get dark. Is this still east of Fort Wayne, Explorer? Live in Coldwater, Michigan. Will they be okay? Yeah, they'll be fine. Just make sure they seek shelter when a warning gets issued for their area. Yeah, still east of Fort Wayne here on this camera here in Indiana. I swear, though, this storm has been approaching Fort Wayne for at least 30 minutes now. Seems like the storm is not moving as far to the east, more to the north and east on this portion. Yeah, that's one thing you got to keep in mind if you do subscribe to this channel. Like after the big streamers go live, like Ryan Hall and Max, like you most likely will not get recommended my content. So you gotta have a way to get alerts when I go live first, so you know that I'm live. And the best way to do that is in our Discord. As you will guaranteed get a notification every time that I go live. We got an automatic notification system set up there, but YouTube sometimes won't even send out notifications when that happens because they prioritize the bigger channels reach over the smaller ones by quite a bit. So best way to be notified is in the Discord. Yeah, Marley, just join the Discord and you'll get those notifications if you're struggling to get them on YouTube. Oh, wow. Another new tornado warning
has been issued.
Another new tornado warning. That's going to be for this area of rotation. And look at this storm. Whoa. Over here near, oh yeah, that's side lobe contamination. Never mind. But yeah, this right here near Angola, heading towards York, Clear Lake, California, Northwest, Seneca as well, all need to be in their safe spots. Cambria, Alganese, Ransom there in Michigan. Do I stream on Twitch? No. Prefrontal all the way up in Michigan. Yeah, there's a couple of prefrontals out there. None of them are rotating, thankfully, but what is this warning for? 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Heading into Cannon Township, Hastings, Asira, Marshall, and Homer. Watch out there in Michigan. More power outages are certainly going to be possible. By the time the ice storm and all that is said and done, we might be approaching close to 200,000. people without power. You see, we're starting to see that number tick up a little bit more as this wind moves through southern Michigan. I would say, like, overall, just by impacts in terms of power outages, Michigan has actually got hit the worst. And now look at this, Indiana also at 87,000 people without power. Oops. Hey, thank you, CNJ Bro and Connie, for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of trolls on Twitch. It's a lot younger of an audience on there, and I really don't like some young people like 13 and above are okay and nice, but a lot of them are trolly. Oh. YouTube has an older audience that I enjoy hanging out with a lot more. I want the chat to be full of Riz and Skibbity toilet references. On the southernmost tornado warning, no, not really. It's really just a clearing of the air in between storms. I said some of the younger generation is okay and mature. There's a lot of y'all that are just like straight up brain rot. You guys got ADHD to like the 10th power. Can't keep up with you guys. It's just me being old. You guys are no different from like my generation in comparison to like what the boomers thought of us. It's all the same every generation. I think each year brains just move faster and faster and faster. And the older you get, the more you notice it. And you're like, whoa, what the heck's going on? What the heck? What is Riz? Yeah. Looks like Colon, Madison is good here, but Union City is going to be next in line there. The tornado threat over here near Waterloo is pretty low, I would say. Still watching for spin ups, though. Butler still needs to be in their safe spots. Angola also has an area of rotation. Clear Lake Northwest, Cambria, Algancy, and Pioneer still need to be respecting the storm and continuing to be in their safe spots. A little bit of stronger winds pulling up into just east of Fort Wayne. Yeah, my generation. Oh my gosh, look at that bird. It was just hovering there for a second in the wind. Oh, these birds are having trouble flying. Can you imagine trying to fly in this as a bird? In my generation, we had like dope, fire, those kind of words. Rate care, yeah, you rate care too, Wayward Sister. Yeah, rad. We had rad. Emo. And we are kind of getting like some storm mergers onto the front of the line. I'm wondering if that might like increase the tornado threat. We shall see. Oh wow. Thormer Media has another or no, that's Pagey Tornado. Has a view of a severe thunderstorm warning just on the border there of Missouri and in Arkansas. That is looking like a storm for sure, and also houses and trees. Lots of houses and trees down here. Yeah, fresh was also a term for the millennial generation. I feel so old now. Thanks, guys. I feel like a boomer. Yeah, that's not anything right there. This area of circulation is about to move out of this area here. Oh, look at this. Storm intermedia's got a view of something. Never mind. It's just a lot of low-lying moisture. Dang it. I keep switching back over to that. I'm sorry. Yeah, Far House from the 70s. Hey, thank you, Lola, for being a member for 27 months. Holy moly. That is over 2 years. Believe it or not, Lola the Tornado was our first member ever on this channel. That's crazy. You're getting close to 3 years. Everybody put hearts in the chat for Lola. That is some serious support. Coldwater, Michigan. Yeah. Is that like a live camera? Are there live cameras in Michigan? If there are, then that's probably not a bad idea. Tornado Explorer. They're not live, actually. You're just picture cameras. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these storms are entering into picture cam territory. Ohio is picture cameras. Michigan is picture cameras. Tri-point. Okay, so like right up in here. Yeah, we got a camera over here on the top right of our screen. We'll see what this storm is. Wait, like right here? Are you sure? Oh yeah. Yeah, this is in the tornado warning. This camera on the top right of our screen. This one right here is in the tornado warning near Clear Lake and York. Good luck, Lola. Hope the music comes out great. Ohio's definitely getting it. Yeah, you guys probably will get some storms over there. All right, latest scans here. We still have a couple of areas of rotation I'm keeping my eye on. But it looks like Angola, Waterloo, and Butler are good to go there. Coldwater is all right. Never mind. Madison, Sherwood, Colon can all come out of their safe spots as well. The only people that are still in the line here of potential tornadoes is Northwest, Camden, Montgomery, Alleganzy, Cambria, and Ransom. As of right now, I'm not seeing any evidence of tornadoes on the ground, but again, those brief spin-ups are still possible with this portion of the storm. That's not nice, Wolf. That's another thing with like the younger generation. They all hate Ohio for some reason. See you later, Bucky. Thank you for tuning in. Why do they hate Ohio? I do not know. I don't even know what started that. Florence, Alabama's got a while. I don't even know if the storm's ever going to make it there. We haven't had any convection here in the southern part of the storm in a really long time. Check back over here with these storms. Yeah, these storms are still thankfully struggling to rotate. Let's see if we had some new mesoscale analysis to look at here. We got a low pressure system up here, and then this low pressure system down here is going to be our southern risk eventually. Shear is still pretty weak on our southern mode. Looks like some of those solutions that had that really weak wind shear down here were more right than like our more bullish models like the NAM that had wind shear all the way down into Texas by this point. And we're still really only dealing with around 25 to 30 knots. I mean, again, that's not going to be enough wind shear to support a strong tornado risk. Most likely. If we get a strong tornado, it'll be pretty unlucky. I am curious. Let's come to here, bring this up. Let's see if we have any new model runs to look at. Let's see. Start over here in the northern portion, and we'll bring up 18Z. And we do have new model runs. The storms are over here. And so, 6 p.m. Moving into around 18Z. Some, storms over there near Michigan. 8 p.m. down here into southern Illinois. So, yeah, a little bit lagging behind than our models were indicating when we looked at them first. Maybe a prefrontal storm over there in Kentucky that needs to be monitored. That could be tornadic there. A line of storms over here pulling up into parts of western Kentucky by 8 p.m. as well. Then Tennessee should be getting in on some storms by around 9 p.m. Those could be semi-tornadic there, most likely just a damaging wind threat at this point. And then, eventually these storms should fire more into Arkansas and Louisiana by around 10 p.m. and congeal into a line of storms. And that's mainly going to be the threat there for central Mississippi going down into Louisiana. And then maybe some damaging winds there in northern Alabama, pretty weak. Yeah, it was like mainly a damaging wind threat down there, unless our shear substantially picks up.
Has been issued.
Look at the radar for 1 minute. Or the models for 1 minute. And we got a new tornado warning. Oh, wow. Look at this. Donovan over here in Missouri. Some stronger rotation is trying to develop right in that area. It is trying. Heading towards Naylor, Poplar Bluff, and Neelyville. This is not where we want to see tornado warnings. So hopefully that's just upper rotation. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This radar is also showing some rotation in this area as well. That does look pretty blocky, though. But again, if you live in Poplar Bluff, Naylor, I'd be in your safe spots. I think a lot of our storm chasers are near this storm. Let's come back up here to Michigan, where we just got a new tornado warning here. Oh, yeah, over there near Gaines. Pretty decent area of rotation right in here, heading towards Gerald R. Ford International Airport, Lau Carter Township, Ada Township, Virginia's Township, Saranac, Orleans, Belding, and Grattan. Guys need to be in your safe spots there in Michigan. Does Shreveport look like tornadic? Not super tornadic, but yeah, I mean, there could be some little spin ups in there. The shear, though, should be pretty low. Unwarned tornado near Wright, Michigan. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a tornado on the ground here in Michigan. They're near Wright. Wow. That is not good. And Ravenna also is going to have to watch out for that as well. So watch out there. This is unwarned tornado on the ground here in Michigan. Surprised I didn't catch that. I almost missed it, to be fair, but yeah, still on the ground here, north and east of Wright. Heading towards Sparta. Sparta should be in their safe spots here. Again, this is a tornado on the ground. And I'm watching these little circulations up here further up to the north, too, for more tornadic activity. Seems like this part of the line. Also, some 2-inch hail for Jackson and Perry there in Missouri and Illinois. Watch out for that. It kind of looks like a tornado on the ground south of Ada Township, but I can't really tell for certain. It looks like there's a debris signature under there. That could also be some hail. But yeah. Wow, look at this view here from Storm Runner Media. Like a pretty elevated storm. I think Pagey tornado is in the tornado warning that is here near Poplar Bluff. So hopefully we can get a view of the storm from her. I think she's getting into some better positioning here. Yeah, I don't know. There seems like there might be a couplet there. That might be a tornado south of Ada. It's just still hard to confirm. Come back up here to this tornado. Okay, looks like that tornado has lifted, that unwarned tornado. Got another area of circulation also south of Bridgetown. We got to keep an eye on there. Check back down here with our tornado warning near Pioneer and Cambria. Yeah, still no debris ball with this. Cambria and Ranson should still be continuing to be in their safe spots. Let's come back down to this Poplar Bluff storm. Yeah, still what appears to be quite the couplet here near Donathan. Right in there. Unfortunately, we are so far away from this storm on radar. Let's check from Paducah. Yeah, Paducah is not really showing that strong of rotation. Neither is that radar. It's unfortunately we are in quite the radar hole with this storm. We're gonna have to rely on our storm chasers, but our storm chasers are kind of in a signal hole as well. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Going back up here to Michigan. Yeah, some pretty darn strong winds there. Not seeing that debris signature anymore. I'm not sure if that was a tornado or not. It kind of looked like one for a little bit, but again, we're pretty darn close to that radar, unfortunately. Yeah, some pretty strong winds are in that storm as well. Heading towards Belding, Virginia Township, Lowell, Carter Township. Penny-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Lenawi, Michigan. Let's come back down to this tornado warning near Cambria. There's still not a whole lot happening down there. They're probably going to let that one expire, honestly. Near Irving. Oh, yeah. Yeah, tight little couplet here, south and west of Irving. Moving up towards Freeport and Carlton. This is pretty close to being to trying to produce a tornado there. And there's that tornado warning.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Hastings, Freeport, Carlton, Lake Odessa, Clarksville, and Woodland need to be in their safe spots. This is interesting. We're in like a 2% tornado risk with these storms, which is kind of crazy to think about. This is some of the most tornadic activity we have seen all day. It's in Michigan, of all places. Another proof that Mother Nature is unpredictable. A couple of little couplets down here south of Hastings as well. It's another breeze signature with this couplet, but you can see those greens and reds are right next to each other. So very close to trying to produce a tornado here south of Irving, just south of Irving by like a mile or so, heading towards Carrollton and Freeport. We also have quite the couplets here, or maybe a couple of couplets here, there, and there. Still kind of hard to tell, though, given our proximity to our radar. Another little area of rotation here near Grant we're keeping an eye on. It does look like that little tornado that we spotted up there, or helped spotted up there, has lifted. And thank you, John James, for the 20. I do appreciate that. Columbus, Indiana. Where is Columbus? Dang it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you guys got some time. Some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings are going to come pretty close to you here within the next hour or two. Not quite there yet, though. Some tornadic activity and some damaging winds will be possible there. Let's go back down to the Arkansas-Missouri border with this tornado warning. Franklin, Jackson, Williamson, Illinois. Got some half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Watch out for that. Might get a warning eventually with this storm again. And this radar is showing a little couplet here east of Doniphan still. Again, it's going to be really hard to tell what this storm is doing as it pushes into Naylor, Neely, and Poplar Bluff. But I would still continue to be in your safe spots. You guys really do need a radar, though. I mean, I don't know why they can't just put one in Poplar Bluff. That seems like it would be a great area for it to be. All right, looks like Pagey might be about to give us a view of the storm. If her service can hold on here. She is in the path of this tornado warned storm here into Missouri. So keep an eye on her feed. Yeah, there you can see some lightning back in there. And thank you, John Jones, again for another donation. This time, some gifted memberships, 5 of them. If you guys get a membership from John James, make sure you're saying thank you. Check back down here first, then we'll move up. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Crawford and Lawrence, Illinois. Yeah, it's going to be going into ransom here shortly. That tornado warning still ongoing, it appears. Yeah, it looks like this little spin up here near Irving might not ever produce something, or it might have produced something very brief. And we got 2 more couplets now to the south and west of Hastings. So watch out there in Hastings, Michigan as well. Another little couplet starting to form here south of Grattan. Watch out there. And also potentially 1, 2, 3 couplets over here near Grant and Casanova and Kent City here in Michigan, heading towards Cedar Springs and Croton. They might start throwing warnings up there now. I'm behind on Pagey's live stream. Really? Dang it. I hate when it does that. Oh, wow. Where are they? think they're near the center of rotation with this storm. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see what we missed.
Cars, 2 cars, 3
All right,
cars.
we're about to be in this.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're very close to that rotation. Really spotty service here, but they're like right next to this rotation here near Arkansas.
We're good. We're about to be in this.
Oh my goodness, really? We missed all of this? Oh, I hate it when my computer sucks, man.
Oh! Oh!
Wow, is that a tornado there? Look at that. Looks like debris is lifting up there. It could be like a dust NATO or something, but that's something really weird on the left side.
This next one.
And they're very close to this area of circulation. That's yeah, I mean, we'll have to be patient with it, but they are very close. Oh, wow. Maybe a little brief tornado over here south of Parnell, potentially.
New information.
Heading towards
This
Mosley and
tornado warning
Alton.
has been upgraded.
Tornado warning has been upgraded. Oh, wow. This is officially on the ground here. This is a tornado on the ground in Naylor, Neelyville, and Poplar Bluff. Guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots here into Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that is this storm here. Can't really see a debris signature out of any of these, but we kind of saw it there on Pagey tornado screen. That might have been a tornado there. Let me see where storm intermedia is. Yeah, they're still to the south of that. Let's listen in here. Apparently, there's a tornado on the ground with this storm. Pagey's right there, but her service is struggling.
This thing's wrapped in rain if it's down.
Oh, yeah. Well, clearly.
Yeah, we were just in
Yeah, they're saying that this storm is wrapped in rain right now. So if you live in this area, do not try to, do not try to look and try to find the storm. If you live in Poplar Bluff and Naylor, you should just be in your safe spots. And this is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Yeah, he texted me.
Okay.
He's okay.
Because I seen him do the same thing we were doing.
Yeah.
All right, look. Curtains are pulling this way.
Uh-huh.
Right back.
So hard. Because mine popped so hard.
Yeah, these trees are about to come down.
Oh,
we're going to drive over here.
Oh. Yeah, they're very close to that circulation. We really need to keep a close eye on their stream. That's, again, a tornado on the ground here in Arkansas. I mean, sorry, not Arkansas, in Missouri. And we have another tornado warning here now for Greenville, Howard City, and Croton, where we have a lot of little brief spin-ups trying to happen here near Cedar Springs, heading towards Pearson, Howard City, Croton, Sand Lake, and Lakeview. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Where's this camera, Explorer? Oh, that's near Indianapolis. Wow. It's frozen on my end. Might want to close or try to refresh that. I don't know. Oh my goodness. What is that? I think the tornado just went right in front of them. Oh my goodness. Look at that. That's something there. And they 0-metered that. Unfortunately, their service is kind of bad here. We'll try to show you guys as much as we can through the bad service. Tried to pause it. Yeah, look at that. All that dust lifting there. That's either like a gust NATO on the leading edge, or that is a tornado currently on the ground. Again, this is that storm near Poplar Bluff. Looks like they lost service again. Definitely got to keep an eye on their stream for sure. That is that tornado on the ground there near Poplar Bluff. Quarter-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds for Davies, Green, and Knox, Indiana. Oh, got a tornado on the ground south and west of Croton. South and west of Croton. Large debris ball here heading towards 82. Watch out near Croton and Howard City. This is in Michigan. A pretty decent-sized debris signature on the ground. On the ground. Heading towards Croton and Howard City. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Right there, there's that couplet, and there's that debris signature. Wow, in Michigan. That is just crazy to say in March. That is wild. Hopefully folks are seeking shelter on that storm. Also, we got a couple of couplets down here near Lake Odessa, heading into Woodland as well. And then also over here near Iona, Orleans and Belding need to be in their safe spots here as well. But back over here, we have quite a bit of couplets, here, and here, with a pretty stout tornadic debris signature here just to the south of Croton. What is that? Oh, never mind. They switched the view. I saw something there on Stormwater Media's feed. Yeah, down here, we might have just saw it with our eyes. This tornado that is being reported here near Poplar Bluff, where we have an area still of some pretty decent rotation. That is moving close to Neelyville and Poplar Bluff. You guys need to be in your safe spots again. We have a tornado that is currently in progress out here. Stormwater Media is over here near this storm, near Ravenden Springs. Not a whole lot of rotation with that one yet. It is crazy, though. Out of all the areas that had a strong tornado risk today, the main areas where we've been seeing, actual tornadic debris signatures have been in our 2% tornado risk, which is wild. Here's that debris signature pushing up towards Croton. And you want to be in your safe spots for that. We have multiple tornado warnings in this area. Grand Rapids is done. Oh, more dust on Pagey's stream. I don't think that's a tornado. Yeah, we might be getting gust NATOs out here. You see the trees didn't really move that much with that? Might be a gust NATO, another one. I think they're trying to get out in front of this tornado warned storm right now. Because they were caught up in that rain and really close to that circulation, so they were running from the tornado earlier. More dust rising on the right side of the screen. Oh my goodness, there's the storm. What in the heck? That's a big old area of dust. Look at that. Is that it? Whoa!
Look behind us. You can't even see the road.
What in the heck? Is that the tornado that everybody's been reporting with this storm? Or is that just a big old area of dust?
I think we're pretty good. What do you think?
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Tornado
so
warning
yes,
has been
yeah,
upgraded there near Carlton. We already knew that,
I got
though.
this.
Wow. It's a very close intercept. I don't think that's a tornado. I think we're just dealing with a bunch of dust. I would need to see the part of the storm above it. It's either a tornado or just a very large area of dust here near Arkansas and the Missouri border, near Poplar Bluff. Wow. You definitely want to be in your safe spots, regardless of. Look at all of that. Whoa! Man, if that's a gustnado, that is the largest gustnado I've ever seen. Wow. Started off as a tornado and spread out like that. Okay. You were watching on another stream. Wow, that is nuts. Another one over there. Look at that. I think that's a gustnado over there as well. So yeah, that might be the end of a tornado there. Just a lot of dust being kicked out from there. That is crazy. Check back in with these tornado warnings. Yeah, we still have a debris signature here near Croton. Still want Croton to be in their safe spots. We got a couple of couplets over here now near Greenville, near Sydney. Iona still needs to be in their safe spots. Some broad circulation down there. And the storm that we've been checking out here on Pagey's stream, that's been this one.
Tornado has been issued. Back
Back over here near Poplar Bluff. Still appears to be some rotation in there as far as I can tell. Yeah, from this radar you can see it. They're just south and west of Poplar Bluff. So Poplar Bluff still needs to be in their safe spots. And then we just got a new tornado warning with these storms back here. A couple of areas of some rotation. I wonder if our lower level shear is starting to pick up. Yeah, these storms are a little bit more isolated out here. Look at this. So definitely be in your safe spots there. Unfortunately, those storms are also in an area where there's just not a whole lot of good radar coverage. But man, that was just a big old area of dust. It's very confusing. Not really sure if that was like a tornado or not. Oh my goodness. Jordan Hall has a really good view of this storm near Poplar Bluff. Might use his stream for an hour. Let me see what everybody else is doing. Yeah. There's definitely a wall cloud still on this storm. Did I just miss something from Pagey? Is frozen? Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that. You can see the green in the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's that hail. New tornado warning has been issued. For Jackson and Stockbridge, Leslie, Dansville, and Mason. Yeah, Jordan Hall's got like a drone up, but we've got a chaser like right underneath this thing. So, geez, that is a big old storm. Another gustnado happening on the right side of the screen near that radar picture. You can see that dust rising up. Man, that thing's probably got some decent hail in it as well. Yeah, Pagey's killing it today. They're definitely getting better. Last stream, they caught a tornado. This stream, they potentially caught that tornado multiple times. They're right next to that dang thing. There's definitely what appears to be a gustnado on the leading edge of that. You can kind of see it. Now, I'm watching Jordan Hall's stream right now. We can use his feed if we need to. I'm watching it. If I see something drop down, he's looking right at the mesocyclone and the wall cloud right now from afar. If a tornado drops, we'll bring his feed up. I promise. But there, as far as I can tell, where the main circulation of this storm is, there isn't a tornado on the ground with it right now. But there's definitely a wall cloud and maybe even a bowl funnel underneath this thing. And this new tornado warning over here near Jackson. Have a couple of areas of circulation here in Michigan still heading towards Stockbridge, Dansville, Mason, and Holt. And then over here near where our tornado was, still looks like there's a debris signature, maybe even still a weak tornado on the ground there to the east of Croton. Still be in your safe spots there in that area. And that thing's trying to reach down. And that's $50 though if we use this stream. That's why I'm trying to be smart here. Wow, look at Storm Runner Media's view. Holy moly. Look at that with that clear slot wrapping around like that. Wow. And these storms are certainly looking interesting. What do y'all think? I'll leave it up to you guys. Should we bring up Jordan Hall's stream? It's not a tornado on the ground, but it's pretty darn close. He's just to the north of Jonesboro. Let's come back and check in on some of these tornado warnings. We got one near Viola here. Still seeing some rotation with this storm near Salem and Viola. Check from the Springfield radar. Yeah. I'll definitely be in your safe spots there. These storms are trying to do stuff. I might wait because there's no funnel under it yet. There's not a tornado. If a tornado drops, we'll bring it up. I promise. Because that's $50. And we're only going to be able to use it for an hour. So let's just be patient. We'll play the smart move. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if this one eventually gets warned over here. But the storm that Storm Runner Media on is near Pocahontas. Pocahontas there in Arkansas. That one might get tornado warned eventually too. Yeah, it looks like a lot of our severe thunderstorm warnings for the Indiana area have been allowed to expire. Golf ball sized hail now being warned there near Clay, Green, and Duncan, Missouri. I'll spend it if we need to. I mean, if there's a tornado on the ground, we'll spend it. We got to be strategic. Don't want to go broke over a wall cloud. That's why I made this deal with them. So we can just wait and then initiate it. And we don't have to pay for like a full day, you know, just to see a tornado. Latest scan here. Looks like these rotations are getting a little bit weaker.
Has been issued.
There, and then also over here we have a couple of areas of rotation near Onondaga and Jackson. We're still watching. Still want Mason, Daysville, and Stockbridge to be in their safe spots. Man, look at this view from Storm Hunter Media. There's a mesocyclone and a half on this storm. With a clear slot wrapping around it, this thing like just looking at it and the environment that might be building in around this thing, just knowing that we just had a tornado, this storm might be next. That has got quite the mesocyclone, quite the clear slot around this. I think our lower level shear is actually picking up around these storms, unfortunately. Well, there's no, there are no severe thunderstorms nearby you. I think they're to your south. Yeah, they're to your south. There is one trying to come towards you, though. Christine. With some 60 or 70 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. Bring the radar up. Sure, we're live here. We got to keep on checking those live tabs on these chasers. I got to remember to do that. Pagey's still live on it. Yeah, we should have a pretty good look at this storm eventually. Definitely going to keep an eye on that. Come back down. Yeah, it looks like they extended this tornado warning now for Fisk, Dudley, Dexter. It's now to radar indicated rotation. Still has a wall cloud on it. Pushing into Quinn. Pushing into Quinn. Fisk, Dudley, Bernie, Dexter, Essick, and Pharma need to be in their safe spots. Yeah, this storm right here is the one with the wall cloud right here. It is pretty low to the ground, too. It's not on the ground, though. There, as far as I can tell, there is no tornado on the ground right now in this storm. It's got a very low wall cloud, though. New concerning SPC mesoscale discussion. Let me check that out. Very large hail, severe wind gusts, and tornadoes will be possible. Yeah, kind of in that region we've been circling. So that lower level shear is probably picking up, unfortunately. EF3 strength. Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, the Pocahontas cell, that's the cell that it's on the bottom right. I'm pretty sure. The one that Storm Runner Media is chasing. Near the Pocahontas area. And that rotation is picking up. This one could be our next tornado warn storm here in northern Arkansas. Storm back over here near Salem. Still has a broad area of, or a decent little area here of circulation. It is a little bit on the broad side, but still, Viola and Salem should be sheltering right now as this pushes through. Further east of already the active ones, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. We'll probably get tornado watches as long as these storms are pushing through. New tornado warning over here near Fowler, St. John's, Duplain, Elise, or Elsie, Newark, North Star, and Ashley. Yeah, a little area of rotation there near Grand Ledge, and maybe another little one there. Whoa, what was that? Is that a tornado on the ground? Yeah, we got a tornado on the ground here in Michigan again, north of Pewamo. North of Pewamo, right there. Tornado on the ground here in Michigan. Getting pretty close to Maple Rapids. Guys need to be in your safe spots there. Again, a brief tornado is occurring here near Matherton. Further down to the south, not as much rotation here, but Dansville and Stockbridge should still be continuing to be sheltered in place there in Michigan. Man, it's crazy how fast the storm's been moving through Michigan as well. Like, I feel like we've only been talking about Michigan for like 2 hours. And, I mean, this thing is already almost halfway through the area. Yeah, it looks like Jordan's repositioning. He had a drone up earlier, but any size tail, 80-mile-per-hour winds. Wow. They're near Livingston, Michigan, and Washtenaw. I think that's how you say that. Storm Media still has a pretty good view on this mesocyclone here in Arkansas. Yeah, this storm is continuing to try to get its rotation together here. Certainly is trying. And again, this storm right here is on the bottom right of the screen. Not tornado warned yet, but it is trying to get organized. We'll keep an eye on that. Rotations continuing to broaden out over here near Salem. Maybe a little bit more rotation over here near Calico Rock. Still want Salem, Arkansas to be in their safe spots. Ping pong ball sized hail now being warned here in Randolph, Arkansas, 1.5 inches. Watch out there. That'll try to do some damage.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. Where? I don't see where that got placed. Oh, in Florida again? Man. Yeah, another new tornado warning here in Florida. Oh my gosh. Yeah, these actually might be about to try. Oh, that's on the ground, I think. Where is that? Okay, that's in the clear air. Not necessarily on the ground, but very close to being on the ground here near Florida. Thankfully, there's really not a whole lot of folks that live over here, but if this can make it all the way into 520, watch out. And then this one over here near Wedgefield might get warned in a little bit as well. So watch out there near Bithlow and Wedgefield. This is in Florida, heading towards Cape Canaveral eventually. We've had 3 tornado warnings in Florida today. There's a lot of tornadoes in places where we weren't expecting them. Or not a lot of tornadoes, but just some tornadoes in places we weren't expecting them. All right, looks like our brief tornado here has lifted, as far as I can tell. But still a storm to be in your safe spots for. I mean, we've been seeing little tornadoes Up and down this line multiple times. Wow, what's going on in Paige's view?
It's absolutely jumping.
Strong winds.
This doesn't look straight now. What do you think? The velocity doesn't look straight.
No.
Let's just, I guess let's get on this one.
Okay.
What
Sounds
do you
good.
think, honey?
Oh yeah, that looks so much better. Look at it.
Let's get to that. By the time we get there to be ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like they're going to reposition down to that southern storm, probably where storm intermedia
Yeah,
is.
we'll just go on this road.
There we go. And let's go back down here and check in on our Arkansas storms. I think they were talking about this one over here near Maynard, where we're seeing some rotation continuing to get a little bit stronger. Also, wind and chail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Fulton and Sharp, Arkansas. This is the storm that storm intermedia is on, as you can see. This is what it looks like, and wow. This could be the next one to get warned. We're keeping a close eye on it. Little mesocyclone back into the left side of the screen there, it appears. It could be a wall cloud trying to develop there, maybe. Maybe even a funnel. Kind of hard to tell. Not going to lie. Looks like something's trying to reach down over there. I know help. We talked about it. Very interesting. We'll keep a close eye on that for sure. That's this storm right here. They allowed that tornado warning near Salem to expire. Still, Bernie and Dexter and Dudley need to be in their safe spots. Poplar Bluff and Quinn, though, can come out of their safe spots. And just to kind of parrot what help has been saying in chat. Over here near Ann Arbor, Waterloo Village, Unadilla, Hamburg, and Genoa, all these guys need to be in their safe spots as the storms approach, because this is warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. And again, that could be a very destructive storm. And I got to watch for little circulations like this. Look at that near Williamston. Area of rotation is trying to develop with some pretty darn strong winds on the southern side of this, heading towards Fowlerville. So I'll be in your safe spots there in Fowlerville as well. Further up to the north, still monitoring these areas near Maple Rapids. Not seeing a tornado on the ground at this time. Crystal, Carson City, West Philia, and Riley all need to be continuing to be. I mean, you guys are good to go. Sorry. And then out in front, Duplain, Elise need to be in their safe spots. North Star and Newark in Michigan as well. In Iona, I think you guys are pretty close to being done, if not already done. I think you guys were like somewhere over here. Yeah, you guys are done for the day. You made it through. What is that? Man, that looks like something still hanging down there. I just can't tell if it's scud or like a funnel or something. They'll probably get this camera turned around. Yeah, right in there. On the right side of the screen. I think that is a shelf cloud. It really looked like an area that might be rotating, but it also kind of looks like a funnel. It's just kind of far away. Let's listen in to see if they can see better than we can.
Alright, chat. we're trying to close in on it again.
Yeah, I think that mesocyclone is to the left,
Nice lightning.
like left of center of the
If
screen.
you guys are enjoying the view, make sure you're smashing that
I
like
think on the
button and
right side,
subscribe
that's
button as well.
a
We'd appreciate it.
a scuddy base to the shelf cloud, as far as I can tell. It really looks like that mesocyclone is right back, just left of center. Like back right here. So that's where our tornado would drop, right in here. Keep an eye on it. That's this storm over here near Pocahontas. Definitely some rotation aloft on it. Update for this storm. Looks like that rotation has started to die off with it. Still a little potential mesocyclone could happen, though, again, on the southern side. There could be a little bit of a handoff potentially there. Looks wallish. Yeah. Could be a wall cloud. Still some pretty strong winds here in Michigan. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds along this leading edge heading into Fowlerville, Ann Arbor, and Lyon Charter Township just to the west of there. Man, look at that. Yeah, that looks like a wall cloud back in there. Or at least the mesocyclone. Look at that. That little white area back in there where I was showing you guys earlier. I really hope this storm doesn't produce because it's kind of all by itself. Let me check the
A new tornado warning has been issued.
mesoscale analysis, see if we have any new info here. No, no new info. New tornado warning has been issued on this storm that Storm Intermedia is on. So this one officially has a tornado warning here. That is going to be for Beach Orchard, Corning, McDougal, and Piggott. All need to be in their safe spots. Radar indicated tornado warning. So that is, again, this storm. This is now a tornado warned storm. And that might have been on the ground. Kind of a weak signal. Tornado Explorer, you should be getting an eye on these storms. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weak signal there. I don't know if that's on the ground or not, to be honest. It's not the best signal. Like it might have been briefly.
Has been issued.
But as you can see, it's just not the most definite signal there. It might be. I mean, there's some rotation enough to, but you can also see a lot of that is happening in this region of the storm. But I would still be in your safe spots here. The good news is there's just like nobody that lives out here. There's not even streets. But we'll keep an eye on it. There near Lake Mary Jane, east of there. Once it gets closer to Cape Canaveral, that's where people are going to start popping up here. So that's when we're going to be a little bit more concerned about this storm. But this storm is kind of in between areas right now. Keeping a close eye on it, though. New tornado warning has been issued up here in Michigan. Quarter-sized hail also for Cleburne, Faulkner, and Van Buren, Arkansas, with 60-mile-per-hour winds. This new tornado warning is up here near Cohocta, Byron, Bancroft, Durin. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Storm Intermedia. Is that a tornado? That can't be. That's got to be it. I don't think they're in. What in the heck? Yeah, that's another gust NATO. Look at that. That's not even near the storm. Big old gusty dust NATO there. Wow. You see that whole column is rotating, though.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That back over there is where a tornado would drop, not where they are right now. They just increase this? No, they didn't. Yeah, still some broad circulation here. South of Wedgefield, here in Florida still. Tornado warning still is in progress here. That new tornado warning was a fill-in here for Williamston and Weberville, by the way. You guys should be in your safe spots there. And then over here near Ithaca, North Star, Ashley, Duplain, you're next in line. Maple Rapids, Parrington, Newark, Fowler, Riley, DeWitt can all come out of their safe spots now. Penny-sized hail over there. Don't know where that was. Shoot, I missed that warning. Sorry. Man, look at this view from Storm Runner Media. That's the storm. Kind of seems like there's an outflow kind of reaching out to the south of it. They're really trying to catch up. The road network out here isn't really that great for this storm. They're south, heading towards Delphine. Eventually, they'll probably try to intercept this near Noble, Arkansas. I think that's the road that they are currently on. Is in Rockledge, Florida. Okay, let me check to see where that is. It's facing to the north near Rockledge. Okay, so yeah, we might get a view on that tornado warned storm if it continues all the way to Rockledge, but it probably won't. Might get reissued, but the rotation is dying down there a little bit. South Indiana. I wouldn't say it's super concerning, but it's certainly a prefrontal cell. And that can mature and tap into the shear environment. It will become super concerning. But the rotation on this storm is not really too organized yet. Here's where that mesocyclone would be. And this is side lobe contamination here, but we certainly need to keep an eye on this one. I would agree. That could, upscale and kind of tap into the shear environment that's out here. Let me see what it's looking like. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. This could be a strong tornado here if it can mature. We have 40 knots of shear right over this storm.
A new tornado
Thank you,
warning has
Sandy,
been issued.
for $2. Thank you so much. Only got a mesoscale discussion number 72. See if I can find that. Oh yeah. So that's going to be for here. Severe risk will continue spreading eastward into southern Indiana and eventually into southwest Ohio. A downstream watch will be issued 23Z. Yeah, if this storm can mature, it's going to be a problem. I can tell you that right now. It's in quite a favorable tornadic environment. Around 40 knots of shear there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued for this storm here south of Bloomington. A little bit of rotation here near Clear Creek. Not super strong yet, but Night Ridge, Belmont needs to be in their safe spots.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like we got a new tornado watch over here near Hamilton, Dayton, Springfield, Richmond, Versailles, Owenton, and Fairmouth, or Falmouth, and Georgetown here in Ohio, parts of Indiana, and also Louisville and Radcliffe are now in a tornado watch as well. Come back over here and check in on our. We also got another new tornado warning over here near Bennington and Owasso, New Haven, and New Lothrop. A little bit of a circulation here south of Perry, moving up to the north and east. Yeah, we have 8 tornado warnings right now. Wow. Yeah, this is the most active it's been all day, that's for sure. Golf ball sized hail near Clay Green and Dunklin, Missouri. Watch out.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Also, we have a tornado watch over here near Memphis, Marion, Dyersburg, Union City, and Dresden, Paragould, Jonesboro, and Kennett. And we also got some prefrontal storms trying to fire over here near Linville. This one over here, I will admit, is in quite the environment if it can mature before it merges into this line of storms. Yeah, this area of rotation is increasing a little bit here near Clear Creek. You can see that storm is wrapping around. This is south of Bloomington here in Indiana. Heading towards Nashville, Indiana. Continue to be seeking shelter from that storm. That's looking pretty concerning. Or not pretty concerning, but it is trying to get concerning. Still monitoring for new rotation to form here south of Bernie. Not quite there yet, but that's a little bit more of an isolated cell down here that's worth keeping an eye on. Hey, thank you, Sandy, for the 5. Thank you so much. As a discussion for Tennessee and Kentucky. Okay. 307. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that one already, but thank you, Sandy, for letting us know. I do appreciate you keeping an eye on it. That's good. Good to be aware. Check back over with this storm. Yeah, it looks like this rotation is getting a little bit less organized here. And thank you, Clips, for the 5. Thank you so much. Man, I think this is that, it's got to be that 1-inch hailstorm. Never mind. What about this one? Yeah, this is the golf ball sized hailstorm here in Arkansas, heading towards Norfolk and Calico Rock. Stormwater media is getting pretty close to being to intercepting this storm near where its rotation is. Back and check in on Florida. Yeah, looks like the camera is frozen again. If you could restart your stream, Tornado Explorer. Yeah, looks like they allowed that tornado warning to expire. Wouldn't rule out another one, though. It is suspiciously active over there. Oh, there it goes. It loaded. Latest scan here, still a little area of rotation. Pushing off to the north and east towards SR 46, Belmont and Night Ridge. You guys, still, I would appreciate it if you would be in your safe spots there. And thank you, Eric, for the $15 in Venmo. And Sarah Morris for the $2 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I have 1% battery. My phone is about to die. Let me see if I can get it plugged up to this thing really quick. Rip phone. Okay, it does not seem like these storms are maturing. They are struggling. On Dexter Cam, on Radar Omega. Which camera? And thank you, Kristen Wright, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you. Dexter, Missouri. Over here. Power flash is most likely from wind on that one. Most likely from wind. Not a tornado. No rotation on that guy yet. Or again, I would say. Near Bernie, still watching to see if a new circulation is going to consolidate here. Still some rotation there heading south of Bernie into Parma. And then this one back over here near Corning and Noble. Still, it looks like it's struggling to rotate there, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Thank you, Marley, for the 2. Thank you so much. Over Tennessee, they are getting close. Intensity, please. They are intense. Large hail and potentially some tornadoes and gustnadoes as well with this storm. About to come into Tennessee. Not quite there though. So you're gonna have it's a little bit while longer there. I'll tell you what. So I would just wait, be patient, and be prepared because they are eventually going to make their way into there. We do have storms firing, almost down into Little Rock. Look at this, Little Rock, Arkansas. Storm trying to develop there. Ping pong ball sized hail in Izzard and Sharp, Arkansas. Watch out for that. 60-mile-per-hour winds also possible. Also possible. Let's come back over to here near Bloomington. Check out this storm. Still a little area of rotation here. No debris signature right now. But if you live near Night Ridge and Belmont, I'd still be in your safe spots. That storm is still trying to surge and kind of wrap up there. Looks like storm under media is getting a little bit closer to the center of wherever that circulation is inside of this storm. We'll see what we see. Is Northern Indiana in the clear now? Yeah, all of Northern Indiana, like from Fort Wayne to Logansport, down towards Terre Haute and Greencastle. You guys are all good to go. Latest up here, we still have a couple of couplets up here, actually. We got one over here near Bancroft and Oswego. No debris signatures on those, but still want like Durand, Vernon, Owasso. Further up to the north, though, not as much rotation. Still, a little corridor here where tornadoes will continue to be possible, approaching Flint, Michigan. Come back down to here, checking on this guy. Still looking pretty good. One further to the south. Trying to develop a little bit of rotation there near Mitchell, but I think a lot of that is side lobe at this point. More semi-discrete storms over here, but there seem to be outflow dominated right now. Rockledge. Okay, gotcha. Urbana, Ohio. As of right now, a lot of Ohio is, under the threat here for some some wind and some rain. Eventually, though, the main corridor of severe weather for you guys is most likely going to come out of these storms. So that's going to be more for like Greenville, Bellefontaine, Chillicothe, Jackson, Columbus, probably in the highest threat here for some severe weather. It's like Pagey Tornado has gotten out in front of this next storm. This tornado warned storm that is further to the south. Storm Intermedia is back in that rain somewhere.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued here for Missouri. It's going to be for this storm here near Bernie, where we do have a little bit of a couplet trying to develop here, heading towards Parma, Cannon-Lou, Matthews, and East Prairie here in Missouri. Quarter-sized hail also for Independent, Izzard, Jackson, Lawrence, Randolph, and Sharp, Arkansas. Lost all of our storm chasers all at once. Let me do a refresh here. Or just make sure they're live at least. Or like at the very end. Okay, yeah. They're just lost service. What is the whole recipe for fry sauce? It's there. It's pinned on the top of the chat. It's going to be something that that we potentially make and ship. Let's see. Someone's poking out behind that rain. Did it freeze? No? See something hanging down there. Keep an eye on that. Let's come back up here to Michigan. Checking on our storms. Oh, wow. Decent little area of rotation now near Owasso. That's pretty close to trying to produce there near New Haven and New Lothrop. It's like our more southerly tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, and this one will probably be allowed to expire as well. This one right now is really our only area of concern here in Michigan, heading towards New Haven and New Lothrop. Coming back over here south and east of Bloomington. Still a little area of rotation here, but no debris signature as of right now, so I don't think this is on the ground, but still want it everywhere south of Nashville here in Indiana near Brown County State Park to continue to be sheltering in place. Check back in on these storms, make sure they're not doing anything. Yeah, they're still doing all right, it seems. This storm here, still trying to rotate. We'll keep an eye on it. Go back over to Pagey Tornado's view. Her little location dot is not on, but as far as I heard, she was going down south to the storm that Storm Intermedia is close to. So I think that's where they are. Are you hungry, Chaz? All right, let me get my dog some food real quick.
Luckily, we have a way to get east and south, kind of.
Weird.
I know.
Very weird.
Very, very weird. That was insane. insane. I mean, it is really pretty. I can't even. I cannot believe I grabbed that.
That's great.
All right, I'm back. Wow. That's looking pretty intense. That is looking pretty intense. Yeah. I mean, as far as I can tell, this is definitely that. Yeah, they're in Piggott, Arkansas. So they're definitely right out in front of this storm. So here's Piggott, Arkansas, right in here. And this is where that tornado warning storm is heading to right now. You guys do need to still be in your safe spot. That thing certainly has a mesocyclone to it for sure. And this one over here near Bernie, don't really have much info on what it looks like near the surface. Let me see if any of the other chasers, Severe Storm Studios is near there. Get some sort of information. Oh, there's so many chasers live right now. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There is a chaser. Luke Hatton is on that northern storm. I'll keep an eye on his stream and see if anything comes of that. They did just issue another tornado warning over here near Tams. I got a little bit of a gust front here that could eventually try to wrap up. If you live in Mounds, Olmsted, New Grand Chain, and Bandana here in Illinois, Kentucky, and Missouri, you guys need to be in your safe spots. All right, let me make sure my title is somewhat accurate here. I have tornado warnings in like 5 states, so I'm trying to get all of that into my title. There we go. Check back on this tornado warning here near Bloomington. It looks like that rotation has kind of died off. They'll probably let that expire. And these storms still have a little bit of rotation near New Haven and Lennon. So still, if you live in New Haven, Lothrop and Lennon, you guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots there. I do want to check a little bit further south going into Detroit. Yeah, not really seeing too much rotations there, but still some pretty strong winds of up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are about to move through the Detroit area with some 80-mile-per-hour winds still trying to make its way towards Rochester, Farmington Hills, Oxford, Flint. So you guys still need to be in your safe spots. Whoa. Man, look at that mesocyclone on that thing. There's your wall cloud. Ow. That's where the tornado would drop. He's got a really good view on this.
They've definitely come to the surface.
Yeah.
Not seeing too much motion in there. There is a little bit of rotation in that area, though. You definitely tell.
I don't know what's going on with my phone today.
Yeah, there is a tornado warning in Bloomington. Yep. That one doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation right now. Let me make sure we're at, yeah, we're at full resolution here.
Yeah.
Got a good view right here.
Mm-hmm. I do.
Resolution is a little bit spotty, but there's that wall cloud right back in there. That little lowering here. Let me get my little camera up. Click on it. There we go. Right in there.
Yeah.
I think this right here, though, should be the center of that circulation, but
Back to service.
definitely a little bit of a wall cloud dipping down there.
Oh, next scan. Looks good.
Looks a little bit better.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
A new tornado
Yeah, look
warning
at it.
has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. They are extending this tornado warning past Bloomington, now into Columbus. Yeah, looks like actually looks like there is some rotation trying to redevelop on this storm. There, so watch out there near Columbus, Indiana, Clifford, Hope, and Hartsville. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. Nice little storm there on our camera. This is in Florida. Go check in on our rotations here. Yeah, some strong winds are pushing on this storm near Tams, or we're going to have to really watch out for some tornadic activity on the northern side of that push of wind. Man, that looks like it's coming pretty close down to the... Yeah, that's definitely a wall cloud right there, folks. Got some rotation associated with it, too. Look at that. Yeah, this thing drops a tornado. It's going to be right in the center of the camera. That's going to be nuts. Keep our eye on it. Very close eye on that. And that's Pagey Tornado. She's there on this storm here near Pollard and Piggott. Let me see if I can get a better view on this storm. A radar. Here we go. Memphis radar is probably the best. Yeah, look at that. That's that area that they're looking at. That's pretty darn close to trying to produce there. So watch out there near Piggott and Greenway. What the heck is that? Something's coming into view of this camera. Where is this camera, Explorer? Where is that? That's still in Florida? Oh, something's coming down here. Funnel. Looks like we might have a funnel here. That's Rockledge. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Look at that shit. Oh. Come on, little buddy. Oh, wow. All three of these are tornado warned.
Yeah, that looks like a funnel there. That's very close to the ground, it looks. And that's right on that wall cloud that has some decent rotation on it.
I apologize about the service, but everybody is.
And watch just below those trees for some debris lifting up. I don't think it's on the ground yet.
At least I'm getting, like, intermittent radar updates.
Yeah, I'm getting intermittent service.
Yeah, me
Every
too.
like 2 minutes.
Yep.
What time's your last scan?
Behind those trees. It's impossible to tell for sure. I'm not seeing any debris being lofted. There's definitely what appears to be a funnel behind those trees. Or was looking pretty funnily. Now it looks like it's kind of dissipated, to be honest. Looks like they're going to reposition here. Definitely want to keep a close eye on this storm down here near Piggott and Pulaski, or Piggott and Pollard. That's what we're looking at. You can see pretty decent area here of rotation. Wow. Storm Hunter Media has a good view of this storm as well. Looks like we're not going to lose sight of this really at all, as long as Storm Hunter Media is there, because they got the 360 cam. But they did catch up to it. They are now in position. Yeah, it looks like we could have 2 vantage points. Dude, look at this thing coming into Rockledge, Florida. Look at an alien ship. Mothership coming in.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Tornado warning is that? Oh my goodness. This one? Yeah, this is on the ground here. According to some, let me see. Radar confirmed tornado, really? And there's not a definite debris ball, but I mean, there's strong rotation on this storm. It might show up next scan. But if you live in Tams, Pulaski, New Grand Chain, Olmsted Mounds, and Bandana, we've got some pretty strong rotation with this storm. Probably the strongest rotation we've seen all day. So make sure you are going into your safe spots immediately.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Is that still this one? Oh my gosh, this is a PDS. Tornado warning. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground. Again, this is an observed PDS tornado warning. If you live in Tams, Pulaski, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado currently on the ground. You see if any of the chasers that we have access to are near this thing. DJ actually might be the closest. Wow, look at that view on Storm Hunter Media. Holy moly. That storm is trying to wrap up, man. Really got to keep a close eye on this storm. I haven't had any reports of tornadoes yet with this thing, but you can see it's trying to rear up and do something. Kind of looks like a funnel back in there, but that also could be Scud. Yeah, definitely an unsettling looking storm there. My goodness. Yeah, very strong rotation with this storm right now. Pushing into Tams and Pulaski. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground here. Any cams? No, it's in Illinois. I'm going to be searching. Look at that. That is incredible view. I am still seeing if any storm chasers are near this storm. It looks like most of them are not. They're all kind of on the more southern storms. They all bailed on that storm. Check live storms media real quick. They are pretty expansive though. Let me check. There's somebody there. We probably try to use it. Yeah, there's nobody chasing that PDS tornado warning. Not on live storms media and not on severe storms. Oh, Brett Adair's live today. Didn't even know Brett Adair was live. Let me get him set up. Put him here. Actually, I think I'll keep Tornado Explorer here and we'll put Brett here. Did anybody tell me that Brett was streaming? He's got a drone. That should be the first person you guys are like, hey, Evan, check that out. Wait, where'd he go? Oh, it looks like he lost service. Oh, nope, he's still there. This is from Brett Adair. He is in Arkansas, and man, look at this storm. Let's go back over to here. Bring Brett up to the top. Sorry, Tornado Explorer, we're putting Brett over you. If you see something, let me know. Hey, latest scan on this storm, still a decent area of rotation. I'm still not seeing a debris ball. We would see one by now. If this was on the ground, we are close to this radar. I don't think this one's on the ground. Or if it was brief. They said it was radar indicated, but radar indicated by what? Question. Oh, I see it. Very brief. Okay, so it was on the ground, but it's not on anymore. That probably wasn't a large I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the survey says, but that does not really look like it was on the ground for very long. It does not appear to be on the ground anymore, actually. I think Storm Intermedia froze. Fix that. All right, let's come back up here and give an update on this tornado warning here near Columbus. Looks like that rotation has dissipated somewhat, but Clifford and Hope should continue to be in their safe spots. Did they freeze again? I guess they're. Oh no, it's just like very eerily calm where they are. Oh wow, look at this. From Brett Adair. He's got his drone up. Look at that. Brett is oh wow. He's not even on a tornado. Oh no, that's Brad. Where's Brett? Yeah, Brett's on the storm south of Piggott. So this is the Piggott storm. Is there a tornado in Ohio? No. It's the Piggott storm in Arkansas. Oh yeah, you can definitely tell there's rotation. This is a drone view from Brett Adair. Yeah, that's a wall cloud and a half there for sure. Oh, we're getting a nice zoomed in view. Man, Brett knows what he's doing. Look at that rising air, that rising motion on the right side. Look at that. That's right where that tornado would form. By the way, all the tornado warnings in Michigan have been allowed to expire. There is not a tornado in Ohio. No tornado warnings in Ohio. Where's the inflow tail? It's probably more to the right of the storm, off screen. Man, is that really trying to wrap up, though? But again, this is, this actually just got extended.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for this storm here that we were just looking at. See, it still has a decent area of rotation, a little bit on the broadside, but that is still heading towards Piggott, Greenway, Campbell, Holcomb, and Nimmons. This one near Matthews still has a little bit of rotation there. And then a large and extremely dangerous tornado is potentially, oh, there's another little, oh, never mind. That's in the clear slot there. But very broad circulation now on this storm. Let me see. But as you can tell, I mean, that rain is wrapping around pretty quickly there. No tornado on the ground, though, as far as I can tell. Let's see. I mean, they're still calling it observed. So we'll just keep our wording there for a little bit. Come up here and check in on this storm near Columbus again. Yeah, it looks like a little bit stronger rotation here south and east of Columbus, heading towards Hartsville and Hope still. Guys still need to be in their safe spots. Wow, look at storm intermedia. Look at that. You can see that as well on Brett's stream here. Man, yeah, right where this thing would probably drop appears to be getting rain wrapped now. But I think storm intermedia is just out in front of that area. Or yeah, they're like right near where that center of circulations. You can see where that center of the mesocyclone is right above our heads here. Like right in here. Looks like, yeah, you get a clear slot wrapping around. This thing's probably pretty close to trying to produce. It isn't a tornado yet. No, not yet, but it's dang close. And thank you, Sherry Scales, for the $20 donation. Thank you so much. Nice coverage today. Thank you. We're trying our best. Dang it. We have small budget, but our dream's big. Thank you so much. Your son has been doing an amazing job today out there, by the way. Huge shout out to DL and Garrett. Latest scan on our PDS tornado warning did get extended here. Okay, now we're back down to radar indicated rotation. Oh, man. My title said extremelit. Extremelit dangerous. Instead of a Y, I put a T. Oops. Extremelit dangerous. PDS stupidity warning on that one. All right, there. Sorry, I'm trying to put all these states back into my title again. There's just so many different states with warnings on them right now. There we go. Man, look at Brett's views, though. I mean, Brett still has a very good view of this storm. Man, that's low to the ground on the right side there. That clear slot is really wrapping in there. Usually a clear slot can be an indication of that RFD kind of surging out in front of the storm. And then right where that clear slot wraps into that mesocyclone, pretty much, where is me? Yeah. Like right there, there's that clear slot. there is the inflow of the storm right into here. So that's that RFD pushing out there. A tornado would form like right in this region somewhere. Were to form at all. That looks like it wants to do something. I'll be completely honest. Pretty dang stupid warning. Yeah, that's what that means. Just looks like some rain. It's more than rain, trust me. It is technically rain, but inside of that is rotating mass, rotating column of air. This is again the tornado warned storm here near Piggott. Where? Oxford? This? I don't think that's a tornado. No. Keep investigating it. Yeah. I'll trust you. We might have just had an unwarned tornado here near Oxford, Michigan. 623. Unfortunately, I can't. Yeah, it looks like this line of storms is trying to become tornadic again. We have a couple of circulations near Hadley and Metamora. If you live near Laper, Attica, Goodland, Leonard, Washington, I'd watch out. Our brief tornado threat, weakened brief tornado like QLCS threat will. It looks like it's trying to get started again there. Come back over here and checking our Columbus storm. Yeah, a little bit broader on our latest scan. Still want Hartsville to be in their safe spots. And we have like 8 chasers looking at the same freaking thing. It's kind of crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like they're issuing now a tornado warning for Jonesboro. That's weird. It's like way out in front of this storm, and this storm really doesn't have a whole lot of rotation on it, but
A new tornado warning has been issued.
watch out there. Wow, look at Pagey's view now. Thank you, Bill Chambers, for the 5. Thank you so much. And also thank you, Rail Family, for the 10. Thank you. I appreciate that message, Rail Fan. Or Rail Family. And look at that. This storm has been like on the cusp of producing a tornado for the longest time. Yeah, that new tornado warning over here near Jonesboro, Bono, Brookland, Lake City. Let me do a reload on my radar program. Whoa, something's reaching down. Look at that. That white thing. Is that a tornado?
Trying to figure out what.
Or is that a funnel?
Is doing.
What is that?
Oh, we hit 7K. Thank you guys. We appreciate you. That bird just got sucked into the inflow.
AG Tornado just hit
Thank
7,000
so
subscribers. Congrats to her. Yeah, that looks suspicious for a little bit. That might be a little bit of a funnel back in there. Let me see if we have any other looks on this storm. She's the only one with the view on that. It's definitely trying to reach down there. It's like a little white thing in the middle there. That's awesome. I'm glad she finally hit that 7,000 mark. Check back in here. It looks like this rotation near Belknap is starting to fall apart. Near Golconda, Joppa, Metropolis, and Bandana. Still would be in your safe spots, though. That could definitely try to spin up again. And yeah, this area that we've been watching where that funnel potentially is near Piggott, where we still have some decent rotation there. That would not surprise me if that was a brief funnel back there. Man, Brett's view still looks crazy. Look at that. Wow. This is one heck of a storm here. And that clear slot wrapped around and it really didn't do much. Oh, there goes our chat again. Man, our chat's gone down like 3 times during this live stream. And that's this storm right here. Still keeping a close eye on it. Haven't had a confirmed tornado out of this one yet, but it's been dang close for a while. So we're still keeping an eye. Still kind of in that area, in like that perfect sweet spot here of inflow and outflow. We want folks in Campbell, Holcomb, Nimmons, and Piggott's to be in their safe spots. Damn. Brett's view's looking a little interesting here. Oh. Look at right in there. Here's the wall cloud. Just in that rain there. Let's listen in a little bit. If he's got audio. Sometimes he doesn't have audio. And that person just ran a stop sign straight up. Boo. Don't just respect the polygon, respect the law. My goodness, that dude's driving like crazy. Look at him go. Oh.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for this storm near Walnut Ridge. Wow. Oh, boy. We got that baseball-sized hail moving at 70 miles per hour. Whoa. What is that? Tornado. Brett on the ground here. Look at that. Right next to him. Is that a gustnado or a tornado? What in the heck? I think that's gustnado. Kind of looked like a tornado there for a second. Little dust devil. You can see once it moves over those trees will barely move. But wow.
Not bad. Not bad. Oh, dude, look. Yeah,
That vortices.
It's fixing to reform right here. Is it? Yeah, it just
Look,
converged.
right there.
It just converged. And it gusted out. It went over all gusted. It went over all gust. It all lined out. All right, cool. That's pretty awesome. All right, cool.
Wow.
I play with them all day.
Yeah, because you know they're weak. They're not going to do much.
Yeah, those are little gustnado. Gustnado intercept. And thank you, JP, for being a member for 9 months. As long as a thanks for being a member for as long as it takes for a baby to be born. Thank you so much. New tornado warning now with this storm. Now heading towards Paragould, Delphine, and Marmaduke, Rector. By the way, this baseball-sized hail, let's go bring this up, is over Strawberry and Lynn. That's going to be heading towards Swifton, Alicia, and Minturn. Should go just to the south of Walnut Ridge, but watch out. Just in case some of that hail gets thrown out of the storm. Very destructive hail with this. This will break up like a lot of windows, okay? This is not a storm you want to be outside. This hail could even be deadly if it hits you in the head. So please be respecting the storm and I would be well away from those windows and indoors. Still don't know why they issued a tornado warning for Jonesboro. I'm still confused on that. I think that was like way out in front of the storm. Let's come back up here to the north. Check back in with this storm. Yeah, still some broad circulation here near Westport, Greensburg, Newport, there in Indiana. I would say still be in your safe spots. I do want to check back up with this one. We did have some couplets earlier. Yeah, still a couple of couplets. One south of Minnieville, another one over here near Romeo. A brief signature on that one, but still want folks, out in front of this portion of the line in Michigan to be super aware. Wouldn't even rule out, being in your safe spots for that. And we got 4 tornado warnings down in here. Man, did we nail our forecast. We did too good. This is the area I've been circling for like 2 days. Is there a tornado forming in Ohio? No. Not yet. There's a tornado warning getting closer to Ohio, but it might not make it there. A lot of the storms in Ohio are pretty weak right now. Not even severe thunderstorm warnings. Just some rain and wind. Some lightning.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Gotcha. All right, thank you for that explanation help. Yeah, I think Brett Adair is doing is a full-time dust devil chaser. One in Michigan. Oh, you're in Michigan and it's crazy in Warren? Yeah, I believe that. There are some pretty decent winds with these storms. They're warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So definitely some power outages are going to be possible for sure. I'd certainly be indoors and well away from those windows. I think this is the first time we've had baseball-sized hail today, right? Quick update for Southern Illinois. Watching out for this line of storms. A little bit of rotation over here near Joppa, but it's pretty weak right now. I wouldn't rule out another tornado, but as you can see, a lot of these storms are becoming a little bit outflow dominant near Harrisburg. Still a severe weather threat for damaging winds, but it's going to struggle to produce. And if it can't kind of surge out, kind of the only area where I think tornadoes will still be possible here in Southern Illinois will be here near Joppa and Bandana, La Center, and maybe over here near Paducah if one of these tornado warning storms can make their way up there. Like Brett is back here with another little view. Let's listen in here. He's really knowledgeable and smart, so we could all learn something from Brett. Maybe there'll be another dust NATO. A different NWS office. That's why Jonesboro issued. And they issued a tornado warning, and the other NWS office did not. So that's why it looks kind of funky. There's a lot of motion underneath that one spot there. Don't know what happened. There's a lot of motion in that one little portion. Right in here. A lot of motion. I think that's the updraft here. Don't really see much evidence for rotation. Newcastle, Indiana. I don't know where Newcastle is. Let me see if I can find it in front of the line. I'm not seeing it. So you might be behind the line. I don't know. Sorry. Another new tornado warning has been issued. Sure where, though. Not popping up on my screen. Maybe it's I think they extended this one. Yeah, and Aniston, Watt, and Pinhook. I think that's that. Oh, yeah. That's starting to wrap up over here near East Prairie. Near Aniston and Wyatt. Yeah, look at that. A little bit stronger rotation. This one might be about to do the thing here. So watch out there in East Prairie. Pinhook. Let me see if I have any backup chasers near there. And there's one. Aaron Rigsby is in that area. You check Severe Studios. See where everyone's at. Jordan Hall. Still on the storm. We've been watching. Luke Hatton. Still on that storm. Ryan Scholl is behind the storm. Robert Lee is on the same storm everybody else is. John Isillo. Might be near the storm. And there's this storm to its south. Dude, I can't tell which storm he's on. Look at that view from Storm Hunter Media. Wow. Look at that structure. Still think this storm has a chance. Not gonna lie. Definitely a lot of rotation in the mid levels. Very strong winds approaching Paducah. See. Oh yeah, yeah, right back over there near La Center. Watch out, unlike Metropolis and Brookport and Paducah, there in Kentucky. I'm gonna find a chaser for this, but I am having a lot of trouble reading this map. Like no state lines. There's Arkansas, Tennessee, Owensboro. It would be would it be more towards Evansville? No. Jeez Louise. Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to figure out where this one chaser is, and I cannot for the life of me figure it out. I think he's on the right storm, but I just can't tell. He's north of Paducah. Never mind. Where's Paducah? Paducah is up here, so he's on this part of the storm. Okay. That helps. All right, let's go check in on the rotations here. Yeah, near East Prairie, man. It is still trying to wrap up. Still a little bit on the broad side, but you can definitely tell here on radar that is really wrapping up in here. So hopefully that falls apart, but watch out there near East Prairie, there in Missouri. That is certainly looking like a rotation that wants to try to get organized there. Let's come back down here further to the south, check in on these storms again. The one near Piggott, the ones that we've been watching for a while, looks like that rotation is actually starting to die off here. Looks like it's becoming a little bit outflow dominant. Further down to the south, have a little bit of rotation building here near Loff. Rector, Marmaduke, Oak Grove Heights, and Paragould still need to be in their safe spots for this storm. A little bit of rotation right here in that inlet, but I think a lot of that is side lobe, to be honest. Let me check. Make sure we're live on all of our chasers. Sometimes they get behind. I got to make a habit of checking. Okay, page is still current. And we got Storm Under Media current now, too. Okay. We just had a funnel pass over us exactly like the EF2 a couple of weeks ago. Interesting. Where are you at? Check back up with this storm here. Yeah, still a little bit of rotation there near Mid-House and New Point here in Indiana. Do want to check back up here into Michigan, where our storms are about to push into Ontario, Canada. Yeah, not a whole lot of rotations on these guys here. Yeah, I think Storm Under Media has kind of the best view on this storm. It's like they're going up to the north. So this is a completely different. Oh, no, I can't tell if he's going up to the north or to the south. My computer is starting to struggle. It always struggles at around hour 10. I wonder what the temperature is like. Ooh.
A new tornado.
It looks like they just extended this warning, actually, a little bit further to the east. That's going to be for Batesville, Cedar Grove, Sunman, and Osgood. Guys need to be in your safe spots. Still a little couplet there, so I would say, yeah, still worth seeking shelter from that. Thank you, Yapinchik. We too try. Downburst near west of Kendall, Florida, near Miami, really. Oh, yeah, look at that. Maybe a little bit of a microburst happening here north of Homestead. Ooh, we got a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, heading towards CUNY, Jacksonville, and Gelatin. Still waiting on our latest velocity signature for this storm, but it does seem like this one might be becoming outflow dominant. Man, look at this view from Tornado Pagey. Whoa. It's starting to get darker out. Yeah, small QLCS tornadoes, although they're brief, some of them can be strong. Like the sky just opens up there. That's what's so cool about it. Oh my goodness. Look at this thing. Wow. It's recent? Did I go back in their stream? There we go. No, we're still recent. Look at that. Look at that green on the left. That's that hail. Man, look at that storm. This is Storm Under Media. Look at that. That storm means business. I don't know which storm he's looking at, though, to be honest. As he's south of the storm, it looks like on at least his radar, he's south of this storm near Nimmons. I guess he's just away from this storm looking back at it. This storm near Pigot's probably going to lose its tornado warning here shortly. It is struggling at the moment, thankfully. That one really tried. I think we're pretty fortunate that it didn't produce a tornado when it was really starting to wrap up there. It was trying to take advantage of that environment as best as it could, but it is definitely struggling now, thankfully. These areas of rotation, these are mainly side lobe contamination. And we still got a little area of rotation here near Egypt heading into Jonesboro. Marmaduke, Rector, Paragold all need to be continuing to stay into their safe spots. And I want to check back over here near East Prairie. Okay, good news. This storm is struggling here as well near East Prairie. Check back up here in Indiana. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet over here near Napoleon. Maybe even a brief tornado happening with this storm there near Napoleon. There is some sort of debris popping up here near the Napoleon area. Lowryville, Lookout, Clinton, Sunman, Batesville. Oh, I think we had a question about Clinton, did we not? No, I think it was Newcastle. But yeah, Cedar Grove, Brookville, all need to be in their safe spots still with that one. We do get a severe thunderstorm warning now in Ohio. Near Fremont and Oak Harbor and Port Clinton, that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We still got this line of thunderstorms here with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts pushing out into the thumb here of Michigan, heading towards Crosswell, Sandusky, Argyle, Bad Axe, and New Baltimore. And a whole lot of severe thunderstorm warnings here near the Louisville area and also up near Versailles, Connorsville, and Richmond here in Indiana. I think a lot of these are going to be warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, yeah. Also, a little bit of a couplet trying to form north and west of Columbia. Keep your eye on that. If that tries to organize, that could become tornado warned. What's this? Yeah, that's not a side lobe. All right, let's bring Storm Intermediate back up full screen here. Look at that. Wow. And you can really tell, like, the reason why it looks like this is because it's starting to fan out with that cold air out where the inflow of this storm is. It's starting to fan out, and that's that cooler air condensing that moisture right out in front of this storm, and that's how you get the shelf cloud. And we're looking at quite the shelf cloud here. We think for Bowling Green, most likely damaging winds. Seems like the most likely threat for Bowling Green. Wouldn't rule out a tornado. And those 850 millibars winds are still pretty weak around where a lot of these storms are. Quite fortunate that they are not stronger. We've just been getting like brief tornadoes out of these. Even that PDS tornado warning was pretty darn brief. There is a capping inversion starting to form over these storms. And in this shear environment, that might be enough to really bring down that tornado threat. You know, the only times when we start to see, tornadoes lasting within a capped environment is usually when we have very high shear, like up into like the 60 to 80 knots. But there is still plenty of instability out in this area. So can't rule out some spin up still. Man, that is one heck of a storm there. Our storm chasers have been doing really good today. People asking about Clarksville. Yeah, Clarksville, will most likely be damaging winds. The tornado threat might last into you, but again, we're at our peak of our tornado threat, and the storms are struggling. But our wind shear should start to pick up, but it's just really not. Like where it's the strongest is in southern Illinois. That's only about 30 knots. And then we still have some pretty strong wind shear up here in like Ohio and parts of Michigan. But our instability is falling apart there. The lower level shear where these storms are right now is around like 20 to 25 knots, which is pretty weak. They do look strong though, but they're mainly looking like that because they're really out. Wow. Look at this view on Pagey Tornadoes stream. Look at those clouds above our head move. You can see them like moving pretty quickly there. I would say that's a lower level jet, but there's really not much of a lower level jet. That's probably just the winds moving along the outflow boundary that's kind of surging down in this area. What is a VAD? I don't know that acronym. Talk about Northeast Ohio? Sure. Northeast Ohio is most likely going to just be this line of broken thunderstorms. A pretty low chance, I would say, for tornadoes at this point, given just how weak this line is becoming. This northern mode is starting to fall apart, at least there. So maybe some thunderstorms, maybe some severe winds, but they are struggling. Sounds like Nashville won't be bad. It's still a possibility, but strong tornado threat will probably be on the lower side, but still some spin ups will be possible. It's not going to completely fall apart. Any information for Memphis, Indiana? Memphis, Indiana. Where is that? Is that down here? Yeah, unless he's like over here near like Sellersburg and Lexington, like Dew Point, Osgood, Sunman, uh, or over here near like Christney, Richland, Lewisport. I don't see. What did you say? Indiana? Yeah. I don't know where Lex or where that city is. Let me try to search for it. Say Memphis, Indiana. Memphis, Indiana. I didn't even know there was a Memphis in Indiana. It's just north of Louisville. Yeah, I mean there is some severe weather near him, but so I would recommend he like get off the road for a little bit, but he should be all right. Let's go check back in our tornado warning here north of that area. And we still got a little bit of a couplet here near Napoleon, still trying to produce a tornado. So still want Sunman to be in their safe spots, Cedar Grove, Batesville, Brookville, and surrounding areas. Check back in with this storm. Yeah, that rotation's dying out there near East Prairie. A tornado warning in Piggott has been allowed to expire. But maybe not for long. There is a little bit of an increasing inflow into this storm that might try to help it wrap back up. We'll see. Man, this storm is really trying to rotate now near Bono. Heading towards Bono, Brooklyn, and Jonesboro, Monette, and Lake City. Is Pagey and Hale? Let's listen in. Ooh. Yeah, they are. There is some hail in there. Just heard a little plank. Oh, yeah. Couple of planks. How's the storm in Jonesboro? It's starting to build some rotation on it. They're near Bono. So if you're in Jonesboro and Brooklyn, I would certainly be in your safe spots. It looks pretty interesting. I will say a lot of this rotation is wrapped around with hail, so it might not be as strong as it's being indicated here. Let me see if I can get like a second opinion from another radar, maybe from Little Rock. Yeah, Little Rock is also showing it, so we definitely have some. The strongest rotation that we have right now is actually near Jonesboro. Let me see if there's any chasers on that storm. Brian Elmfinger was near there. Like they lost service. Might use Brian's stream. And then it looks like Nick Smigo might be trying to make it down there, maybe. He'll intercept the storm near Lake City. If he can. Redadair is also abandoning his storm and heading further to the south, so he might try to intercept that storm as well eventually. But if in an emergency situation, we do at least have a chaser down here that is struggling to get service. Spring, Texas, north of Houston. As of right now, you guys are good. There are some storms trying to fire, but they are still on the weaker side, and they haven't really quite made it down that far south yet. Man, Norman Media is killing it with these shelf cloud views, man. Look at that. It's almost like we're in Oklahoma with these storms.
Tornado.
This one, help. Where's that new tornado warning at? Not seeing it. Where did that new tornado warning just? Oh, it's this one. Here near Tallapooza, Risco. Here in Kentucky and Missouri. Marston, Howardsville, and North Lilburn. Help, which one is it? Is it this circulation? Because there's no rotation near Paducah. It's frozen. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, there is a little bit of a couplet here for sure. You're definitely onto something there. They might warn this storm near Elizabethtown. Man, just crazy what this storm looks like right now. It's such a cool shelf cloud. Sorry, I just have to keep bringing it full screen every now and then. That is quite the shelf cloud. Latest over here for Jonesboro. Looks like that rotation's getting a little bit broader here near Bono, but still a gust front surging here. So we definitely got to keep a close eye on this. Heading towards Jonesboro and Brooklyn, further up to the north near Marmaduke and Rector. Maybe a little bit of circulation there near Rector. Still be in your safe spots in Rector and Marmaduke, Paragold. Back over here near Anniston. Looks like this storm is still struggling here in southern, southeastern Missouri. And this storm really doesn't have too much rotation on it just yet. Let's check back over here with our, this one's going to be allowed to expire here in Indiana shortly. That really does not have much rotation in it anymore. Extend the timing for it. Holds together. Okay, thank you. Help. I appreciate that. No Canis. Don't even try. Do not take chat in that direction. We already know. We already have PTSD from the last time, chat. You have a dirty mind. Look at that shelf cloud. A new tornado warning has been issued here for Jonesboro. That's going to be over here near Bay, Lake City, Caraway, south of Paragould. Still keeping a close eye on that. If needed, hopefully we'll have a chaser down there by the time, because it does seem like, man, I really don't want to use Nick's Migo though. Are any of the of Jordan Hall's chase near there? Where's Luke? Luke's there. Ryan Scholl might be going to the south. We might use Ryan if he makes it down there. This storm should be attracting chasers like flies, so hopefully we get some chasers down there before this thing tries to produce, if it does try to do so. Yeah, we don't have any storm chasers right now in the Severe Studios over there, so. I think Brett Adair is trying to make it down there, though, as far as I can tell. He'll just be a little bit late to it. Worst case scenario, if this thing starts producing like a PDS tornado warning, we will use Nick Smigo. He is making his way down there, I think. Oh yeah, my desktop audio got muted again. Sorry. I hate it when the tornado watch goes. I need to talk to the coder about that, because when the tornado watch happens, it like repeats 3 times and it's like really annoying. So I mute it and sometimes I forget about it. Thank you for reminding me. Ooh, a little bit of a wind surge here. Might have to watch near Liberty and West College corner there for maybe a brief tornado threat. This one over here, still struggling near Anniston. They're down to the south and west. Not a whole lot of rotation there. We'll check back over here north of Paducah. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet here. Surprised it's not warned. I mean, that's enough of a couplet to produce like one of those really brief tornadoes. I would certainly watch out there south and east of Carsville here in Kentucky. And also we got some prefrontal storms trying to get organized over here near Madisonville. I'm definitely on the weaker side of storms, not fully mature, but we might have to keep an eye on these. Still broad circulation over here near Jonesboro. It was tighter earlier, but it is struggling now. And that's the latest across the board. This is what it looks like inside of our storms right now. Brett Adair.
135.
He's over there near Paragould.
I don't think we can get into Jonesboro before it comes through town.
Okay, so they are trying to get to Jonesboro. Yeah, we'll see, Sandy. Thanks for letting me know. Like Chattanooga, Tennessee is out of the woods. I wouldn't say necessarily, but you know, the severe threat's not going to be anything like what we've seen earlier today. That's for sure. I mean, I wouldn't say like tame, but yes, I do think we have seen the worst of our hail threat, I believe. Still some instances of some like baseball-sized hail might still be possible if any of these storms can get fully mature. Our damaging wind threat, I think we have seen, you know, I think we have seen, at least in our northern mode, the maximum extent of that. Further down here, I think tornadoes will still be possible, but I think our strong tornado threat is pretty much over at this point. And I just realized how popular Live Storms Media is. They have like over like 4,000 viewers right now, or no, like 2,000 viewers on their website. I didn't realize they had that much of an audience. It's hard to get that kind of audience on a separate website. You have a cam in Jonesboro? Move that up to the top right, or like just above where the tornado warning thing is, if you can. So just like maybe like a further down, right about. Oh, up. Just bring up the camera. It's okay. I'll tell them it's Jonesboro. We'll figure that out in a little bit. Apparently, we have traffic cameras in Jonesboro. Oh yeah, look at this. You can see the bottom half of the cloud there. A little bit further up there. Well, let's see. Well, okay, yeah, just bring it full screen. The traffic camera. Okay. Well, we'll wait for him to figure that out. Josh just had a nice little funnel. Oh, interesting. Really? Oh, dang it. Your guys' freaking stream froze for me, and I didn't even notice it. Dang it. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah. Where is this? Near Wardle, Mississippi, or Missouri. It looks like maybe a brief little funnel there. This is PA Storm Trackers. A little bit of a convergence zone there. Might have produced a brief funnel. Good catch. Great view, by the way. Very nice view. Has this got like some sort of filter on it? Let me double check. It might have a filter. Nope. That is just what it looks like. It is getting dark out there. Fixed. Heck happened.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, this is in Jonesboro, Arkansas. This camera. Help. Just forget the dang city name. Forget about it. Just bring it back to where it was, and I'll remind everybody. Yeah, that camera is over here in Jonesboro. We do have still a little bit of an area of some rotation, trying to hold on. Looks like that is going to go north of Jonesboro. Some stronger winds are coming in here into Jonesboro. But the good news is that rotation, as of right now, is north of Jonesboro. But Brooklyn, Monette, Lake City should still be in their same spots, along with Jonesboro, Bay, and Caraway. Oh, I'm not help. Tornado Explorer. He's trying his best, y'all. He's trying his best. It's dang confusing is what it is. Might need to adjust it on my end too. Latest scans here with this storm. Still a couple of kinks in this portion of the line near West College Corner. Keeping a close eye on that. And that's kind of the latest. We're down to 3 tornado warnings, though. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can make some adjustments here. There we go. Now we'll work as a team. There. There. I am. Jonesboro. Make sure. Perfect. All right. Yep, that was right. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is in Jonesboro, Arkansas, pretty much smack dab in the middle of that tornado warning. So if anything happens, we'll see something maybe. Again, that rotation is north of Jonesboro, so probably the most we'll see with that camera is going to be some damage and winds, but we'll keep going back to it. That wind and rain should be moving in. Do we have any cameras further to the east? Help. What city is in that camera in? You can't at Bailey, that's not even funny. Tornado Explorer is trying his best to make sure you guys know exactly where that city is. And you're gonna troll him like that? How dare you? Wild. Oh, trolling with love. Okay, that's much different. That's acceptable. Yeah, latest scan here. Still a little bit of rotation here just to the west of Brookland. A little bit broad still. You can see we still have that area of gray in between. We're still watching that area closely. Oh, wow. Oh, never mind. It's still there. This one really hasn't ever rotated up there. Seems like our tornado threat is struggling. Man, look at this view from Storm Hunter Media. Still has got that very large shelf cloud. Again, this is shelf cloud. You could it's very shelf-like.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. New tornado warning over here in Indiana going towards Ohio. Hey, that really is not working very well. Yeah, there's a little area of rotation here near Pleasant, heading towards Dillsboro, Rising Sun, Florence, Bellevue, and Hebron. All need to be indoors and well away from those windows. And then Harrison, Reilly, and Ross. Again, these storms, none of them really have a whole lot of rotation, but they kind of do have that QLCS tornado threat. There's also a little area of rotation here, too, that should be watched. All right, let's come back over here where we now have southeastern Jonesboro in the camera. Uh-oh. What's happened here? Why is it all of a sudden smaller? Oh, wow. Okay, well, there's your storm. And what appears to be a storm chaser on that bridge. That's a stupid place to chase from, not going to lie. If you're a storm chaser, don't do that. No, turn the camera back around. But you know what's more important? There you go. Yeah, that's the tornado warned storm near Jonesboro right there. It is confidential. Not really. I mean, it's basically just traffic cameras. Oh yeah, look towards the rain. That's what we need to see. And these camera operators here in Arkansas aren't the same as Florida. Florida's on top of it, man. Why is a chaser on a bridge? It could be a chaser. It could just be like a random onlooker, to be honest. I just don't understand why anybody would just stop on that bridge near a tornado warned storm unless they were a storm chaser. The latest scan here, heading into Brookland, Still have an area of some circulation there. Definitely would consider continuing to be in your safe spots there in Brooklyn. It does appear to be like kind of in like this inflow region, but there might be a little bit of a spin up in there. So watch out there near Brooklyn, Monette, Black Oak, and Lake City. Continue to be in your safe spots. Oh, wow. Wind is picking up. Look at this. Here in southeastern Jonesboro, Arkansas. Yeah. These rotations are surely struggling down here. Maybe a little bit more circulation here near Columbus. There in Kentucky. I have to keep an eye on that eventually. Let's go check out this storm over here near Madisonville. That one's struggling quite a bit. Come back up here. These rotations are also struggling. And they kind of fizzled out there, thankfully. Little tiny couplet over here near West College Corner. Heading towards Camden and West Elkton. Hurricane tornado outbreak in Florida last year. Got to see several tornadoes live here. Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. Oh, wow. Yeah, still pretty strong winds coming through the Jonesboro area. This storm is definitely packing some winds inside of it. You see that rain moving across the screen pretty quickly there. Would not be overly surprised if there were some power outages here. Michigan in the clear. I think you guys are pretty darn close to being. Yeah, almost all of Michigan is in the clear. The only people that have storms left is like Port Hope and Harbor Beach. Is a gust NATO? A gust NATO is it's a storm but it has an outflow, like kind of an area of cold air that's like pushing out in front of the storm, and then sometimes on the leading edge of those cold air like pushes or bulges, as we like to say on this channel, you can get little eddies that form on the leading edge of that gust front, and those can spin up little gust NATOs. Is Brett in some hail here? It kind of looks haily. Let's listen in. Might just be rain. Yeah, I think it's just rain. Is on the north side of Jonesboro. Yeah. Yeah, the rotation is. It's near Brooklyn. Yeah, Milton was crazy. We caught like 7 to 8 tornadoes on that day with just purely oh, look at Pagey. He's got a view of that shelf cloud now. Yeah, just purely like traffic camera tornadoes. That's like a record for our channel. It was a lot of NATOs. Yeah, the line is falling apart in Ohio. That is true. Hopefully we can get one good lightning bolt here. I know Storm Media, I think, has a little bit better exposure on their camera. Yeah. You can barely still see that shelf cloud here. This is the shelf cloud near Paragold, just to the east of Paragold, near Kennett, Missouri. Yeah, you can still kind of see it here on their roof camera. Madisonville, Kentucky. Isn't Madisonville like over here somewhere? Where is Madisonville? I swear I've seen it before. Oh yeah, yeah. You guys have some severe storms nearby you. Might not make it to you though. We'll see. There are some storms trying to form like over you that you'll have to keep an eye out for, but there is no rotation with them. They are struggling to mature, thankfully. Yeah, I mean southwestern Ohio though is still got some some damaging winds coming. But it's this northern portion up here that is really struggling. You can see really don't have much of anything in terms of severe weather except for up here near like Port Clinton. But I don't really see these tornado warnings lasting for much longer. We haven't really seen much rotation on them for a while. Mainly just a line of damaging winds right now of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. And guys, I am starving. I haven't eaten since the beginning of the stream. I'm hoping we can get a break of these tornado warnings and I can eat a quick meal. So we still have some pretty strong wind gusts over here near southeastern Jonesboro. Get Wangs. I'd rather not order DoorDash. One, it takes forever. And two, it's just kind of like it's not financially responsible. If I can wait to eat some chicken and rice, I'm probably gonna do. Oh. Just chicken and rice right now. That's what I'll be eating. It'll probably take me about 5-6 minutes to make, so I don't really want to do it while there's tornado warnings going on. Probably. I mean, this part of the line still seems pretty healthy. We have a decent area of instability still around this. About 1,000 joules per kilogram, just nosing up into this area. So it'll last for a little bit, potentially like into like Hillsborough and Leesburg, if I had to guess, or it starts to lose some of its strength. But still, I mean, severe weather will be possible. The tornado threat will probably be dropping off from here on out. If you were there, you would cook me the chicken and rice, and I would thank you big time. Lamb chops and turtle. All right, guys. I know I said chicken and rice, and I'm thinking about food, but now is not the time. I am starving. Please do not stop talking about food in chat. I might even time you out because that's how hungry I am. What about Tupelo, Mississippi? Eventually, the storm should come. They're going to form over here in like Arkansas, but they've been kind of on the weak side of things. But they should eventually form. We go into the night. We could have another like little tornado threat down there as well. I think we do have some wind shear starting to build up in there. Yeah, not really. Wind shear is pretty weak down here, so it'll probably just be damaging winds and hail. Timing out for hunger. I can't help it. I am so hungry. I do not want people mentioning food other than me. This is still a very weird look for this storm. We still have like some pretty decently broad circulation here, but I'm not really seeing many areas of tighter circulation, like maybe right here and right here. That area right there is in the inflow, and this one's in a weird spot of the storm. We have like a hail spike here that might be making a weird signal right now in the velocities. Not sure how legitimate that is. Thank you, Betty, for subscribing. Thank you so much. So, but Shreveport, very conditional, it seems. There is a storm though that's going to try to meander towards you. It's in Jacksonville, Texas, right now. Probably a very low tornado threat with this, but this storm actually has some. I didn't even notice. This storm actually has tennis ball sized hail getting into New Summerfield, so watch out for that. Some very large hail there. That can definitely cause some issues. Classic hook echoes. These are just mainly more embedded in a line of storms, right? And like the classic hook echo storms are usually like this storm that are like more discreet. I'm starving to death. I don't have any Cheerios or breakfast foods. I don't have any snacks. I have nothing other than what's in my fridge that which can be cooked. It just need time. New Cam in Haiti, Missouri. Check it out. It's frozen. Each has food. Honestly, not a bad idea. It's not the worst idea because his food is literally fresh food that I make. Just chicken and potatoes and spinach. Crock pot. Yeah. I just need more snacks. I need to get like a bag of chips or something before these, or like some pretzels before these longer live streams. It looks like I need to adjust this really quick. 1 second. In Missouri. I'm guessing this is one of the tornado warned storms help or near one of them. Or is this just one of the severe thunderstorm warnings? Hey, thank you to Sprint 667 for the $10 donation. Thank you so much. I think any of the weather moving towards Columbus, Indiana will be severe tonight. Thanks for all the updates and this evening. Yeah, no problem. Columbus, Indiana. I think, you guys are done. Your threat has passed. Yeah, these areas of rotation, they're about to cancel these tornado warnings. Crunch, crunch is not a good sound during an emergency situation. I tend to agree, but I could always mute my mic. A little bit of more rotation trying to develop on this storm near Marston.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where? Really? For this one? And they're being extra cautious here. That's a little tiny couplet, but it is a little couplet nonetheless. If you live there near 7 Mile, Trenton, Middletown, Franklin, Monroe, and Lebanon, you guys need to be in your safe spots. There, I think, guys, I need to make some food. It just needs to happen. Would you guys mind if I took a 5-minute break here to make some food while there's still tornado warnings going on? Because I am very hungry. We got 1 no, 2 yeses. Why? Because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. What do you mean, why? Go eat food is important. Eat. All right. I'm going to go eat. I'll leave it on a broad view. We'll have some storm chasers up. I'll leave the audio on one of them. We'll leave the audio on Storm Intermedia. And I'm going to go eat some food. BRB, give me 5 minutes. Just be patient. Hang around. We'll be back. I promise.
Close to 2,000 likes, chats. We're so close. 1.9.
It loves hard-boiled eggs on like a pad. So in fact, I found out 2 pieces of Casey's pizza. I forgot I've still got that pizza in the back. Yes.
Okay, I thought something was wrong.
I thought something was wrong. Deanna and I looked at each other and was like, uh-oh.
I love pizza. Yeah, actually, I'm getting very intrigued by that storm north of Little Rock. That one's actually back together really quickly, and it's all by itself.
Are you kidding me? That's behind
Not
everything.
too far west, or am I tripping?
Oh, the way
It's east of the boundary. It's on the boundary right now.
I was going to say, that thing looks like it's right on the cold front.
It'll start persuading out of me so weird. Yeah, the super wind is southwest right now with it. But the cold front is oriented in that direction, so they still have warm, moist flow. We're gonna have a freaking chugger go after Forest City tonight. Apparently there's a tornado on the ground, unwarned, on the very tail end Charlie, south of Jonesboro. And you think there is? Somebody in my chat said that Brad Arnold has it.
Oh, shoot.
Gosh, it's a great tornado.
It looks like it's trying to flick events. Maybe.
Of course, the tail end Charlie. At the very end of the day, where I was questioning my full sentence.
I guess now it makes sense.
Or is it just a big old cone?
Yeah, nice cone with dust underneath it. It looks like it's kind of... No, it's still solid.
A new tornado warning has been issued. information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
I mean, that's targeting now. I mean, it's tail end Charlie. I'll go for tail end Charlie, but he did a great job. I'll give him that.
Try to take 50% to get addition for it, but I mean, as long as it's like screen near Kobe, then I mean, they can probably keep pretty good.
Nice lightning all around us still up here. Getting ready to cross the river here to get into Tennessee, right? Yeah. So northwest Tennessee here. Gotta stop in Dyersburg for some gas. Potentially drop south.
If I had to guess, it's gonna produce some gas. Right side, I might have been able to just shoot down 55 and get there in time, but not 100% sure on that.
Have you not gone on to 155 yet?
We have.
Okay.
I probably have gonna.
Effectively, if we wanted to do that, we could go down to Covington.
Yeah, that'd have to be our play.
Kind of like reducing that tornado over the highway. See if they're gonna get there. Impressed.
It's always the tail end Charlies. Not always, but a lot of the time it seems like
That storm got lucky. Good job. Back Brad.
Oh. What? I didn't know which storm you were talking about. You zoomed in on the special weather statement down there, and I was like, what, is it producing now?
No, the cold front storm.
I mean, with the way everyone's passing, once someone does cross the river, there's gonna be no way for anyone on the east side to stay with it. So I guess we're just gambling that it's gonna be more significant, you know, on the east side of river than west.
I have returned with food.
Is he ahead of us? Huh? Behind us, okay. We have time to get gas? I mean, I have enough to make it down to Covington. Then we'd have to get gas once we get to
So you can probably stop in
Works for any kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was going to stop at Dyersburg, but
or Dyersburg.
By the way, Bread Adair is like right in this circulation here near Jonesboro. Near where? Harrisburg? Really?
Tennessee state line.
haven't been to Tennessee in a while. Actually, I don't know if we were in Tennessee at all last year.
Large debris filled cone near Harrisburg on the ground. Huh.
I was gonna say that I don't know if we ever were in Tennessee.
Okay. All right. Apparently, we have a tornado on the ground here near Harrisburg. Not a whole lot of rotation. Not really sure where this could be. Weather spotters have confirmed it. Looking at Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold is like right next to this thing. If you're in Harrisburg, Mark Tree, Lepanto, and Truman, you need to be in your safe spots. We have a potential tornado on the ground here. I don't see it on his stream though. Am I eating? I'm eating chicken and rice. I'm trying to. And I don't see a debris signature on radar. Tech reporter group. Okay. Let me see if I can get some visual confirmation on this. Oh wow. Yeah, it's definitely on the ground. It was on the ground there. Near Harrisburg. See if it ever showed up on radar. Oh yeah, it did. It did for a second. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but that was definitely a signal there on the velocities before. But yeah, I would be in your safe spots there in Mark Tree and Lepanto. This storm is, attempting, maybe trying to wrap up again. So you got to keep a close eye on that. Most of our tornado warnings, other than this one, up here into parts of Ohio, have been allowed to expire. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. I'll check those out. Oh, yeah. That's some pretty strong rotation aloft. Looks like that's just enough to bring some circulation down to the surface. Here near Harrisburg, right here in that area, that's where that rotation is aloft. Let me see what the debris signature used to look like. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it now. Now I'm watching Brad Arnold. If he sees anything, I'll switch over to him. This could be the cyclic supercell and tornado of the day here. This is a completely isolated, a rotating supercell. I think Brett Adair's trying to make his way down there. Let me see where he is. Yeah, he's over here near Caraway. I mean, he might make his way. He might be able to get into path of this storm if it tries to try to plant another tornado. As far as I could tell, I don't see anything. I mean, Brad Arnold's like right there. There's not a whole lot of lightning with this storm right now. I can't really tell. But there could definitely still be a tornado on the ground here south of Harrisburg. If you guys lived near Marked Tree, I'd be in your safe spots. If we need to, I will bring up another chaser if needed. And Nick Smego is also en route here as well. Now, there's 2 storm chasers in this area. Let me see if any like a Jordan Hall is nearby here. He is not. He is further up to the north. About Ryan Scholl. Same with Ryan Scholl. Robert Lee. No. John. No. Scott's in Florida still. CJ is further up north. It looks like we might have to do the $75 an hour. If we need to. Don't think it's on the ground right now, as far as I can tell. I mean, that might be it right here, but there's no reflectivity with it. So, still trying to get confirmation here on the storm that if to see if we still have it on the ground. On radar, it's just not obvious. Oh no, that sucks. Was he able to fix those? Yeah, Brett Adair is still back up over here. He's really not making much progress. There's Nick. If need be, we'll switch over to his view. Oh no, we already have 1 fatality? That sucks. Really hoping we make it through there without anything. A little bit of a velocity coupled over here, actually, near Monette. Might have to keep an eye on that area. Let's come check back up over here near Ohio. Still a little bit of a couplet here near Green Tree Corners.
A new tornado warning
Heading
has
towards
been
Red
issued.
Lion and Dodds. Waynesville, Lawrenceburg, also Clarksville is now in that new tornado warning there. You guys need to be in your safe spots there in Ohio. There's nothing to impede the cell's inflow for a long bit. Could be in trouble. Yeah, I mean, if it can organize, I mean, the only thing that's going to keep this storm at bay is our weaker lower level shear. But it does seem like these storms are moving into a little bit more of a favorable environment of around 30 knots, just still on the lower end, but still could be enough to support tornado genesis as we just saw. Another little circulation is trying to develop over here near Harrisburg again. We see that supported by upper tilts here. Yeah. Yeah, that is some stronger circulation trying to make it down to the surface there near Harrisburg. Not quite on the ground just yet, but this thing is trying to recycle. So watch out there near Mark's Tree and Lepanto. You guys still need to be in your safe spots here. This is a pretty dangerous storm. Second fatality near Middleburg, Tennessee, or Indiana. Tree fell on a car, 2 occupants inside. Oh no. One unfortunately died while the other one was transported to the local hospital. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow, Eater of the Worlds. We will be live. Yeah, Nick Smigo is pretty much lined up here for this storm. I think I could use it. Hold on, let me just make sure. Oh no, never mind. I can't use Nick's stream. I have to rely on Brett. He said a minimum of 4 hours, which would be like $300. I totally forgot about that. Thankfully, I checked just to make sure. But yeah, doesn't look like we're gonna have any chasers near this one. Which happens. It can't be on every storm. Where's yeah, Pagey Tornado's trying to get out in front of these storms in the Tennessee area. $300. It's a steep price. I'm telling you guys, I wasn't lying when I said there's chaseflation. The big streamers, man, they're jacking up the prices, making it almost unaffordable for us smaller streamers. I don't know where Lakeview is. See if I can find it. I can't find it. I don't know where it is. Is there like a bigger city nearby you? Oh wow, look at these couplets here. They're really starting to get started over here in Ohio. We got one over here near South Lebanon and one north of Lebanon here. These are definitely tornado threats here now in Ohio, pushing into Waynesville, Harveysville, Clarksville, and Rochester, Lebanon, and South Lebanon. Watch out. Those are close to producing there. We'll wait one more scan up here in Ohio. We haven't really given a whole lot of radar coverage for you guys up here. Set up a new cam in the path of Harrisburg. Okay, thank you. Potentially a debris signature right in here. It's like right on the edge of being enough. That could be a tornado on the ground north of Lebanon now. Near South Lebanon, though, I'm still not seeing a debris signature, but this one is definitely still trying to produce there. So again, in South Lebanon, Rochester, Clarksville, Harveysburg, and Waynesville, I would certainly still continue to be in your safe spots there. Let's come back down here and check it back in on this storm. Still seems to be struggling near the surface here. Still observed tornado though. We'll keep it here for a little bit. Yeah, it seems like that might have been a brief tornado in Lebanon. Latest scan is in. Still not seeing a new debris signature there. A latest scan still indicating a potential, tornado still on the ground here south of Dodds. Crossing over 42, heading towards Harveysburg and Waynesville. I still got an observed warning in Mississippi, Arkansas. It's the latest update from there. They're still calling it observed. Haven't seen any other confirmation or radar confirmation as best as I can see, but yeah, latest scan with this storm still appears to be maybe a debris signature right in this area. Still potentially a tornado on the ground south and west of Waynesville. And still a storm down here trying to produce near Morrow. Not quite there yet. And that's in Ohio. We don't have time to look up cities right now. We got a tornado on the ground. We have to wait just a little bit. The storm is getting outrun here by an outflow boundary, actually. You can actually see it on velocities. Hopefully that stops it from trying to produce again, because that storm's in a dangerous little spot there. We also got a couple of storms forming back over here north and east of Little Rock. Might need to keep an eye on those. This food is delicious. So glad I made it. Thank you guys for being patient and sticking around while I made it. Of course, as soon as I made it, a tornado dropped. That is very typical. That lone boundary, yeah. I mean, that lone boundary could do everything. Yeah, short term, greatest tornado threat is over here in western Tennessee, where some of these storms are right now. That's the latest on the meso discussion. Yeah, still a little bit of circulation back in there. I think they just got downgraded, I think, to a, yeah, we're down back to radar indicated. So we have confirmation across the board here of the tornado being lifted here. But still want Lepanto, March Tree, Taranza, Joyner, Bassett, Wilson, Mary, and Kaiser to be in their safe spots here in northeastern Arkansas. Let's come back up to here. Yeah, this still most likely has a tornado on the ground right here into this area, heading towards Harveysburg. If you live in Harveysburg and Wellman, you guys don't have really a whole lot of time to be in your safe spots. And over here near Morrow, near Clarksville, you guys should still be seeking shelter. So I think Tornado Explorer said he had a view somewhere near this. Yeah, in Lepanto. Okay. Can you resize that to fit? Oh, no, that's a Taranza. Oh, wow. That's going to be very close to this circulation. This is a great cam. Might be able to see something here. Yeah, it is pretty crazy there in southwest Ohio. We have tornado on the ground and another one potentially to its south trying to form. Pretty much what we're watching here on this Arkansas storm is if this storm can resurge out and then latch on to this outflow boundary.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That'll probably be a really bad scenario there if that does happen. Just got an extension of our tornado warning here in Ohio. Still no observation on it, even though it does appear like we still have a debris signature with this storm heading towards Harveysburg. And this one down here is getting pretty darn close, just to the east of Morrow. Again, Harveysburg, Clarksville, here in Ohio, still need to be in their safe spots. Further down the line is going to be Wilmington, Sabina, Mildredgeville, Bowlersville, Port William, Wilmington, all need to be in their safe spots. And no problem, dear Kenzie. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Pretty decent coupling on this storm. Yeah, right in there. I mean, that's a tornado on the ground still. I don't know why they haven't confirmed this yet. I'd have lifted on that last scan, though. I'm not really seeing as good as lineup as there was earlier. Let's come back down to here. Yeah, we'll wait for the next scan on this one, and then we'll go back up to Ohio.
A new
It kind of
tornado
seems like
warning
it's
has
trying
been
to
issued.
surge there near Mark Tree. It's trying to form a new inflow. Not quite there yet, though. New couplet in Kentucky. Where? Oh, yeah. And near Hardensburg. Just got tornado warned. Hardensburg, Harned, Garfield, Custer, and Irving to need to be in their safe spots. So you have a little bit of a couplet here. About to push into your guys' area. That's certainly got an imminent tornado feel to it. So certainly would get into your safe spots there. Let's come back up to here. See if this tornado's lifted or not. Yeah, it looks like this tornado has lifted. There near Harveysburg. Edwardsville, still not seeing a debris signature yet. Heading towards Pansy. We'll leave it up here for a little bit, here for Columbus. Just south of the Ohio tornadoes. Yeah, be careful out there. This line's getting a little dicey at the nighttime. Hey, thank you, dear Kenzie, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. You're but you're not a member. Well, you can become a member if you want for $1. Up to you. No pressure. You don't have to be a member. Maybe a debris signature starting to pop up on this storm. We'll have to wait. Yeah, that might be a brief tornado here south and west of Clarksville. Thank you, Bucky, for the 5. I do appreciate that. You've been also you've been a team with Rubicon guys since 2011. Wow. Just real. Yep, that's what we do here. Thank you, Bucky. I appreciate that. Speaking of Storm Rubicon, or Team Rubicon, sorry. On the top link in our description, if you guys click on it, for the tornadoes that have happened today. Oh, wow. Still tennis ball sized hail warning over there near Nacogdoches and Panola, Texas. But if you guys want to donate for storm relief, we do have a link for Team Rubicon, which is a team of veterans that go around cleaning up storm damage. I'm sure Bucky could tell you probably more about it than I could. But essentially, I mean, they do a lot of cleanup. They clean up mold, flash flood emergencies, wherever people will have them. They show up. So if you want to donate to Team Rubicon, the link is also in chat. And this is wait. Okay. My Data Ocean Rink. They get rid of my donation landing page. They might have got rid of my donation landing page. But yeah, it's a great place to donate. Latest scans here. It looks like this might have been just a really brief tornado there north of Pansy, if it was one. Further up to the north, looks like this rotation is still kind of gusting out here. Still keeping an eye on that. Let's come back down here to Kentucky. Check back in on this little area. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet here near Hardinsburg. Still not seeing a tornado on the ground, though. But if you live near Harnd, Garfield, and Irvington, I would certainly continue to be in your safe spots. I was like, awesome team. They really are. Do a lot of hard work out there. A little bummed they got rid of my landing page, though. I don't even think they told me. And maybe they didn't. It got cut off. I don't know. I'll have to let me search. Let me search on my email. I might just have the wrong link in my description. Sometimes YouTube cuts things off. I appreciate that, Bucky. Let me check. Let me search just to make sure, though. Thank you, Spooky, for becoming a WIMD member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, yeah, it's still there. Okay, yeah, I just had the wrong. I got cut off in the description. I'll fix it right now. But here is the real link there. If currently raised $1,080 or $1,080 there over our time with them. And yeah, come over here, donate to Storm Relief. They do a lot of great work. Veteran-led group, humanitarian organization that serves global communities before and during and after disasters and crises. Latest scan over here in northeastern Arkansas. Looks like the storm is still struggling behind this outflow boundary. I don't have the latest scan for Harrisburg yet. Come back and check in on that. We did get a tornado warning extended over here near New Vienna and Leesburg, Ohio. Rotation's coming pretty close to our oh man, that might be on the ground there. That's where our velocities go. I'll have to wait. We'll stay up here and wait for those new scans to come in. Sissy, what are you doing? No, don't. Every time you try to eat that rice, you get stomach issues. Much chili, go away. I don't think that's in the clear slot. The rotation appears to be back here. Not a whole lot of reflectivity in that area. "30 minutes east of Columbus. Some severe thunderstorms are definitely going to try to come towards you near like Utica, Newark, and Somerset. Probably within the next hour. Ready for it to be over? Yeah. Agree. Let's check back over here near. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks like these velocity couplets are getting a little bit stronger. Here. Got some stronger circulation near Garfield. There might be a debris signature under there too. So watch out for those. Watch out here near Garfield and Custer. That could be on the ground. And we got another tornado warning now over here near Mockport, Bradenburg, Ekron, West Point, Radcliffe, and Shepherdsville. This one's also got a pretty strong couplet on it, pushing off towards the east, towards Midway. Back down here and checking on this storm. Yeah, still struggling. Outflow boundary saving y'all's butts there, northeastern Arkansas. I'll tell you what, that storm was in a pretty favorable zone there. Still waiting on that latest scan coming here. We'll see here for the next scan, then we'll go to Ohio. Hennig-sized hail, so downgraded a little bit on that Texas severe thunderstorm warning near Nacogdoches, but still Hennig-sized hail. That is, could definitely still break some windows. Okay, latest scan. Let's see where that velocity signature comes in. Okay, yeah, okay. It looks like that brief looks like we had a brief tornado here, south and east of Garfield, but it does not appear to be on the ground anymore as of our latest scan. Yeah, still a decent surge of wind here near Midway. Probably up to 80-mile-per-hour winds possible in and along this southern side of the storm. Not seeing a debris ball just yet, but Ekron and Bradenburg, your guys are going to be next in line here in Kentucky. Man, my computer is really struggling. Latest info on our storms in Ohio. Seems like our rotation still ongoing here pretty decently south of Wilmington near Cuba. Potentially a debris signature right here. Could be on the ground. South of Burtonville, heading towards Morrisville. Our northern rotation has kind of died off. But we're still really closely monitoring this storm south of Wilmington, as it still appears that there may be a tornado ongoing with that one. Stay up here until the next scan. We'll give a little bit of a zoomed out view. Parts of Ohio. These severe thunderstorm warnings around this storm are warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, by the way. Those are going through Springfield and are heading towards Columbus.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Louisville. These warnings are to your south. And the QLCS threat tornado might unzip up a little bit further up to the north. So we're watching for that potential. But for now, it's not even a severe warning storm that is coming towards you right now. This just got extended now for Raineyville and Elizabethtown. Also, Cecilia and Vine Grove need to be going into their safe spots. Yeah, the theme for today has just been tornadoes where they're not supposed to be. Yeah, still appears like we have a debris signature potentially here. That could also be the inflow notch, though. It's kind of hard to tell, given our close proximity here to this radar, but still could very well have a tornado on the ground here near Morrisville, heading towards Snow Hill and New Antioch next, and then Leesburg down the line on that. They are very sneaky. They happen so fast. Really got to be on your toes when you got a QLCS tornado threat. Still waiting for our latest velocities to come in on this storm. Yeah, that might just be the inflow here. Yeah, latest scan, it looks like if we did have a brief tornado, that is now, looks like it has lifted. And up here, we have another stronger area of rotation now developing. That's a tornado on the ground here, now south and west of Bloomington. See how quickly that formed from nothing to something there really quick. Watch out there near Bloomington and Sabina. This is why everybody that's in this area should just be in their safe spots, man. These things can form so quick. Man, really strong winds here south of Bradenburg. Could easily get a tornado here soon. West Point, Radcliffe, Shepherdsville, watch out. This storm's gearing up, it looks like, for something. Either some really strong, damaging winds of up to 100 miles per hour possible south of Bradensburg. Yeah, 96, 99 miles per hour winds potentially there just to the east of Mindenberg. Very destructive storm here south of Bradenburg, heading towards West Point. This again is in Kentucky. Go check back with this storm here in Arkansas, see if it's had a chance to. Yeah, it's still well behind that outflow boundary, which is good news for this area. Yeah, still what appears to be a somewhat damaging tornado on the ground still. South and west of Bloomington, quite the debris signature popping up near this velocity signature. Still want Bloomington, Ohio to be, seeking shelter. It's coming quick. It's a fast moving storm. Really don't have a whole lot of time. We'll stay until the next update here on our radar. Bradenburg, pretty bad. But yeah, those storms mean business. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Should come in any minute now. Quarter-sized hailstorm near Mississippi and Poinsett, there in Arkansas. Like Brett has a view of something. He might be near that outflow dominant storm in Arkansas. Bad in Louisville. It's bad to the south of Louisville.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been issued. Let me see where that's for. That's going to be for Nashville, Murfreesboro, Lawrenceburg, Paris, Bowling Green, here into Kentucky and Tennessee.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Still don't have the latest scan on this storm either. At least on the velocities. We do have the latest reflectivity. If there's a tornado in this storm, it's right here near Rock Haven. And there's a little bit of debris popping up there, but that could also be due to those nearly 100 mile per hour winds there. Yeah, here's our velocity couplet here. It is starting to consolidate. No debris signature in that, well, actually, It does kind of line up pretty well. That might be a brief tornado getting started over there, south and east of Bradenburg Station. Again, still heading generally towards like Rockhaven, Lickskillet, and West Point. Further down to the south, still a little bit of rotation with this storm, but it's still kind of struggling as it pushes towards Vine Grove and Raineyville and Cecilia. But I wouldn't let your guard down in Elizabethtown either, because this storm could reorganize pretty quickly. And if it does, that tornado is going to come quickly after that. Storm still struggling over here near Tyronza.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We'll wait on the latest scan here. You can see Louisville's up here. There's not a severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville right now. Well, kind of in like the southern portions of Louisville for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These weekend before Pittsburgh, they should, yeah. These storms are running out of instability. Their time to produce is limited for sure. Okay, latest scans up here. Looks like our storm might be gusting out a little bit here. There still is some broader circulation in parts of this storm. It's still worth seeking shelter on these storms in Ohio. Radar indicated tornado warning still for Breckenridge, Kentucky. That's down here. They're just letting us know that they're going to continue that warning. Man. Yeah, definitely a decent couplet here near Rockhaven and potentially up there. Is that a tornado? That might be a tornado on the ground here near West Point, Kentucky. Yeah, that lines up pretty well there. Definitely the pretty high likelihood that is a brief tornado on the ground heading towards New Boston and Pilcher Landing and Evans Landing, Howard, and West Point here in Kentucky. I'll try my best, Steffi. Yeah, it's really good, Jessica. Really, really good. Yeah, still wait on the latest scan here. Let's check this radar, see what it's saying. It's saying kind of the same thing. It's a decent debris signature there. The latest scan has come up here in Ohio. Potentially another small, brief tornado here south of Lee's Creek, heading towards just the south of Memphis. You guys still need to be in your safe spots. Yeah. I'm done eating. What's that camera button? There it is. Potentially, yeah. I would say that's another brief tornado here south of Lee's Creek. Latest scan might still be on the ground in this area. Definitely still worth being in your safe spots in our Ohio tornado warnings. Let's come back down to our Kentucky ones.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like, unfortunately, our northern storm is going underneath the radar here. Our southern one, rotation is still struggling. They're near Pine Grove, Raineyville, and Elizabethtown. In the meal, I should have done it. It would have taken a little bit longer, though, so I just went basic with my meal. Okay, there's the latest velocity scan. We have a little something down over here near Moldra. Maybe a tornado there. Could be a tornado there near Moldra. Yeah, these are producing really quick. We've seen like a decent amount of tornadoes in a small amount of time. That's how these QLCS threats happen here. Yeah, let's see, that little brief tornado over there near Sabina has lifted, and potentially another smaller one here to the south and east of Sabina now. Make sure all that lines up. Actually, it doesn't. Oh, yep. Nope, it's still there. Yeah, still potentially a small tornado on the ground now just to the south of Glendon, heading towards Washington Courthouse. Meso analysis here from the SPC. Isolated severe weather threat may develop with potential for large hail and severe gusts. Going to be for Arkansas and Mississippi. Still plenty of instability down there. This new tornado warning for the north is for this area of circulation. That's going to be for Range, Mount Sterling, Darbyville, Commercial Point, Orient, Darbydale, and Grove City. Little area, a little bit of a couplet here associated with that. No tornado on the ground just yet, but you've seen how these QLCS tornado threats happen, so I would certainly be sheltered in place.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that's most likely a tornado there. Here near Jeffersonville. Yeah, that's like pretty much 100% a tornado. Heading towards Yatesville, White Oak, and Madison Mills. So we got definitely a tornado on the ground here. Nothing yet further up to the north, but that is certainly a tornado there. Heading towards Yatesville. QLCS tornado is basically what you're seeing here. They're very brief and weak spin-ups that are embedded in a linear line of storms. Some of them can be on the stronger side, but most of them are usually like EF0 to EF1 tornadoes. We looked at the meso analysis already. Did we get like another thing from them? Latest scan looks like there could still be a debris signature here. Yep, that is still a tornado on the ground here, south and west of Yatesville. Let's come back down here to Kentucky. A little something right there. That could be a tornado there south of Howard. These southern storms are kind of gusting out a little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Also a couplet over here near Cosmodale, heading towards Medora. That might get tornado warned here pretty shortly near Cosmodale. Check back over here in Arkansas, see if the storm has improved at all. No, it has not. We just got another tornado warning up here. Maybe a small QLCS tornado over here east of Sabina near Glendon. And that very well could be another QLCS tornado there. Yeah, this is pretty much what a QLCS tornado threat is. It's just rapid fire tornado spam. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. It will eventually make it into Florence, but it should be mainly just a damaging wind threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still waiting on our latest velocity scans to come in. Does still seem like we could have a potential tornado on the ground still to the north here. Wait for them to come in. Yeah, they happen so fast. We've probably only caught 70% of the spin ups here. That's why if you're in any of these tornado warnings, no matter if we're looking at a debris signature near you or not, you should be in your safe spots, because there could be tornadoes in parts of this line that we just don't see. Sometimes they happen in between radar scans. That's how fast. So it's certainly a dangerous line of our storms here. Seems like that circulation near Yatesville has released the tornado there. It looks like it's lifted. And our circulations further to the south are weakening a little bit near Washington Courthouse, but we're still keeping a very close eye on this area. Very close. Super close eye. As close as possible. Golf ball sized hail warning on that Texas storm. So it's down to golf ball. We're keeping a real close eye. Usually another circulation now getting started over here near Reneville. That's pretty close to producing. So watch out there near Reneville and Craft. And another circulation still over here near Radcliffe. Back over further up to the north. A circulation still over here near Penile, Fairdale, and Minor Lane Heights. I haven't warned that one yet. It's not as strong as the others. Time check. We're at an hour and 20 minutes. Got about 40 minutes left till I have to. Before I take about an hour break. Always take an hour break after 12 hours of streaming. Just to let you guys know. It's the healthy thing to do, and we'll be back on if the storms are still looking dangerous. Wait for the newest scans to come in. Let's go see what our chasers are up to. Storm Intermedia is near Corrington. Pagey Tornado is also kind of around Storm Intermedia, just out in front here into Kentucky, I think. But nowhere near our tornado warning. Brett He's still out there. He is still out there. He is still looking for some storms to chase. And there's not many down here, though, thankfully. Peak of our tornado threat kind of fell apart. Got a outflow dominant. Did produce maybe one of our stronger tornadoes of the day, though. Down there. Okay, latest scan. Still not seeing any new debris signatures. Maybe something down here. Nope. No new debris signatures just yet. But still keeping an eye on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. This is going to be for South Louisville, near Minor Heights. This little area of rotation we've been talking about there near Fairdale is continuing to try to wrap up here near South Park and Minor Heights. Smyrna, Asheville, Seatontown, Hollow Creek, Jeffersontown, Hopewell, and Linville or Linview all need to be in their safe spots. It's for like just south of Louisville. How many people do we have from Kentucky and Ohio in chat? Raineyville down here. It looks like that tornado threat is past you. It's to your south and east. Moving toward Elizabethtown. Still a little bit of a couplet there. I would still be in your safe spots in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Potentially a tornado on the ground here near Beech Grove, Kentucky. Watch out there in Beech Grove. A quick little QLCS spin up looks like appears to be happening here south and west of Shepherdsville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they just extended this tornado warning into Shepherdsville, Lebanon Junction, Bardstown, and Fairfield. Still waiting on our latest scan here. Please pray for me and my family. We will do that. Brett stream went down. We'll come back over to the big radar since we're getting low on chasers and they're not really looking at much. Still a little bit of rotation over here near White Oak. Show a little bit of a debris signature here as well. That might be a brief tornado near Cook in Ohio. Beech Grove, still some decent circulation here. And potentially still a tornado on the ground heading towards your area. Over here south of Minor Heights, we now officially have a tornado on the ground approaching 65. Heading towards Smyrna, Asheville, and Thixton. This is now officially on the ground. You can see there's that debris signature, velocity couplet, debris signature, reflectivity. That is on the ground here on 265, heading towards Smyrna, Asheville, and Seton, Hollow Creek, Jeffersontown, all need to be in their safe spots. That one is also on the ground. It's a pretty populated area, too. That is not good. All right, Lauren, thank you for tuning in. I think Urbana can go to bed. Yeah, Urbana's good to go. You guys can get some sleep. Oh, man, another couplet is forming here near McLean. Not on the ground yet, but that's probably going to produce a brief QLCS tornado there near McLean. So watch out, be in your safe spots. And that couplet over there near Mount Sterling is still behaving itself, but be back over there to check it out. You're still worried here in Northeast Ohio. Should be okay in Northeast Ohio. Should be okay. That tornado risk should stay right along where the instability is. Yeah, I ate some good food. Let's come back over here. Yeah, looks like we still have a tornado on the ground here south of Smyrna. As far as I can tell, yeah, that's still on the ground here. South of Smyrna. Looks like it's taking a little bit of a dive to the south and east towards Thixton and near Mount Washington. So watch out for that. See, there's that debris signature. Tornado's been on the ground here now for 2 scans, north and east of Hillview. And there might be a tornado in here too. Not seeing a definite debris signature, but we got a pretty decent velocity couplet here now near Clearmont, Kentucky. Over here near Elizabethtown. Looks like your threat is almost over here, and still not seeing much strong rotation anymore with that storm. Back to Ohio. It looks like this might have produced a brief tornado there somewhere north of McLean, Ohio. Mount Sterling is still behaving itself over here near Good Hope. Some stronger winds. But no tornado on the ground as far as I can tell. We'll stay up here for just a tad. Thank you, Pathmedic Jan, for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you for that $10. That it's a huge help out to the channel. The way the winds around this storm heading into Columbus, if there is no tornado warning for you guys near Dublin, Powell, and Chillicothe, this line of storms is warned for 60 miles per hour. Okay, this tornado near McLean has lifted. A little something popping up here near Pancoastburg. That might be one of those really brief tornadoes. Back down into Kentucky. See what's still happening over here. Do we still have a tornado on the ground? We'll have our latest scan. We'll stick here for a little bit. If it is still on the ground, it's somewhere in this region. We'll wait until all of our signatures get lined up. Yeah, good job, Tornado Explorer. You did a really good job today. And there's our latest velocity view. Yeah, still potentially a little bit of a tornado here on the ground near Pixton, and potentially yet another tornado here. It's the north near Asheville, Kentucky. Gonna have to wait for our latest reflectivity scan to confirm that. I'll wait for that to come in. Thank you, Greg, for the 2. Is Fort Knox out of the danger zone? What state is that in? Continue to look, but it's dark outside now. No, I feel you. We're reaching that 12-hour mark. I mean, feel free to take a lengthy break. Fort Knox, Kentucky. I don't know where that is. Sorry, I don't really have a whole lot of time to be looking around for stuff. By the way, they did allow that tornado warning back over here to expire. Still keeping an eye on this storm, but it's behaving itself for now, as it is still behind that outflow boundary. We haven't got our latest reflectivity in a while. We do a reload. Yeah, it still hasn't come in. Really sure what's up with that. Might be something to do with the radar since it just got hit by a line of storms. Potentially another little QLCS tornado trying to do something over here near Darbydale, heading towards Grove City. That'll be going into southern Columbia pretty soon. Also some ping pong ball sized hail near Cherokee, Texas, and Rusk, Texas. 30 more minutes? Yeah, I know. We still don't have our latest reflectivity. Is it coming in on other radars? Let me check this. And this will be easier. Yeah, they're near Asheville. That's one of our stronger rotations still left. It's most likely a tornado. As of 11:01, there's no reflectivity over there though. Wouldn't be surprised me if that's trying to produce a brief tornado there. The one near Thixton seems to have lifted as far as I can tell, but it looks like our scans are coming in and a lot of weird things. And radar scope. Yeah, looks like. Yeah, talk to the developer. We just got our latest reflectivity in. Yeah, I mean, there's still a debris signature out over here, but it's not like really in much reflectivity. That might be one of those weaker tornadoes there. We're actually starting to see a lot of different couplets now starting to form over here near Cedar Grove, Hobbs, and Scuffletown. This is still a very tornadic line heading through Mount Washington and towards Bardstown there in Kentucky. Let's come back over here to Ohio. Where we're currently not really seeing much rotation or any debris signatures, so these storms are behaving themselves a little bit here. Keep coming back and checking on those. That's a lot of areas of rotation here. That might be a debris signature, but it's not really over any reflectivity. This over here north of Hobbs, or near Hobbs, I don't think that's one either. Check in on our storm chasers, see what they're up to.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for Elk Creek, Mount Washington, and Shelbyville. That's that little zoom out thing. Seeing a couple of signatures here on our correlation coefficient that those might have been brief tornadoes that could have been out in the clear air. Everything's lined up here. And not seeing a debris signature on the southern storms. Golf ball sized hail is possible for Crittenden, Mississippi, and Shelby, Tennessee, and Arkansas. And these storms still appear to be behaving themselves over here into Ohio. Maybe a little bit of extra rotation here south of Grove City or Groove City. Gonna have to keep an eye on that one. A little bit of a escalation there. Heading into southern Columbus. We can get like a broad view here really quick. It looks scary. It is a little bit scary, not going to lie. QLCS tornado threats at night are pretty much as scary as it gets. With one, like, when you have like one storm that's tornado warned, you know, you got to worry about a pretty small area, but across like an entire QLCS
has been issued.
Part of an entire QLCS tornado area, you know, where tornadoes could be possible. It's certainly can be an issue. Over here near Dover, looks like we are getting an escalation here in some of our rotation. Heading into Dover, Bear Springs, Indian Mound, Big Rock, and Cumberland City all need to be in their safe spots. The good news about QLCS tornadoes, they're typically not strong and they're usually don't stay on the ground very long, but a lot of them do happen in these scenarios. Looks like they did allow that tornado warning in Elizabethtown to expire. This might be a brief tornado here near Cravens. Heading towards Cravens and Bellwood. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. That could be a brief tornado. North and west of Whitfield. Also got a little area of circulation. That could also produce a tornado near Elk Creek. Taylorsville should be still in their safe spots there in Kentucky. Latest scans up here. And we still got a little area of rotation south of Groove City, but it's still kind of struggling right now. So they might let some of these tornado warnings expire because these storms have been behaving themselves here in the last hour. I think they might have ran out of some of that instability. Just barely in some favorable kinematics. Up here, actually, where these storms are, this is where some of our strongest shear is, too. Refields are not necessarily visible on screen. They're usually not. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. With these QLCS tornadoes, you can get half of these rotations produce correlation coefficients and half of them don't, because the tornadoes just happen so fast. Like you're in a groove. Gotcha. Our latest scans down here. Looks like over here near Whitfield. Don't have the latest velocity scans yet. Power just flashed in central Columbus. Okay, thank you for that update. Yeah, if you've seen a power flash, I would just get to your safe spot, to be honest. By the way, folks, with tornadoes happening a lot today, it is a great time to consider donating to Team Rubicon. They are a team of veterans that go around and help clean up storm damage where they're needed. Link is in the chat and also in the description. Our nonprofit organization run by veterans. You guys want to help clean up and help some folks out there that have been impacted by these storms, consider donating. The latest scan on the storm near Dover. It looks like that rotation is struggling now. I might get tornado warned here shortly near Greenfield and Gleason. See what that looks like from here. Yeah. And that is definite rotation there near Greenfield and Gleason, Tennessee. And they are legit. That is for sure. Now, rotations here are still somewhat cooperating here. They're broader than they were. Still some good news there. Not seeing any tight circulations in Ohio again. The storm to cover if it's 2 to 3 different states. Yeah. Well, if there's a bunch of tornado warnings, we just have to cover those. And I just give them all equal time. If one is like really struggling with rotation, I usually give it a little bit. Oh, we got another tight couplet here near Elk Creek. And a new tornado warning has just been extended towards Beach, Figs, Hemp Ridge, Mount Eden, and Taylorsville. That's probably going to try to produce a tornado. Yeah. Even if there's if there's tornado warnings, we usually give them as equal coverage throughout their duration. I don't pick and choose. There could be a PDS tornado warning down here near Clarksville, and we'll still be going back and forth just as normal. Okay, this could be a tornado on the ground here near Cox Creek. Watch out there near Cox Creek, heading towards Fairfield and Bloomfield. It's south of Elk Creek here.
A new
still a decent little
thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Still a decent little area here of some rotation.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
It looks like these guys are still kind of chilling. We do still have some couplets, though. One near South Bloomfield and another one over here in close to downtown Columbus. That one's pretty broad. Let me check this on. Okay, yeah, this radar fortunately is broken here. What about this one? Yeah. Is that for all the mesoscale out here? Wow.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
What you doing, Chaz? Yeah, latest scan down here, still not really showing much new rotation there near Dover. And still some rotation over here near Greenfield. You're in Louisville. Louisville's good. Good to go. Power hasn't flickered so far here in Delaware. Okay, thank you for that update. Yeah, Louisville is good for the rest of the night. Is Paigey Tornado still out there? What's she up to? She's north of Memphis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
North of Memphis near like Brownsville. New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for Mackville, Willisburg, Bardstown, and north of Springfield there in Kentucky. This one over here near Frankfurt and Greenland as well, still ongoing. Over here near South Bloomingville, still broader rotation here. And near Cox Creek. Might have been a brief tornado there near Cox Creek. Are we looking for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania tonight? Should be pretty good. Oh, wow. There goes all those tornado warnings there in Ohio. Our tornado threat is going to be like for the rest of the night up here. There still is going to be those chances for some QLCS tornadoes here and there. But for Pittsburgh, by the time the storm gets over there, it's going to be pretty much out of instability. So the tornado chance will be a lot lower, but severe storm winds will still be possible. I think Storm Hunter Media has a view of a shelf cloud here, or it might have just went over them. They might just be letting the storm go over them. Would I ever work with James Spann? I would literally cut off both of my feet and one of my hands to work with James Spann. And in fact, we'll change his name to James Hand, so at least I have another hand after it's cut off. That would be like a dream come true. I'm not gonna lie. So corny, I know. I'm getting old. The dad jokes are gonna start to happen. They just come naturally. It's part of genes, pretty sure. And these northern circulations are calming down a bit. But there's still a decent little area of rotation, still trying to get its act together near Bardstown. Thanks, Cowboy. I appreciate that. Father shared this live stream with you. Awesome. That's good to know. And it's good to know that people are still sharing this live stream. It is important to do so. You see, Diesel Cowboy Traveler would have never even known that we existed if it was never shared. So somebody shared this stream, his father, and he got to see it. Now he's got some of the best radar coverage that exists. It looks like Hopkinsville is now good to go. Your threat has passed. It's still going to be windy and also windy with probably a little bit more wind and some thunder and lightning. But yeah, that tornado threat is past for there. I do want to keep on checking on this line. Yeah, looks like it's gusting out there, so hopefully it behaves itself for the rest of the night. Eventually that will happen over here in Kentucky, but we got a little bit more wind shear, or we got a little bit more instability here, but not for long, actually. Look at this. Our instability in Ohio and Kentucky is starting to wane. And that's where our strongest wind shear is. So our tornado threat could be close here, to at least being a little bit calmer than it has been. But there is still what appears to be 40 knots of shear picking up over here into Tennessee. But our environment is a little bit capped off here. But some wind shear, like over here near Jackson in Huntington, is starting to increase. Little area of circulation over here near Maury City. Another one still over here near Bradford. That is happening because of that increase of wind shear. You like pinpoint exactly where that is. Yeah, it's like right here in this area where that 40 knots of shear is. And no problem, Catkins. No problem. How do we recognize a debris field? Well, hopefully I don't have any examples to show you. Let me check up here. So first what we look for is the velocities. There, you see we got a little bit there of the yellow and a little bit of a darkening of the red next to each other there. That's associated with reflectivity. And if it was blue in this area right under it, that would be a debris signature. Wrong screen, sorry. I'm back. And that was like our first big mistake. Yeah, we look for little areas of rotation like this. And you see there's reflectivity under there. So that's definitely a mesocyclone. And then if you see a little blue dot here on that scan, then that's a debris signature. 10-minute warning. Yeah, we got 9 minutes. I'm trying to stay live for as long as possible before our hour break. We can last until this tornado threat dies down. We might have a whole hour of no tornadoes. We'll see. But I always take an hour break just for health reasons, to stretch and to let my brain dial back a little bit after a 12-hour stream. But if there's still something going on after the hour break, we will be back live. I promise. No, I mean, if I continue to stream, it's really unhealthy for me, and I'm pretty sure you guys like if I don't take a break, like an hour break, it's unhealthy for your heart. It's also unhealthy for the voice. You can get blood clots, all that kind of fun stuff. Unless you guys want me to die of a blood clot, we'll come back on. But I'm getting older, and I got to start thinking about that kind of stuff. I've been sitting down for a very long time. I promise we'll be back on if it still looks dangerous after that hour. It'll seem like nothing. I've missed you so much. It's a habit. Yeah, there will be updates in the Discord. So if you guys go into the link in the Discord, there will be a lot of updates. And apparently, we have a new watch. Is that going to be a severe watch help, or is that going to be a tornado watch? Do you know? Yeah, severe threat expected to develop this evening. Wind damage and large hail will be possible with the stronger cells. Yeah, it has been a long day for all of us. Good news is, I'm not sure if we got a strong tornado today. Forecast did well. Might have. That PDS tornado warning might have been a strong tornado. And then maybe that one that was back over here, that one might have been a stronger tornado near Harrisburg. Pretty brief though, so I'm not sure. But that PDS tornado warning really wasn't on the ground for that long. Rotation, albeit strong. Not sure. A little bit of a couplet trying to redevelop here near Mount Efton. Or Mount Eden, sorry. There in Kentucky here. Almost said Ohio. That on the ground? This might be on the ground here near Mount Eden. Make sure you're in shelter there for sure. You don't mind.